Almost there? Perfect. Lovely. Okay, the test worked. Good morning, everyone. Fantastic. Good morning, and welcome to the AI in Financial Services Summit. My name is Vivian Arts, and I will be your chair for today, introducing the different speakers and panelists, and hopefully keeping us to crack on time, because I do like to keep to time, and it gives everyone an opportunity to do their sessions as well. So, nothing could be more topical than AI, and perhaps more complex than AI in the context of financial services, which is global, regulated, the backbone of every economy, impacts government, businesses, and people, and is increasingly digital. They say that money makes the world go round, and however you wish to understand that, the financial services sector impacts so many aspects of our lives. But how does AI play out in financial services? The reality is that AI has been a part of financial services for literally decades, not least as part of the transition from paper-based banking and open outcry trading to mobile banking and algorithmic trading. At its core, AI enhances our ability to leverage the large volumes of data generated in day-to-day business activities. It enables us to identify patterns, make predictions, create rules, automate processes, and to communicate more efficiently. AI capabilities are especially relevant for the financial services sector due to the data-intensive and technology-dependent nature of our industry. There are plenty of growth opportunities across customer risk and operations functions for AI to be used. There are also known and new risks to be addressed, and an obligation to revisit our existing risk management structures to address these. As one of the most digitized sectors, financial services has been an early and keen adopter of AI for many years, and is now at the forefront of embracing the latest version of AI in the form of generative AI. Today, we will hear from government, regulators, law firms, experts, business leaders, and academics, covering competition, opportunities and challenges, evolving laws in the UK, US, EU, and Asia, how to assess and manage the risks of AI in financial services, AI governance and safety in your business, AI and machine learning model risk management. We'll be looking at the quality, governance, privacy issues, and potential of synthetic data and the data sourcing for machine learning. And of course, we'll be looking at the ethical issues and governance of AI. So a super packed agenda today. I'm really looking forward to enjoying this with you. But before we start, if I could just go through a few housekeeping points with you, please. Firstly, I'd like to thank our sponsors, Allen & Overy, Clifford Chance, and Osborne Clarke. Without you, today would not be happening, and we really appreciate your contributions. Thank you. I'd also like to thank our partners, the Association of Governance, Risk and Compliance, GBBC Digital Finance, Tech UK, AI Time Journal, APCC, AIMA, the Realization Group, Unite.ai, and Securities. I'd like delegates, please, to just take note of the fire exits. They seem to be there and there. We're not expecting a fire alarm test today, so if there is an alarm, please make your way through the exits and follow instructions thereafter. Your badges, you've all been issued with a badge today. Can I ask you to make sure that you keep your badge clear and obvious? There are a couple of other events taking place as well, so we need to make sure people are getting to the right events during the day. There is an app. You should have received an email prior to the event, but not to worry. There's a card on your table about downloading the app. The app has got the agenda, it's got connection opportunities, all sorts of things in it. So please do download the app. If you want the Wi-Fi, there's also a card on your table with the Wi-Fi code, and it seems to be working really well, so off you go on that. You'll also find that there is a delegate questionnaire on each seat at the table, and we'd be ever so grateful if you could, during the day, fill that in It really helps the organisers to improve on the event each and every time, and your feedback is truly much appreciated. Today, we are in the room, but we also are streaming. We have some attendees who are participating virtually, so I will refer to them from time to time. Welcome everyone who is virtual. Lovely to see you. So just so that you're aware, we actually do have a bit of a virtual audience as well. So we have a busy morning. We are going to have 2 keynotes and then 2 panels. So I am going to start by introducing our first keynote speaker today. I'm delighted to welcome Dr. Karen Croxon. Karen is the Chief Data and Technology Insights Officer at the Competition and Markets Authority, or CMA, as we like to abbreviate it. Karen is leading the CMA's work on algorithms and online choice architecture, helping design the new digital regulation regime. Very timely. Prior to her current role, Karen worked at the UK Financial Conduct Authority in the role of Deputy Chief Economist and Head of Economics, Data Science and Behavioural Science. And I think we've heard from Karen in her previous role last year as well. Please join me in welcoming Karen to the stage. Super.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks so much, Vivian. It's a real pleasure to be here. I was, as Vivian said, I represented the FCA, I think, at this event last year, and enjoyed the sessions very much, including some very stimulating conversation over lunch. So if I'm lucky, I'll check in with things after my discussion, but I hope to catch a few of you in side conversation over coffee or lunch as well. So thanks very much for this invitation. Obviously, these discussions are important, topical and timely for all the reasons that Vivian, you outlined there. I am going to cover 3 things in about 10 minutes or so. I'm going to first share a little bit of background just on the CMA, our responsibilities in relation to AI, and some of our capabilities in the space. I'm going to talk about some of our recent work on AI, including our initial review of foundation models. And join up among regulators is vital in this space, increasingly important when you think about technologies like AI. I'm going to say a little bit about some of that, including our work with the Digital Regulation Cooperation Forum here in the UK, as well as our engagement internationally. And along the way, I'll touch a little bit here and there on the relevance of some of this work to financial services and how the CMA gets involved there and the link there to the work on AI. So let me start with a little bit of background on the CMA and the focus. We're a cross-economy agency. Some of you may be very familiar with the CMA, others a little less so. We're tasked with competition and consumer protection across the entire UK economy. Of course, the FCA is going to be the primary body dealing with financial services firms, but the CMA does cover financial services in its work in a few different ways. We are the only UK authority dealing with mergers from a competition perspective, so that's cross-economy. We carry out market studies and investigations, and some of our past investigations have looked at aspects of financial services, including payday lending, retail banking, and investment consultants. And we can also lead from time to time on other aspects of work, including some antitrust and consumer protection issues in the last few years. Now, we've made a significant investment at the CMA in our capability in digital data and AI. We have a dedicated in-house unit, and this is the unit that I lead, called abbreviated to DATA, but it stands for Data Technology and Analytics. This is a very interdisciplinary unit. It combines data scientists, engineers, behavioral scientists, digital forensics, e-discovery specialists. We have our own dedicated internet lab. And quite a few of my colleagues, and it's very much my background as well, are also coming from economics, there's legal expertise. So this is, picture this as quite an interdisciplinary capability, obviously as a complement to the CMA's much wider capabilities and specialisms. And this is, what's the focus here? Well, it's really twofold. Part of this is about understanding how technologies, including AI, are being developed and deployed across the economy, and then really, and this is critical, understanding the implications for our mandate. So what are the implications for consumers? What are the implications for competition? And then, of course, we can be using all of the same advanced technology and large-scale data ourselves as a regulator to operate more effectively and more efficiently. So that is a big focus as well. And these two things are very complementary, of course, because when you use this stuff yourself, then you can better understand its deployment and use across the economy. So this is an investment that is ongoing. I don't think there's any complacency around that, but it's something that already is paying dividends for our work at the CMA, particularly in terms of our ability to meet the demands of some of these very complex technology and digital related cases. So my teams are involved in all of the CMA's digital work, all of the major digital cases that you'll have heard about. And the unit is providing expert input. We're analysing things. We've got capability that we're bringing on topics like, as just one example, fake online reviews, and really just getting under the hood of some of the technology there and the implications. We also co-lead with the Digital Markets Unit at the CMA, which I'll touch on later, the CMA's proactive research and horizon scanning function in relation to emerging technologies, where there's a very clear focus within that program, but it's not an exclusive focus on this, on AI. So I mentioned our Digital Markets Unit. Important to mention this because this is a key element of the capability. It's been set up to receive new powers and establish a new regime for ex-ante regulation of the most strategically significant firms in the digital space here in the UK. And AI is important across all of our work, across all of the CMA's mandate. I'm going to touch in a moment on a little bit of that work and just click into that for you, our initial review of foundation models, which we published in September. But more generally, we're looking forward to ongoing work with government and other regulators, and obviously, industry and stakeholders across the economy to make sure that the regulation of these models of AI more generally is pro-innovation, that it really delivers the best outcomes for consumers and businesses and the wider UK economy. So let me turn now to focus on the CMA's work on algorithms and AI specifically. Algorithms are affecting, of course, more and more facets of our day-to-day life, informing and shaping decisions across the economy, determining market outcomes. There are huge potential benefits. All of us are probably interacting, possibly right at this moment, with AI in various ways, our phones, our laptops, lots of applications across the entire economy, and you'll recognize some of the examples here on the left. There are, of course, also some important risks and potential harms when you think about algorithms at large in our economy and in our lives. And on the right here, this is our 2021 CMA discussion paper on algorithms, where we outlined some of the potential considerations, some of the risks for consumers and competition. To give just one example, we touched there on algorithmic collusion. This has been a concern for some time in the competition world. There's an interesting case in the US currently where there's been an allegation that landlords and a software company called RealPage have colluded to raise prices, sort of hike prices up illegally in, I think, what is the student housing sector in a part of the US using RealPage's pricing algorithm. So that's an interesting development. But of course, there are many other potential harms and considerations, and the paper runs through the major ones from our perspective. So algorithmic systems can be investigated and scrutinized. And, as the CMA I mentioned, we been developing capabilities in this space with our data unit. Actually, a really significant amount of the work, if you came and saw what my teams are working on currently, you'd see that a really significant amount of our work is about investigating algorithmic systems. What are we looking for there? Well, how are they being used? What are the outcomes? How are users, could be employees, could be end users interacting with them? What are the consumer or competition concerns? And then right through to, is it possible to design proportionate remedies? What would be the design of such remedies? And we're informing across the piece there with our work. Examples of the kind of work that we've been involved in there are just topically fake and misleading online reviews I mentioned, real-time bidding and ad tech systems, including the technologies and flows of information to market participants that enable this very targeted advertising. How a firm's systems collect, access, and use third-party data, whether that's appropriate, what the internal data governance and controls around that are, and are they sufficient? Anti-competitive self-preferencing through recommender systems and algorithms, but really these are just, this is just a sketch of a few of the topical areas. More generally, as the technologies in our AI develop and are adopted increasingly by firms, we really see the need to carry out this kind of investigative work into algorithmic systems growing, and we're going to need to further develop our capabilities to really continue to be effective in the space. We have a broader market insights and technology scanning program at the CMA where we've been trying to understand a whole variety of different technologies. So, of course, this is very much an ongoing effort. And there's some overlap with AI, but we're also looking at things like connected cars, wearables, blockchain, quantum, AR, VR, and so on. And it was really this broader horizon scanning function that allowed us to identify some time ago now the need to understand foundation AI models further. And these foundation models, these are these very large general machine learning models that are trained on vast amounts of data, can be adapted to a wide range of tasks and operations and applications. And we've all been amazed by some of the capabilities that have been emerging. And Vivian, you touched on this as well, but you could spend a lot of time at this part in a keynote, I think, but let's just say, it's striking that that machines, for instance, can be producing natural, quite compelling, in some cases, natural language at the drop of a hat, or text to image, and of course the frontier is pushing out continually here. On the right, does anybody know who this is? So on the right here, this is a professor at Wharton, professor of innovation and entrepreneurship at Wharton called Ethan Mollick. And he recently tweeted out a clip of himself speaking in German. But the thing is, he doesn't speak German, so he was using AI. And this was a pretty impressive bit of kit from HeyGen, an avatar that basically will translate a video of you with lip syncing immediately into a new language. So something to try out when you have 5 minutes. Now, this is pretty phenomenal. And of course, it's just a quick look here at just one of many, many, many capabilities and applications. But for somebody like myself who studied German for many years and, went and spent, I think, a period of 2 years in Germany, immersed in the, very happy couple of years, immersed in the environment, the culture, to get fluent in that language, it's quite a striking development and quite a profound one in some ways. So just a taste, of course, there are many other applications, and some of them, depending on your lens, will be more or less important. So more generally, these models have enormous potential to drive benefits. I won't repeat Vivian too much here, but even just focusing on the end consumer applications, you have the ability to power chatbots in various ways, create code writing assistants, generate images, and incorporate this technology in software that sits on our computers and can help us with a wide variety of tasks. Could be scientific, administrative, creative. There could be applications across the entire economy. So this is very much a general purpose technology. And of course in financial services. And we've seen a few examples recently with companies like Morgan Stanley experimenting with AI that can help financial advisors. So there's certainly plenty to think about when it comes to AI and foundation, this kind of technology with foundation models, general purpose, as I say, and questions naturally arise as well about market functioning, which is really our focus, about concentration and centralization, as well as consumer protection. So it made sense for us to focus some of our AI work on foundation models specifically. Now, we're committed to contributing to an early shared understanding of developments as they relate to competition and consumer protection, our mandate. And we recently published an initial review of foundation models. Clearly, the benefits of foundation models could be significant, as I say, for people, businesses, and the wider economy, but we believe consumer protection and competition are vital if people are really going to see the fullest benefits from these technologies and avoid harms. What could be the harms? Well, in the very immediate term, harms could arise if consumers are exposed to significant levels of things like false information, AI-enabled fraud, or fake reviews. Over the longer term, if a handful of firms gain or entrench positions of market power and then fail in turn to offer the best products and services or charge high prices, then of course, there can be significant harm there as well. And so it's essential that these outcomes do not arise and that we really ensure that we maximize the potential of this incredible technology for people, businesses, and the economy. And that's very much the spirit and the focus of our initial review. So what are we concluding and proposing? Well, we have proposed a set of principles to guide the development of the market. I'd refer you to the report for the details. I won't go through them, but we are interested in views and feedback. So please, if this does interest you, take a look. But, just to say that we don't see these proposed principles as the final product. This has been a very constructive period of collaborative engagement, and we're now embarked on a significant program of further engagement, both here in the UK, over in the US, and further afield. And we're seeking views on the report and the proposed principles. We are discussing these with a wide variety of stakeholders, consumer groups, representatives from civil society, leading developers and leading deployers of foundation models, academics and other experts, government, and our fellow regulators, including here in the UK, the Digital Regulation, or via the Digital Regulation Cooperation Forum, which brings together ourselves with the ICO, Ofcom, and the FCA. And of course, I mentioned our international focus, so the engagement there with our international counterparts is critical. So our initial review was only possible because of this kind of constructive collaborative input, so that's very much the spirit as we head into the next phase of the work. But of course, we are ready to act where we see a need. And we're going to be publishing an update in March next year on this work, including how the principles have been received and adopted by industry, and reflecting on some of the further developments in the market, because this is a very developing space. One thing I want to just click into for a moment, I want to just stress the importance of regulatory coordination and collaboration when it comes to technologies, when it comes to digital more generally, with technologies like AI certainly. I mentioned the Digital Regulation Cooperation Forum, or DRCF. This was set up by ourselves, Ofcom, FCA, and the ICO, really to deliver a step change in how we coordinate and cooperate as regulators in digital markets, including in relation to AI. And our data unit at the CMA, the unit I lead, has been leading a key DRCF workstream on algorithmic processing for the CMA. Together, now over a couple of years, we've been holding events with academia, industry, the government, and we've spent time together really getting under the hood of some of these developments and sharing thinking and capability on algorithms, including AI. Last year, we published a couple of discussion papers. The first was on algorithmic harms and benefits, and the second was on auditing algorithms and the market for third-party audit. But the work has continued since then apace, and we've continued to share some of our work and thinking publicly. Our current work program builds on the work to date and includes a focus on generative AI, including filling in some gaps and developing that early evidence on key topics such as user understanding and awareness when it comes to generative AI and the adoption and so on. We are looking at further work at looking at assessment of algorithmic systems more broadly, and we're developing and piloting something interesting and I think exciting. We recently announced the DRCF AI and Digital Hub funded by government, and it's an exciting initiative, I think, that's really going to help businesses, including startups, get some coordinated advice from regulators in this space, enabling them to launch new innovative products more quickly and efficiently. And of course, as I say, much of what we do, it has this very international element to it, or even a global dimension. So that cooperation and coordination internationally is more important than ever, including in the AI space. And a couple of points on that, just to say that, of course, we're always working very closely with our counterparts internationally, competition authorities around the world, sharing approaches, knowledge, and expertise. We have international fora like the International Competition Network, or ICN, obviously the OECD, where I'll be speaking tomorrow, G7. These kinds of fora offer great opportunities to really get us together as agencies, and AI increasingly is a key discussion topic in these networks. We are, as the CMA, are participating very actively, and we're excited to be hosting the next ICN annual conference, which is going to be in 2025. There are many other ways that we engage, including bilaterally and deeper engagement on very specific areas of focus, including foundation models. So then just to conclude, AI really cutting across our existing structures, isn't it? And that means that as regulatory agencies, we're going to need to work very closely together, more closely together. We're doing that. The UK is very much a global leader in that, in making sure that agencies are really working well together with a development like the DRCF. But again, no complacency, as I say, very much something to stay focused and trained on. And internationally, cooperation and coordination more important than ever, and we're very active on that front. We've been investing in our own capabilities, which are vital, just like the FCA, and we work very closely with the FCA. We're making sure that we have the capabilities to deal proactively with issues as they come up. And then the role for the CMA when it comes to AI and financial services, I mentioned a couple of the touch points, things outside the regulatory remit, the focus or the powers around mergers. But actually, also when we think about AI and foundation models, obviously they can touch on financial services as well. We've been doing a lot in this space. It's a general purpose technology, and it's certainly going to have applications in financial services. So if we do our job well as the CMA, good competition and consumer protection will then also in turn help in financial services and other areas and right through to customers there of some of these AI-driven products, but also businesses using these models as well. So thank you very much, and I don't know how we're fixed for time, but happy to take questions or catch people for a discussion perhaps in the coffee break. Okay.
Thank you so much, Karen. I'm sorry we don't have time for questions now, but absolutely during the coffee break, you can grab Karen then. That was absolutely jam-packed, and at the risk of sounding like I'm a mega fan, you touched on so many points that I have been enthusing about for a long time, particularly the DRCF, the Digital Regulators Cooperation Forum, that ability and platform for our UK regulators to come together to think about a coherent approach to data is just so critically important, rather than acting in silos, to share experience and expertise and to come up with policy solutions together is absolutely super. Lovely to hear the pro-innovation approach, and it's good to know that our CMA is out there protecting competition and also protecting consumers. The opportunities are vast, but too often they're bad actors and bad practices that need to be addressed. So thank you so much. That was absolutely super. For our next keynote, and I think Karen lined this up perfectly by setting the regulatory scene, we're going to hear from John Byers, who's going to talk about generative AI, the opportunities and challenges for financial services. John is a partner and head of the AI and machine learning team at Osborne Clarke. He is also a frequent writer, commentator, and podcaster on AI-related legal topics. The third edition of his own book on AI and the law was published in September. He also edits an international guide on AI law for Global Legal Media. John is a frequent visitor to Silicon Valley and sits as an expert advisor on the UK All-Party Parliamentary Group, APPG, there you go, on AI, and the University of Durham Bias in AI Research Group. We couldn't ask for a better expert. John, can I please invite you up for your keynote? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vivian, and Karen, for your insights as well. Very, very interesting. I'm going to come at this topic from an AI perspective because I'm an IT AI lawyer, although I do dabble in financial services. So we're going to be looking at the disruptive effect that generative AI is likely to have in the context of the financial services industry, and of course, with that, the challenges and opportunities that that brings. I think it'd be fair to say that it's a topic that straddles the line between science fiction and reality, and I think it sounds like hyperbole, but it's not. It really is going to reshape financial services in remarkable ways that we're going to find difficult to anticipate. So before we delve more deeply into this topic, I should clarify precisely what I mean by generative AI, because I think we're all being subjected to journalistic hyperbole, and there's a lot of talk of generative AI and foundation models without much understanding and realization of what these actually are. So when I talk about generative AI, I'm talking about AI that can generate new content such as text, images, audio or video based on a given input or prompt. And the most well-known example of this today is ChatGPT, which can generate human-like text in response to natural language prompts. Conventionally trained AI and machine learning systems have been in a renaissance period for the last 8 years or so, becoming increasingly capable with increasingly sophisticated use cases, such as automated facial recognition and natural language processing of the kind that you might see on your Alexa speaker. With this increased capability, however, comes increased human effort. These conventional systems tend to be trained on laboriously labeled and curated data sets, which are typically directed at the use case to which they're created. Generative AI systems, on the other hand, are typically based on what are known as foundation models, and Karen did go into this briefly in her talk. These are building block general purpose systems which are trained on vast amounts of publicly accessible data, harvested or scraped, to use the industry vernacular, from the public internet. Current estimates put OpenAI's training data set for ChatGPT at around, well, the latest version of GPT, at around 45 to 60 terabytes of data, or roughly the equivalent of 1 million feet of bookshelf space if you're looking at paper linear space. Later iterations of the GPT engine are likely to increase that exponentially to much greater levels, and we're talking here about petabytes of data rather than terabytes, huge amounts of data. Now, I should add, as an aside, that with this scraping activity comes significant general risk and liability. And I'm not going to propose to comment on this in this keynote, but many of you will have heard about the risks inherent in this activity, including in relation to intellectual property infringement and data protection. Crucially, generative AI systems and the foundation models that they're based on do not need as intensive human involvement in the process to train and curate their data sets. Access to vast amounts of training data have enabled generative AI capabilities that were unheard of even a couple of years ago. ChatGPT and its ilk can now entertain and inform you via text-based conversations which really do feel as if you're talking with another human. We are, however, only scraping the surface of this emergent technology. Chatbots are just the beginning. And with this in mind, I don't know whether any of you sort of picked this up at the latest OpenAI developer event, but they've just announced the creation of an assistance API. And this will enable the creation very quickly of tailored versions of GPT, and they've referred to these as GPTs, essentially assistants into applications. And these AI assistants are going to be capable and will be capable of executing functions within apps and understanding natural language to a tailored purpose, obviously now referred to as autonomous assistants. And they were referred to in the OpenAI developer event by Romain Hewitt, who is one of the, well, at least he was last week, one of the technical people in OpenAI, as baby steps towards the creation of autonomous agents. And obviously the key difference between AI assistants and AI agents is in the level of autonomy that these tools exercise. AI agents take the concept one stage further and are empowered to execute tasks independently and proactively. And I would say, make no mistake, this is the direction of travel for generative AI, and it's likely to have an incredibly disruptive impact on the provision of financial services, as indeed it will in many other sectors and industries. So let me lead you through, this is nothing like a little story or an example, a hypothetical scenario, with apologies in advance to those of you who are Robert Downey Jr. and Iron Man aficionados. So imagine sometime in the not too distant future, you want to check on your personal finances. And let's say you have a personal AI agent installed on your phone, a virtual butler called Jarvis. You verbally ask Jarvis to check your bank account balance and top up your savings account. After checking your investments, you ask Jarvis to report back on new and up-and-coming tech stocks and recommend top picks. You tell Jarvis to invest in a particularly promising company. Meanwhile, Jarvis points out that it's your anniversary shortly, and it's pre-selected a bunch of flowers based on your previous choices and budgets from Marks & Spencer, just in case you'd like to send some. You think a little weekend away in the Cotswolds is in order as well, so you ask Jarvis to find and book a 5-star hotel, as well as a rental car from Hertz. Just then, Jarvis interrupts you to remind you that you need to leave for an appointment with your dentist. Jarvis knows that it's cold outside, so it's pre-started and warmed up your Tesla. Sound like a Hollywood movie? Well, it's much closer than you think. In fact, those baby steps being mentioned by OpenAI may lead to real breakthroughs next year. Billions of dollars are being invested in a gold rush to develop effective autonomous agents around foundation models such as GPT-4. And to give you a couple of examples, Inflection AI recently raised $1.3 billion in June, and their, albeit modest goal at the moment, is to develop a personal assistant which will automatically secure flight and hotel credits after a travel delay. In a similar vein, some of you may have heard of Joshua Browder's company, DoNotPay.com. This is valued at around $210 million, and it uses AI assistants to help you cancel subscriptions and fight electricity and water utilities, etc., for refunds. And actually, we'll get into amusingly, I saw a demo where he had his AI arguing with a utilities chatbot online, and both AIs were arguing with each other, which was very funny. Adept AI, a $415 million startup, has an AI assistant that can navigate enterprise CRM databases far more quickly and efficiently than a human can. And it's not just confined to enterprise use cases. Inevitably, there are open source applications. So AutoGPT, for example, which has been developed on an open source basis, can order a pizza for you. It may sound very prosaic, but you talk to an interface on your computer and it will dial up and find a local pizza joint and order a pizza for you using a voice interface that has been supplied by a business called Twilio. So, of course, the holy grail in all of this is the achievement of effective hyper-personalization of products and recommendations for each individual customer. And by analysing customer data, generative AI models, and of course their agents, can model individual behaviours and needs and then create customised offerings tailored to each person. The thinking is that this will increase customer satisfaction and also enable more effective cross-selling of other products and services. It is, of course, a tremendous opportunity for the financial services industry, but only for those businesses that are visionary enough to invest now to create and adapt their services to reflect these new models. I should point out as well that autonomous agency is not just for front of office operations. It will transform the way in which core back office functions are managed, such as account transfers, address changes, and KYC-related activities, all of which are generally time and labour intensive and which have so far resisted industry attempts at effective automation. Now, clearly there's a race at the moment to market dominance in terms of leading generative AI provision, and autonomous agency is part of the prize. Equally clearly, OpenAI and Microsoft are now leading the pack, and again, one wonders whether it's just Microsoft, given the state of affairs with OpenAI, but there you go. There's no guarantee, as last weekend's events have shown us, that this will remain the status quo. And as always the case with great opportunity, there is great challenge. Those businesses that get it wrong or fail to predict how the market is going to move will likely be marginalised and sidelined. Autonomous agency will inevitably demand even more connectivity between online platforms to enable automated linked transactions, and will inevitably force a rethink in terms of encryption and login solutions. I can already see CIOs at financial services institutions getting migraines at the thought of it. Clearly determining whether or not an agent is authorised to access a customer's personal data and finances is likely only to be one of the first of many granular challenges that will need to be effectively navigated. And that's before we've worked out how to ensure that such agents are properly acting in the best interests of their users. And it's not just autonomous agency that presents challenges for financial services. Inevitably, generative AI is enhancing other AI-enabled technologies, making them even more impressive. Deepfakes have made headlines now for the past couple of years, probably for all of the wrong reasons. Once crude and easily detectable attempts to spoof an individual's image have now spawned ultra-realistic tools that can fake both individual images and voices, even more worryingly, hack biometrics. Synthetic media, as this is alternatively called, is posing an increased threat to bank accounts and confidential corporate information. The US government, through the NSA, FBI, and Cybersecurity and Information Security Agency, recently published a cybersecurity information sheet entitled Contextualizing Deepfake Threats to Organizations, Warning of the Extreme Threats from Synthetic Media. The paper soberingly noted that resulting technological advances in artificial intelligence will erode social trust and disrupt businesses and markets, and I think that's probably an understatement. Linking the growth of autonomous agency with the increased power of synthetic media generation provides a very stark challenge indeed for the financial services industry. How will it be possible to determine whether or not an autonomous agent has authority to act on behalf of a customer? Perhaps even more concerningly, how will it be possible for customers to challenge the unauthorized use of such agents when all authentication measures have been successfully circumvented by bad actors? I don't pretend to have answers to these questions, but that's not to say they should not be considered and addressed now by financial services providers. So where is the industry now, and how are regulators facing off to these existential challenges? Clearly there is movement in a regulatory sense in relation to artificial intelligence, although I have to say I find the pace of that movement somewhat concerning. The European Union is still wrestling with the trilogue of negotiations on its much-vaunted Artificial Intelligence Act, but progress on that measure is currently stalled between the desire of the European Parliament to regulate foundation models and member states such as Germany and France that are very concerned about the cooling effect that such measure is likely to have on innovation within the EU 27 single market. The UK finally managed to publish its much-delayed AI governance white paper in August 2023, some 8 months after the launch of OpenAI's ChatGPT. The approach advocated in that paper is one emphasising flexibility and innovation over top-down linear regulation, with individual regulators being given the flexibility to develop their own regulatory approaches within the constraints of 5 ethical pillars of AI use. Unsurprisingly, there's no mention of the impact of generative AI or indeed foundation models on sector regulation, which is probably due to the fact that it was written and prepared well before the launch of such AI models on the market. Whilst the Bletchley AI Safety Summit last month focused on the existential risks of so-called AI frontier models, there is no evidence that this has influenced the position set out in the UK AI governance white paper, or indeed in relation to any other legislative initiative. In the USA, the Biden administration has passed an executive order on the safe, secure, and trustworthy development and use of AI, principally focused on the executive agencies of the federal government. The order sets out 8 guiding ethical principles, which are loosely aligned to the 5 pillars in the UK AI governance white paper. It does, however, provide a signposting for the way in which the US government intends to treat AI development and procurement going forwards. As for the FCA itself, that regulator has been relatively quiet in terms of its approach to AI technology, whether that's generative or not. In October 22, it published discussion paper 22/4 on safe and responsible AI adoption in conjunction with the PRA and the Bank of England. I think it's safe to say feedback on this consultation was published somewhat inconclusively in October of this year in publication FS2/23. Interestingly, the FCA went out of its way to emphasise in that paper that it was not a basis for any regulatory approach or any future regulatory proposals. So from my perspective, the pace of regulatory initiatives indicates that legislators and regulators have little appreciation or understanding of the need for urgency and the scale of the technological disruption I've just outlined in this short keynote. In fact, the evidence of regulatory movement that we are seeing so far is based on AI paradigms that predate the era of generative AI and ChatGPT. Given the ongoing speed of AI development, I would submit that these initiatives risk becoming marginalised and irrelevant. I do, however, recognise that in reality, those seeking to regulate the technology are in an invidious position. They're still struggling to understand the basic impact of technologies that are continuously evolving and becoming more and more capable. So where does that leave us? As I said earlier, I think the industry is headed for a major shake-up, which at least initially will be driven more by the technology than its regulatory impact. We are going to see some new and innovative market entrants, and some existing players are likely to fall by the wayside. However, the future of financial services is not a foregone conclusion. It's being written now by the decisions we make and the actions we take. The financial services industry must work together with technology leaders, regulators, and the public to ensure that the benefit of generative AI is maximised while properly governing it and planning its risks. Understanding the challenges and working proactively to address them, financial institutions can shape the direction of the technology rather than passively reacting to it, and create a more personalised, efficient, and risk-aware financial environment. In my final words are going to be, though, fasten your seatbelts, it's going to get bumpy. There we go. Thank you.
I think we need to move the stairs to this side. Thank you so much, John, for that absolute tour de force. You talked a bit about the technology, you talked about the opportunities and risks, and you also talked about the regulatory landscape, which helps to put it into context, which is absolutely super. I know we're running a little over time, so we are going to try and make our our break deadline, so we are going to shorten the next two panels slightly, but not too much because we do not want to miss out. So our next panel is on how do financial institutions, clients, and society at large perceive AI, and how does this impact a firm's digital transformation strategy? I'm absolutely delighted to invite our panel moderator, Jane Finnissen-Brown, who is a partner at Allen & Overy, to moderate this panel. Jane specializes in data protection and digital projects and transactions and has worked in this space for over 25 years. I know that because we've been working in a similar space for as long, and Jane continues to be an absolute giant in terms of her expertise. Jane also regularly advises on issues relating to repurposing of data, profiling AI, ad tech, and direct marketing. We know they're all connected. Jane, as I said, is an absolute giant in this space and has been recognized as a leading individual for data protection, privacy, and cybersecurity in Legal 500, and was also awarded Best in Privacy and Data Protection at the 2020 European Women in Business Law Awards. Please join me in welcoming Jane and her panel to the stage for our next session. Thank you.
What did we say?
Thank you so much, Vivian, for that lovely introduction. It's very kind. It's a pleasure to be here this morning, of course, and I must say I have got the most fantastic panel here. So no pressure, chaps, but I will introduce you. So Professor Karsten Maple, so hugely distinguished, as you can see from the screen, the Turing Fellow at the Alan Turing Institute, and also Professor of Cyber Systems Engineering at the University of Warwick. So fingers in two very hot pies at the moment. I don't think you will be out of a job anytime soon with cyber and AI. Andy Thornley, who leads for financial services at Tech UK, so has a fantastic perspective over the entire industry, able to detect trends, talks to people all the time, so very well placed to give us a really good view of the landscape. Thomas Klenke, who is living the dream at Commerzbank, is responsible for AI there. He's managing director, also cluster lead for data and advanced analytics. So very well placed to tell us what it is like in practice to be grappling with some of these challenges. And then finally, last but not least, Matt Quinn from Microsoft. He's the Azure AI and Data Financial Services Specialist Director for Microsoft. So probably have had quite a busy weekend with various decisions that have been made.
Didn't need any drama this weekend.
No drama.
Watching the news.
So the topic, as you can see, covers a number of areas. And as Vivian said, we're going to sort of get through this at pace so that we can catch up a little bit of time. But the first topic that we really wanted to talk about was society's impression of AI, particularly with reference to financial services. So I've thrown up on the board some statistics which came from an Ada Lovelace and Alan Turing combined report. And as you can see, it was a broader report than just financial services, but it did have some interesting stats, and it was from about a year ago. And I thought what was quite interesting, both these and on the next slide, in addition to those at the front of the report, it talked about how people might be more comfortable with AI. And interestingly, as a data lawyer by background, we talk a lot about bias and discrimination and explainability. But really, the respondents to this survey, the most important thing they said was increasing regulation. That was the top score, and sort of having procedures for redress. And also, to one of Karsten's many talents, cyber security and, the security of AI systems. And then at a fourth point came explainability, and fifth was bias. So interesting how, sort of society is perceiving things. So I thought we would start actually, and Carsten, I know you've been heavily involved in a number of these papers, really fascinating academic papers, as well as the more sort of, survey-orientated analysis. And I wondered if you could perhaps do a little bit of scene setting for us as to what you think the key risks, benefits from a societal perspective we should be focusing on.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jane. It's a pleasure to be here today. Of course, one thing I find interesting is we talk about AI, this AI, and it gets very confused, of course. We've had the AI Safety Summit just recently, all over the news, of course, and some people tend to get a bit confused about artificial general intelligence, that machines are becoming sentient, and we've heard all kinds of statements recently from people who are really forerunners in AI. But I just want to say that there are many flavors of AI, and AI is used in everything we do pretty much today. But where we see in financial services where there's some real benefits is AI can really support by analyzing data. That's what machines are best at. That's what they've always been best at, is processing data. So in terms of cost, it's much cheaper to analyze data at scale, huge amounts of scale. We heard today just how many data points were used for the OpenAI system. But in everything that we do, there's masses of processing of data really quickly, much quicker than anybody could do, and I think we all appreciate that. So the cost and scalability is really important, and a key benefit. So too is auditability. So that's different to explainability, which actually is a risk and a challenge. But auditability is because it's digitized, it's just that digitization that helps us keep records, and in fact, AI can help us analyze those audits. But there are significant risks, and there was some great work a couple of years ago from somebody called Cynthia Rudin at Duke University, who I have the pleasure of knowing. She won the 2022 Squirrel Memorial Prize, which is sometimes called the Nobel Prize of AI. It's about $1 million, so it's a similar kind of prize. And she did some work on explainable AI. And it's quite interesting for many of us, me when I did some work on explainable, was looking at these these deep neural networks and then saying, why has it done certain things, and trying to understand. That's not what Cynthia does. What she did is she looked at a technique for deciding whether somebody was going to reoffend. Yeah. So it's used in parole, the COMPASS system in the US. And it was a very advanced model, but not explainable. That's why the risk is explainability. But when there was a typo, it made a different decision. Right. Just a typographic, and that means whether you can be released from prison or not. Well, that can also be true in finance, right? Whether you get a loan or not, it can make a real difference to an individual. So there can be some real individual harms. And some approaches now are much more readable. You can read what the statement is. Yeah. Was it a violent crime? Did you serve more than 5 years, etc.? So explainability is a challenge. Accountability. Hopefully we all remember the Dieselgate scandal. Remember how the vehicles fooled emissions through AI? Well, who's accountable? Was it VW? Was it Bosch? Was it somebody way down the line? And that's because these systems are quite complex. There's AI embedded in a lot of what we do. And of course, on the data side, there's the privacy angle that's been covered this morning. But actually, one thing that's really important is around commercially sensitive data. So I do a lot of work. I work with the Royal Society on privacy-enhancing technologies. But it's more, people get hung up on personal information, which is important, no doubt, and it's regulated well. But if you are an organization, you have to protect your commercial interests as well. And there is commercially sensitive information that may be leaked by AI. And finally, we heard a little bit in the last keynote, one of the risks is democratization of AI. It's fantastic, isn't it, that we can all access OpenAI's ChatGPT. We can have innovation because small businesses can access some levels of AI, but the problem with that is nefarious actors can also access those. So there's a massive change happening at the moment at rapid scale.
Fascinating. And I guess all of these challenges then do sort of pertain to the use cases for financial services and how those are selected and the ways in which AI might be used. And I guess in determining which of those use cases matter, I don't know if you have any thoughts in relation to the whole thorny question of AI ethics and how that helps moderate some of the risks that Carsten has articulated.
I do, and I think there's some important pieces there. I think that the fundamental underlying principle here is almost every tool that humanity has ever invented can also be used as a weapon. So it's not the tool itself that is inherently good or bad, it's how it's used. And I think that's why it's important that regulation comes into this. Yeah. Not necessarily exactly the shape and size of the tool, but the uses that tool comes into place for. And whilst regulation seeks to play catch-up, I think the reality is it's up to us as organisations who want to be seen as trusted to build those reputations, to actually select smartly those use cases. And we can't always predict what the outcomes of those might be. So we have to do that in a kind of a manner that enables us to grow into this. And I think where we see real success is in that crawl, walk, run. Yeah. So organisations looking at what are the lower risk use cases that deliver economic value whilst we build the muscle internally in our organisations to understand the boundaries of this. We are at a point only 12 months after ChatGPT was unleashed in the world, both in the kind of general population's mindset. It was a very real and tangible recognition of the power of AI, where the internet has been using AI to drive which ads you see and which social media posts you do and don't see and how you'll react to them for a couple of decades, but it's kind of hidden under the scene and people didn't really necessarily think about it. It's become front of mind, which I think is important for us as participants in enterprises to think about what the implications are for that, of how we capitalize on that. There is huge opportunities, as we've said, but how do we select the right use cases? And are really seeing in financial services in that enterprise context, the crawl, walk, run. Like what's the horizon one things we can do with relatively low risk that will drive efficiencies and actually can aid compliance. We're seeing a lot of organizations using it for taking call transcripts from call centers to make sure that the right compliance statements were issued. Did the person get all of the underlying warnings about the product they were about to take? Were they given all the correct information, and the fact that we're underwritten by and we're regulated by? How did that happen in that course? I think we can select use cases that have that lower risk first, build the skills, and then start to evolve and grow from there.
Thank you. And in terms of, obviously you're at Microsoft doing it on the front line of helping clients decide how they might deploy AI. Are you seeing business clients, sort of driving towards this? Is there a huge appetite for, the FOMO worry and the desire to sort of, cut costs and so forth, in terms of, to our topic, the client's perception of AI? Are you seeing?
I think that there is, and it's interesting, lots of the demand is coming from the commercial or the business end. So typically as Microsoft, we've engaged with IT historically, and IT has been where the business goes, makes demands and asks for service and capability to be delivered into the enterprise, and then they would work with vendors like ourselves. Yep. I think the interesting thing here is parts of those organizations aren't geared to move quickly and flexibly enough. They're perhaps carrying lots of technical debt. AI is only really powerful when it's fueled by good data that's well managed, accessible, and can be fed into those models. So I think there's a lot of friction in organizations, and there's the need and want to be innovative, to move fast, with financial services kind of baked in for the right reasons, risk aversion and need to be controlled and manage that. And I think that balance is different organization by organization. There's this tipping point of, do we move fast, but we don't want the Wild West? Or do we not move at all and we'll lock everything to the floor and we won't do anything, we won't innovate, we'll struggle. And finding that tipping point is really the important factor, I think, for the organizations that we're working with. But we're seeing a flood of use cases emerge from the business. And actually one of the things that we're helping do is help organizations understand how do they capture all of those use cases and identify how you prioritize them, how you flag them for risk and commercial benefit, and therefore decide which ones to prioritize and to build the organizational muscle around as you learn and embrace AI and embed it into your products and services. And most organizations are starting with simple, consume AI that's baked into products you're already using. See lots of Copilot stuff from us. How do we enable productivity baked into the tools that we use every day to get things moving? Versus how do we enable differentiated AI, which is building new capability in our organizations, making services that weren't economically viable now possible to unlock new opportunity or tackle, meet new objectives that the organization might have to maybe do personalized banking, but at scale rather than just for the super wealthy. Like how do we enable and unlock those scenarios? So I think that the use cases are everywhere.
Yep.
The challenge is how do you see the wood for the trees? How do you whittle that down to the ones that will have the right impact now and which are perhaps longer term? I'll stop waffling.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And Thomas, perhaps I could turn to you. The Bank of England report about a year ago again said that 72% of financial institutions were looking at machine learning in some form or another, which is not surprising because banks have always been very innovative and exciting places, I think, for technology. I just wondered in practice, because with your role of actually doing it in practice for us, could you just reflect on what you think the opportunities are for banks like Commerzbank?
Sure. I mean, as I think has become clear already, there are really opportunities in a whole range of areas in financial institutions and in banks, which we have already sort of really come to see in practice at Commerzbank, and I think also at other institutions. I think the most obvious way also for individuals is to improve customer experience using AI and machine learning, right? I mean, targeting recommendations for products, maybe also employing chatbots, talkbots to reduce waiting times at hotlines and so on. So that's, I think, the most obvious thing for private customers, but there's also a whole lot of other things going on in the background, in the processing, in the back office of banks and financial institutions. There's still a lot of paper-based traffic which comes in, which needs to be processed, and there are now AI-based tools, very powerful AI-based tools to make that much more efficient and faster, or to just automate decisions which haven't really been amenable to automation previously. And last but not least, I think, and this is obviously now specific to financial institutions, a lot of risk management which needs to be done and where AI also can help, right? Improvements in risk detection and fraud detection, even compliance work, I think as was mentioned, money laundering and KYC processes. So it really covers the whole range of our business processes. And looking ahead, and this is, I think, like everyone else is now thinking about, with now the tools, generative AI coming into play, what I would anticipate is that this will, over time, really change the way people work, right? And obviously, I work with a lot of programmers. If you look at the Copilot functionalities now coming into play, that will change, I think, their working lives, or if you are searching for things, or just the human task augmentation topics, which are now possible. So there is really a wide array really permeating the whole organization where AI can help and where we have seen already that it does help in implementations in the last few years. It does come with risks, I think that is clear, and regulations which can and need to be managed. I think there's also, last but not least, I think a sense that this is not really a party you can sit out, right? I mean, this is something which customers expect us to do. Customers expect us to improve customer experience. Efficiencies need to be gained. Competitors are, of course, also moving, traditional financial institutions, but also fintechs. And let's not forget that also in the area of fraud, the bad guys are also doing it, right? So there's also a defensive aspect here. We need to protect ourselves and our customers from fraud and related topics. So if the attackers are using this, we should use it as well to defend ourselves.
Thank you. That's very interesting as to the types of use cases and opportunities that you're perceiving. And just looking at it from a slightly different end of the telescope, what do you think the considerations are between build and buy for financial institutions? Is that something that is a very active debate?
It is. I think with almost every other area of components, you either buy or build. This is also, of course, a discussion with AI. A lot of the times, at least for us, the build option turns out to be the best one. We've got the data, we know the processes, we know how to really target our models so that it fits our needs best. But there is, of course, also a significant buy component. I mean, large language models, obviously, I think it doesn't make sense for every institution to build one themselves. What the hyperscalers offer on their cloud platforms in terms of AI components are very valuable, and we use them in many instances already, and sometimes even end-to-end solutions. So, and this is in some sense comparable to other decisions in buy and build we make. With AI, there is, I think, one key aspect coming into play, which needs special consideration, which is the topic of model governance. So if we decide to use third vendor AI models, there is the question. There are questions like, does the model really work on our data as well as the data the model has been trained on? How can we actually monitor the accuracy and robustness of the model over time in production? What about model transparency and explainability if you don't own the model? And also, what about model change cycles? I mean, are you aligned with when models in the background change and suddenly maybe the whole application might change its behavior, and a whole array of questions. I think they can be tackled, and we are tackling them. It just requires a very different, I think a different ongoing relationship between buyer and vendor, because there needs to be enough transparency, obviously, allowing for IP, but there needs to be an intensive exchange over time to really address this, to really address those issues.
Thank you, Thomas. And I'd like to bring Andy into this now to talk a little bit about the second main question that we have before us, which is how can AI affect digital transformation? And obviously, digital transformation for financial institutions has been somewhat the holy grail. So very lovely words to say. Digital transformation sounds great, but really hard and very challenging with, a plethora of different applications, hugely complicated systems, very big long-term contracts, it's outsourcing vendors, hard to change, a number of different factors playing in, obviously highly regulated environment, et cetera, acquisitions, all sorts of bolt-ons and sticking plasters and so forth, so what are your thoughts, Andy, on digital transformation and how AI may play into this?
Yeah, so just starting at that start that you mentioned before, about 72% of institutions are looking at AI. I really want to know who the 28% are, because if they're not, then they're certainly behind the curve, and at the pace that technology is increasing, that gap grows by the day. So if anyone in the audience is one of those 20%, I'd urge you to maybe have a conversation with colleagues on the panel about that. The digital transformation bit is really super interesting. Our membership, we've got about 1,000 members, which include firms like Microsoft and IBM, and institutions themselves, law firms, but we provide for the existing technology providers, people like SAP and the like, IBM, who provide a lot of core banking mainframe services. Also people like AWS, Google, Microsoft, who provide a lot of the cloud-based services. So we're kind of in the middle of those two pieces. Mainframe's been around for, 20, 30 years, really stable. Any bugs have basically been washed out. And from a resilience point of view, kind of really, really dependable. I know that when public cloud came along, regulators were quite rightly, kind of inquisitive about it, kind of what are the resilience standards, because let's face it, the stability of the UK financial services system is integral to all of our combined success. So we need to make sure that that, kind of is resilient. And I think that that question has been answered, not least because of the critical third-party work going on. But in using some of these services, that digital transformation piece, kind of is expensive and laden with risk as well. It's a bit like the movie Speed, if you think about that. There's a bus going along at 55 miles an hour. You can't stop the bus. And it's a bit like that with digital transformation. You can't say, well, in 3 working days, we're going to have your bank account back up and running, because people have got payments to make and, kind of got wages and all sorts of stuff. So managing that is really difficult. And, I really kind of feel for colleagues like Thomas and others in financial institutions who are grappling with this, about almost that shift between legacy and then, kind of the new opportunities that AI and other tools can bring. I mean, AI doesn't happen in a vacuum, right, either, because there's other technologies, quantum compute, quantum communication. We've got other things like smart data schemes, like open finance. We're expecting something to be announced in the autumn statement tomorrow on that. So, kind of all of these things, that digital transformation piece is more acute now than it's ever been. So that challenge is a huge one, something that we as Tech UK try to bring those people around the table to say, okay, what's the art of the possible, but also, how do we manage that? How do we manage the regulatory risks that are in there through initiatives like the critical third-party regime? And it's a really difficult question to answer. I don't think anyone is able to give that perfect, kind of example, because it will differ from institution to institution. But that digital transformation piece, I'd argue, is absolutely crucial, that if you want to service your customers in the way that they'll expect to be serviced in 5 years' time, if you don't undergo digital transformation, that's going to be much, much harder to do. I think in terms of back-end efficiencies as well, kind of, Carsten, you were talking about, kind of data points and the like, Karen, and when she was at the FCA, colleagues there, getting ever more data returns and having to do ever more reflections upon that. Same with the Bank of England. The only way to do that is by using artificial intelligence. So that digital transformation piece is key to doing that, but it's laden with risk because, kind of, you've gone from a stable piece to something which, kind of, there's unknowns, and, kind of, you have to go through that piece.
And there was an interesting comment, sort of reflecting on our discussions when we were preparing for this panel, about potentially using AI to regenerate old code and rewrite it. And that's an interesting thought, that there is a lot of old software code within financial institution systems, and AI can now be used to bring that up to date.
Yeah, so I was talking to colleagues before this started. A few years ago, everyone said, you need to be a coder. Everyone in the future will be a coder.
Yes.
That's not the case. I mean, if you look at code, it's really structured. You've got things like GitHub that you can train models on. And in fact, kind of our digital team internally at Tech UK, they use things like ChatGPT to help build internal kind of stuff that we do. They say it's not perfect when it comes out, but it gives them something to edit. It saves so much time. And that's only going to improve in the future. So in fact, what we're looking at is how do you get the best out of AI tools rather than how do you code. So I think coding, kind of in the development of software,
yep.
We'll see an acceleration in what we're able to do because of these fantastic tools. And the real key skills of the future are going to be how do you get the most out of it? What are the prompts that you put in, for example?
I think this is an important part. Sorry, unplanned to jump in, but in that space, the two are combined, right? So there is a huge amount of technical and process debt in organizations, systems that were built 20, 30 years ago that maybe weren't designed for the internet era, for the app era, for connected banking, that need modernizing. So how do you use AI to accelerate the modernization of that? And the reality of, there's a statement from about 3 years ago now that 500 million apps will be built in the next 5 years, and we're halfway through that now. Like, that's everything from a little application that solves a business process for me or a task list. The citizen developer empowered by AI to get things done. It's, I'm a comp sci grad, I used to be a developer, so I understand that world. But it's how do we enable more people to be able to create value through building software? I think enabling AI to do that isn't going to eradicate development, but it will change what development means, and it will change the boundaries of how we do that at scale. I think that's where the excitement is, that's where the opportunity is. But again, it does change what does society need. Do we need, millions of comp sci grads, or do we need, people who understand the business process and how to work the tools to deliver a system end to end that takes the data, turns it into insight, and enables us to act? I think that's a real change and shift.
So from the perspective of a financial institution that is in the midst of this maelstrom, what do you think the key foundational issues that they need to consider to sort of kick them off, Matt? Just sort of piggybacking off your remark there.
I think that the key components are looking at where there is constraint in the organisation. Where is there a bottleneck? And this might be around talent, for example. So for developments, how do you attract and retain talent? And the wave of developers that are coming into the market historically aren't going to want to go back and learn COBOL and languages that were built in for systems that were 20, 30 years old. Maybe those systems are out of support, or a vendor that wrote that system no longer exists or has been merged and bought and sold. How do you re-engineer those systems and processes? I think giving the developers the tools to re-engineer those, to build those new technologies, will both help pay down some of that technical debt and transform processes to remove process debt in the organization, but equally will help attract and retain talent into your organization. Ultimately, that's one of the biggest challenges we see with lots of our financial services customers, is the developers feel so constrained by the tool sets and the governance and the lockdown of the environment that they have, they end up frustrated. And it can take 6 to 8 weeks to onboard a new developer. Then it takes 6 to 8 weeks before they write something, and it might be a year before that thing's in production, and they lose excitement in their job and the satisfaction of getting something done, and often they then go, and that starts a huge churn process in the organization. So how do we build that piece where we build technology functions into the organization that get work done, that deliver satisfaction for the people who can build these technologies, and that enables them to be retained, to be valued, to feel like they're getting work done, and to be satisfied in their jobs and want to stay.
Thank you, Matt. So just to move things on to look at the future of financial services and how AI might not only help with digital transformation of current legacy systems and the current environment, but looking at the future, all these interesting initiatives, Andy, that you were referring to about open finance, not just open banking, et cetera, et cetera. Question, could I ask you to reflect a little bit on how you think AI might assist, for that future world?
Yeah, I think one thing that's important, we've talked about a little about how rapid things are changing, and we see this in all technology, to be honest. And across the panel, you've mentioned a few things that will inform the future. So people are worried about fear of missing out. Some businesses, people worried about access to data. There's so much going on at the minute that the technology and the data that fuels the technology is increasing at a rapid rate. The question will be how organisations can integrate that into their systems. And that's one of the key things that I work with some large financial institutions as well as the FCA on one of their expert groups. But the key thing will be is how do we manage, prioritise, as Matt said, where that's used. So we'll see AI increasingly used, most definitely. The question will be around human-machine teaming, and that's where we're not at the right position yet. People don't have strategies. One of the largest banks in the world I spoke to does not have a strategy for human-machine teaming. Right. They might have something, a technology strategy, a digital transformation strategy, but human-machine teaming is going to be really important. If these jobs are going to change, just as Matt said, then we need to think about a pipeline as well. But you've got to think about your workforce that's in there. Because if you go too quickly, you end up getting this friction between your talented work staff and the technology that you use. And we should really be clear that there's different AI, as I said. LLMs are all the rage at the moment for many, many reasons. I've been in the news again on the weekend. There's many aspects of AI, and we have to choose the right tool. So just as you have the right person to do the right job, you need the right AI, and you need the right data to underpin it. And we must be clear that data is gathered at such a phenomenal rate these days. It's not about all of the data. So while there are large language models like OpenAI's ChatGPT that have got loads of parameters and lots of data, can we do equally good with smaller data? And we've just rushed because we can do it with big data. There is a cost to curating the data, to checking the provenance of the data, the governing. Yeah, all that costs. And the thing is, are you getting more benefit? So we need to think the right team in terms of humans. And when we have that plan, that's the one thing that might slow it down a little, because if we rush too fast, you'll end up reliant on AI, not being able to unpick it, and it's not working quite effectively in your team. So what I think is we'll see a definite increase in AI, but not as fast as the technology in the financial sector, in my opinion. But we've got people from banks here.
I would like to emphasize one thing you mentioned, that's the human-machine teaming. So in practice, and we have implemented quite a significant number of use cases at this point at Commerzbank, full-out automation, straight-through processing without human intervention is the exception rather than the rule. It does happen, but most of the time you have a human taking output of a machine learning or AI model and then at the minimum checking it or then processing it onwards. And as you say, I think there are several aspects to that. One is that I think the combination actually, at least at this point in time, really gives, I think, the biggest power of the tool. And it's also a great risk management element, right? Because if you've got a human still looking over it, the human hopefully and usually detects errors the machine made. So also in terms of risk management, this is a very important element. But the human in the loop or human-machine teaming is really, I think, right now a very big feature of AI applications.
Do you think, I was really interested to read in one of your reports actually, Carsten, about how, and it's a very obvious point, but it was just interesting the way it was crystallized in the analysis that you've got algorithms which are obviously used in trading very often and have been for many years, but that then when you sort of combine it with the more advanced AI, removes the element of emotion that can quite often dominate in terms of trading strategies, the fear or the exuberance, the bull market or the etc. And it takes that little bit of human error type factor or herd mentality out of the equation, which is an interesting way of looking at how trading might evolve with the AI being more objective, possibly.
Yeah, it's possible. That's what I said about, you know, the one thing is it depends how explainable the AI is, because it can do things that works out well, but we don't know why. And when situations change, you know, we don't know how to verify AI right now. We can't even do a sort of soft verification in terms of what we could do is run loads of test cases and say, well, it seems to work in every case, because there's just so many different cases now because of the complexity, especially around anything to do with trading, because all the different features. But what it can do, it can offer promise, and I think that's where we need the humans as well in some sense to be monitoring. But not slowing down necessarily. We just need to be aware of that risk. So to be clear, the EU has got, I think, quite a good approach, if not all the detail, in the AI Act, which is risk-based. I think that's an important approach to think. There was a paper that I wrote a couple of years ago in Nature Machine Intelligence, one of the top journals for AI. And a whole bunch of us around the world came together and said, really, what we need to do is have this oversight of AI, so governing AI, and it's big now, but this was a few years ago. But we said you need to assess what the risks are. Yeah, you need to audit and have that oversight, and then you need to adhere to the changing regulatory landscape. So we've had today Karen talking, and she mentioned about the DRCF. You know, that was a great thing for regulators coming together to try and say, here's how we'll do digital regulation. But even in the UK, different people have got, different regulators have got, you know, control and regulatory power. Then you put that into a global context of financial services, and you need to make sure that you're adhering.
Yeah. Well, that is a brilliant segue to our last main topic, which is the role of regulation. So, Andy, what's your thought in terms of the noise that you're hearing in the industry as a whole? You know, obviously we've got the UK doing quite a different approach actually to the EU, and it's very much looking at the edge safety issues. You know, don't fall off a cliff, but other than that, run around and see what you want to do, and let's think about liability later. and then the EU pursuing, obviously, as we were hearing earlier from John, you know, still having a few rows about how we do certain things in the EU, so very fascinating.
Yeah, so I mean, I describe it, again, to use another metaphor, a bit like regulatory Tetris, which is like kind of when things fit into nice verticals, nice market verticals, like that block in Tetris that was like 4 long, and that's brilliant when you've got stuff where it goes in. But when it's sideways and you've got a slot like that, you've got bits which are overhanging or bits where there's gaps. And sometimes with regulating technology across multiple market verticals, you get this phenomenon, and it's not just pertaining to AI, it's other things like, you know, kind of provision of cloud services, and I keep going on about the operational resilience work, but that's another area where it cuts across different areas. So that's the challenge, and then you've got the added challenge of, you know, kind of approach in the EU, you've got approach in the UK, you've got a political dimension to that as well. It becomes quite tricky. John earlier referenced the discussion paper, I think it was 422 for the technical heads, which was around, you know, basically should the FCA, PRA, Bank of England regulate AI? If so, should there be a definition? All these sorts of questions. And it took a year for that feedback statement to come out. Slightly frustrating that it took a year, but when you look at the context of it, in the time of when that discussion paper was issued and when the feedback statement came, we had the Prime Minister announce an AI safety summit where the UK wanted to be a world leader. That hadn't happened when the discussion paper was issued. We've also had the government white paper, which was delayed, but has been issued, and we're expecting a response back by the turn of the year. Again, it's not really in the business of a regulator to preempt what government policy is going to be. So the suspicion is that they've had to sit on their hands for a bit, give the market something, which is a feedback statement summarising those 54 responses, and then wait for something to happen in the new year. We know there's going to be work on an AI sandbox in the new year too, scoping that out. What does industry want from that? What does the regulator want? So we know there's some stuff coming. So whilst it's slightly frustrating, it has been for members, there's kind of reasons why, if that makes sense. I think the really positive thing in that feedback statement was consensus around the responses, that we should be principles-based, outcomes-focused. To your point about, you know, kind of risk and monitoring, what can we monitor? We can monitor outcomes. So that's the same type of approach that the FCA has. It's principles-based, outcomes-focused, so we can retain that. But we do need guidance to be issued to industry at pace, so that, you know, kind of colleagues like from Microsoft or AWS or anyone else who's developing systems, products, services using this is confident that the approach and flight path that they're on is the right one, or broadly in the right direction. The last thing that you want, to use the parlance that you had when we had coffee, was you don't want the rug pulled from underneath you. So sure. I think that principles-based, outcomes-focused approach is the right one. That was our response to the government white paper, and we understand from a number of other technology firms and players in this space, that was also their response. So hopefully we're coming to some sort of consensus on this view. And from a policymaker's perspective, it's a lot easier when people agree. When you've got these divergent voices, it makes it hard to make good policy. But when there's an industry view, and, you know, kind of, I'll selfishly say, you know, trade associations are great for doing that sort of stuff. Yep. But that really helps policymakers. So I'm hoping, you know, kind of, and quite confident that we'll land in a good place. We just have to be a little bit more patient.
And of course, there is some excellent guidance already from our other regulators, such as the ICO, and very interesting reports from the CMA and so forth in this area.
Yeah, I think there's also an opportunity for leadership within organisations, right? So to have an opinion about the right use cases for this and bring those to the regulators and inform what does industry need from this. I see Brad Smith is our legal counsel for Microsoft, lobbying for regulation of AI for a number of years. And we've actually published a lot of our internal work for AI ethics and responsible AI principles that we've developed. And we've open sourced those so other organizations can use those to kind of inform their initial thinking and accelerate their need for this. To actually, as you said, through trade bodies, to have that voice for what do we need from regulation to make sure it is a fair, balanced approach, but we can unlock the innovation that is there and the economic gains that we all as a society want to benefit from.
Thomas, from a business perspective, you know, this whole evolving landscape, and I'm conscious the next panel will deal with this much more comprehensively, but is there a sort of business perspective that you sort of look at, well, all these politicians and lawmakers debating things, how does it feel to be on the receiving end?
Well, I mean, regulation, in particular regulation on models is not new to banks, obviously, and financial institutions. And I think a lot of the important considerations have been mentioned. How can we make regulation sufficiently agile in a fast-changing environment? We should make it risk-based, principle-guided, and so on. I think there is one particular aspect I would just like to emphasize, that in the dimension of how do things fit together. I mean, the financial industry obviously is already highly regulated, and in particular, a number of models are already regulated. And what's important, in my opinion, is that those different initiatives fit together, right? So we do have banks supervision. Also, they obviously have already and are addressing AI and machine learning models. We have the EU AI Act developing. How do these things fit together? And I think the Tetris is a nice image. You want to sort of somehow align those things so that things fit together also from a user's and implementer's point of view.
Perfect. Well, maybe we'll just conclude there, more or less. I'll just ask my very distinguished panel just one final thought each from you as to sort of a takeaway point for the audience as to, now, who would like to go first? I might ask.
I'll start at the far end.
Right, okay.
I guess from my perspective, the one piece is that we can sit and wait for regulation to catch up. We can be risk adverse and seek to follow others. I think, to my point a moment ago about leadership, like the opportunity to experiment with low risk, to get started, to learn and build that organizational muscle, to take calculated, constrained, strategic decisions now to invest, learn, grow, crawl, walk, run with this technology. I think it's important to get started, because there's a real risk otherwise that you just kind of perpetually waiting. The regulation will always be playing catch up. There'll always be something next. So finding the right safe way to get started is the most critical factor in my mind.
So I'll use two terms that are used a lot at the moment. So first of all, we need trustworthy AI. And that's really the remit of people who are developing coding, the researchers such as myself, to inform how AI can be trustworthy so that organizations can trust it. But the other term that's often used interchangeably with trustworthy AI is responsible AI, and you mentioned it. I think it's really incumbent upon organizations to ensure the responsible use of AI. So the AI is developed, how you use that is up to you as an organization. That's much more than just a technical solution. So I think responsible use of AI is absolutely paramount. And to ensure that responsible use of AI, it requires collaboration, it requires expertise, it requires regulators getting involved in the conversation, civil society being involved, and academics to work together. And that's what we're trying to do at the University of Warwick and at the Alan Turing Institute.
Thank you. Andy?
I'm going to kind of reflect on something both Carsten and Matt said earlier, which is around kind of where you start from on this. I've worked with banks before, and they're like, oh, we want to meet a load of your members, bring them in, and, kind of with AI solutions, and like, solutions for what? Is that problem statement kind of approach? Like, and if there's any institutions here, kind of considering or on that journey at the moment, that use case approach, what's the problem you're trying to solve, and work backwards from there? The solution might not actually be AI as well. Say it quietly. It might be a change of process or something else. But start at that point, you're much more likely to hit success and provide better outcomes, more risk management and the like, than just saying we need AI and trying to kind of shoehorn it into the service. So I'm just going to reflect on that.
Very good. And Thomas?
I think complementing that, really from a practitioner's point of view, and having been on this journey for the last 5 or 6 years, really implementing AI or bringing in AI to an organization is obviously a process and not an event, right? I mean, you have to start to gain experiences, collect the right skills, identify the right use cases, but then over time also identify how to scale AI and machine learning in the organization, how to put a risk management and governance framework over it, and then also really make it work at scale. It's in the end, it's a business transformation, really covering the whole organization, not just in terms of application, but also in terms of developing. So I think that's just something to keep in mind. It's a marathon and not a sprint, but really worthwhile because there are lots of opportunities in it.
So I just want to say thank you very, very much to my fantastic panel, and thank you all for listening so patiently. And we will now hand over to Vivian. But thank you very much, guys.
Thank you for having us.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Loudest stage in the world.
Thank you so much, Jane, and your outstanding panelists. That was a very rich discussion. Some of the things I was taking away, how to bake AI into existing tools. It has to have an element of interoperability. We're thinking about also the new opportunities and innovations. There are two different use cases. The effect of AI on how we work all together, something to think about. Build versus buy. I just assumed we would buy, but financial services generally starts with build. We tend to build it first. So that's interesting. And the one that sort of gives me a lot of hope, having worked in financial services for over 25 years, we are embedded with legacy. And using AI to regenerate and rewrite old code sounds like magic to me, which is absolutely super. So thank you very much. That was super interesting. Our next panel is on the topic of AI and existing laws, insights into international AI regulatory frameworks, the latest in evolving laws in the UK, US, EU, and Asia. Totally favorite topic of mine. I absolutely love this issue. To lead our keynote and our panelists, I'm delighted to introduce Simon Persoff. Simon is a partner in Clifford Chance's tech group based in London. He has over 2 decades of experience helping clients find positive solutions to complex legal and regulatory challenges, including data protection and privacy, cyber, digital regulation, AI and data ethics, banking secrecy, complex commercial arrangements, IT transformation, transactions, and more. Simon is one of those interesting people who's had an incredibly varied career because prior to joining Clifford Chance, he has worked in-house in regulatory and also as a commercial strategic manager in a number of different roles. So he's had a lot of experience on all sides of the financial services spectrum. Please join me in welcoming Simon and his panel to the stage. Over to you, Simon.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Keynote Panel 2, looking at insights into AI regulatory frameworks and evolving laws within the EU, UK, US, and further afield, and specifically their impact on the financial services sector. A hot topic with new legal and regulatory initiatives being published on an almost weekly basis. And for financial services firms operating in multiple countries, this brings complexities and challenges in terms of compliance, which must be balanced against the opportunities brought by AI. In the past 2 months alone, we've seen the UK AI Summit, the US Executive Order, a French AI Summit, a coup d'etat in a little unknown AI startup over the weekend, and one country which chose to ask GPT-4 to draft its approach to AI regulation, resulting in quite a lot of hallucination on many levels. We've seen financial services regulators issue guidance on the impact of AI on both markets and consumers, and we're almost at the end of trilogue on the EU AI Act. And I'm delighted to be joined by Kai Zenner, who has kindly agreed to take half an hour out of managing all aspects of trilogue for the European Parliament to speak today and give the keynote speech. Kai is Head of Office and Digital Policy Advisor to MEP Axel Voss, coordinator of the European People's Party's group in the European Parliament Committee on Legal Affairs. Describing himself as a digital enthusiast, Kai focuses on AI, data, and the EU's digital transition. Currently, Kai is involved in the political negotiations of the AI Act, AI Liability Directive, e-privacy regulation, and the revision of the GDPR. In his individual capacity, Kai pushes for reforms within the European Parliament and for bringing back the better regulation agenda for EU policymaking. Over to you, Kai.
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. And I think the last point is a really good connection to what I want to say at the very beginning, better regulation and also reforming the European Parliament. You see me today very tired, also very stressed because, as it was mentioned, we are now at the final meters of our negotiations. And again, better regulation and reforming the Parliament, I think it's very obvious right now that we need both. Because there is so much pressure in the last weeks to close the AI Act before the European election, that, let's say, details and the question of overlaps, what we will also talk about in our panel, is not really something that many people care about. And just as one example that I, in my keynote, will also talk a little bit more about are foundation models, where we are now getting new proposals basically every day without any evidence for those proposals, any research and anything. And I think, it's not only a problem for the European Union, but it's really a problem of policy making right now that that we are often not taking our time. Why is it? Maybe this is a first point where I can a little bit trying to explain why there is such a big pressure. Next year in June, there is a European election, as most of you will know, which means basically that our policy making in terms of negotiating different files needs to stop in the last week of February, the first week of February, so the 9th of February. After this day, there's no more time for negotiating because our files would also need to be voted on in the committees, in the COREPER, so in the council. Lawyer linguists would need to go through the legal service, then there need to be translations into 24 different languages, and so on and so on. Which means that, as I just said, we on a technical and on a political level need to stop in the beginning of February. And actually, in order to make February, there needs to be already a political deal just before Christmas. As many of you saw in the news, there is now a so-called political trialogue where all the high-level personnel are meeting and are trying to fix the last problems. And then the technical level, so myself and many others, would have probably around 4 or 5 weeks to fix the last technical things. The big issue is that this already sounds rather ambitious if there would be just one topic on the table, but actually we are talking right now about 4 big issues where we have no clue how to find a middle ground. And because we are talking in our panel more in detail, I would just outline a little bit those 4 points. The first one is high-risk AI systems and use cases. You all saw Annex 3, which is basically, especially with the focus on fundamental rights protection, trying to figure out certain, let's call it areas, and there listing a little bit, rather broad use cases that would in the future classify as high risk. On all those use cases, we have a little bit the problem that, as you saw, the Commission made it, as I also just said, rather broad in order to really capture everything that potentially could be high risk. A huge problem is a lot of not really risky AI system could fall under it, especially a lot of AI systems that are currently also used by you, for example, for fraud protection or anti-fraud protection, for some consumer protection issues, and so on. And suddenly, you would need to fulfill a lot of additional criteria, like human oversight, like technical documentation, non-biased data sets, and so on and so on. And sometimes those things do not make sense, and especially when it comes to transparency and anti-fraud obligations, it's a kind of problem because you should not be transparent in those things, because otherwise those actors that you are trying to mitigate against have, of course, much more insights than they should have. On the other hand, the political groups in the European Parliament that are more on the left side are, of course, also rather concerned if we are making those high-risk use cases too narrow, too specific, that then we are creating certain loopholes that, again, bad actors could use to violate fundamental rights and so on and so on. How to find there the middle ground? Extremely difficult. We would need much more time, but as I underlined already, there is basically no time left, and especially we as EPP, so the conservative group, we are talking a lot with banks, with insurances and so on. You and your colleagues gave us a lot of use cases that I just underlined, two of them that we tried to put in, but yeah, again, due to the pressure, time pressure, there's not really willingness from the other involved actors to now add very specific terms in order to make sure that those commercially fully legal activities are not facing high-risk obligations in the future. So honestly, I don't know how we will continue on those points, but my feeling is it's not looking good, and it will not be a very good AI Act in the end, and it will lead to a lot of, as I just underlined, rather positive use cases suddenly facing rather harsh obligations. Even worse, it's with prohibitions, Article 5. We have a rather broad ban on social scoring that will, because social scoring is not really clear defined, will definitely include a lot of your services that you are currently completely legally offering, and certainly it would be prohibited in the European Union. The same could happen with subliminal techniques, which is going in the advertisement direction, that currently is also rather broadly banned. And we still have a problem with remote biometrical identification, where we, on the one hand, clarified a little bit that simple verification, for example, to open my cell phone, would not fall under it. But again, we have certain use cases like, again, anti-fraud detection that are not really verification, could potentially be covered by identification, and then you could not use it in the future anymore. And again, it's completely prohibited. The only option the Commission would have afterwards, and also national competent authorities and also the banking authorities like the ECB and so on, they could maybe create guidelines. With those guidelines, they could then clarify that exceptionally those and those systems are not falling under this bans. But, well, to be honest, it would at least create high legal uncertainty for the upcoming, let's say, 1-2 years. So also on that, sorry, today I will bring a lot of bad news, at least currently. But yeah, maybe it's also a little bit based on a lack of sleep and really intense negotiations that we have currently in the European Union. And of course, on all those points that I am underlining right now, there's still a chance that we are able to fix it in a good way, or at least some elements. The third point that is highly debated after high-risk use cases and prohibitions are foundation models. We talked a little bit outside the room already about it, and you mentioned that now everywhere in the press you can see a kind of standoff between us in the parliament and especially the French government, which is backing Mistral, their, let's say, potential unicorn for foundation models. The French government has or came to the conclusion that basically every every regulation on foundation models could stop Mistral to catch up with the big shots like DeepMind, like OpenAI, and so on and so on. Personally, this is really now in my personal capacities, I'm not very optimistic that Mistral ever becomes such a big player on foundation models. And for now, just for allowing a potential startup to catch up, and by that allowing no foundation model regulation at all, I think is rather short-sighted. And we were talking with a lot of European industry players about it, and also law firms and think tanks, and they all agree not regulating the model, or let's say what happens upstream, would lead to a situation that you guys, who are basically in all cases downstream actors, so you are using, for example, an OpenAI model and building something on top, but if this model is not at least fulfilling already to a certain extent some of the elements of the AI Act, you will fail to comply with the AI Act. For example, Article 10, anti-discrimination obligations. It's impossible to fulfill for a downstream actor if this downstream actor doesn't get at least information from upstream actors. Again, unfortunately, we as European Parliament are very confused because especially the French government doesn't understand this point or doesn't want to talk with us on this point. And it leads to a really unique situation in the parliament that you have a coalition from communists to far-right, almost Nazi or neo-Nazi groups. All political groups are united. We are all saying, the Greens are saying you are creating a situation which is very bad for civil society. We as conservatives are saying you are killing our European industry. But yeah, so far our prayers and our statements are not really successful in convincing, especially the French government, to reconsider this point. How we will solve that, also very much unclear. My personal fear is that in the end, due to this time pressure, there will be a decision to be taken by parliamentarians like my boss. In the end, do we want an AI Act or do we want an AI Act plus foundation models? If the second option is not acceptable for the Council, maybe some MEPs or maybe a majority of parliamentarians would then opt for an AI Act without foundation models in order to have at least the AI Act. Again, our big fear is that without putting at least information sharing obligations on foundation models and also AI components, we create a system that is not workable and again would lead, especially for European smaller players and downstream players, to a kind of impossible legal obligations to fulfill. So also there, completely uncertainty what the status quo is or where we are heading, with a big risk ahead. And the fourth point, we will also talk a little bit about it, that is still on the table, is governance and enforcement. As you all know, and I think there I'm or we are all rather united, the GDPR, even though it has a lot of good points in it, concepts in it, has at least one big issue, which is enforcement and different interpretations in all the different member states, 27 different interpretations, for example, of bias, completely unclear what is pseudo-anonymization, and so on and so on. Those things we as European Parliament tried to fix a little bit in the AI Act by centralizing enforcement and governance. For example, we wanted to have the AI office at least as coordinating actor that is trying to harmonize and streamline those interpretations that I just underlined, at least for the AI ecosystem. Also there, of course, this is clear, it would also happen in the United States and so on. Every time you are trying to centralize something, of course, member states, in our case, do not like it very much. And also there, we have a little bit, I'm blaming today a lot of time France, but also there, I think here in the UK, it's something that is a good scene, and yeah, it's not a problem, but it's really a little bit sad that the French government is convinced that the best thing to do is build a French enforcement body, and with that, they have done their job, kind of. They are completely against any kind of centralization, which will just bring up one example, which will lead again to a huge problem, especially for smaller member states, because experts in machine learning, in foundation models, and so on, are required for enforcement bodies. But how is a country like Bulgaria attract the best talents in foundation models? They can earn 20, 30, 50 times as much at Google or in Microsoft than in the Bulgarian enforcement body. If now we are not even having some centralized body where basically we kind of circumvent the budget problems by bringing in expertise from different member states and also having maybe a little bit of budget that can slightly compete with US big tech by at least having some of the experts in Brussels, we will again create a system that is not really well functioning in all their pieces. Also there, it's not really clear how we will find a political deal in the end because of this clear opposition from both sides. And since I'm now almost at the end of my presentation, those 4 points are kind of really impossible to solve right now in a way that makes both sides at least similar unhappy, let's say. So probably, again, what will happen that there will be a huge rush, and in the end, the hard decision, especially for parliamentarians, do we swallow this point, this point, this point, in order to at least have one AI Act in the end that will address a lot of other problems. Maybe just to underline one thing that is extremely interesting to observe and is remote biometrical identification, because this was always #1 priority for the Greens and Social Democrats to have a rather broad prohibition. If they are giving this point up, I think civil society organization will become very active in the next weeks and months, and maybe in the end will share very similar concerns that you are having, that in the end the AI Act is creating a very, very complex system that is in the end causing a lot of legal uncertainty, which is not good for civil society nor for companies. Again, it can also happen that we create a miracle, and in the end we are fixing most of the points in the AI Act, or at least have a legal text that is kind of okayish. But even then, the road, and this is now my final point, the road is not over, and it's extremely important. I will also continue in the panel to raise this point, that you are already now extremely aware and extremely active in engaging with the different member states, with the Commission, and so on. Because the AI Act is so much built on harmonized technical standards, CENELEC, ISO, and so on, and there your feedback is really needed. Without your feedback, those technical standards might not be workable. And also guidelines, again, often national competent authorities lack the experience. They lack the experience what banks were doing already for a long time. And we will have the problem that not the banking authorities will be responsible in those member states for the AI Act. It will be different ministries, different authorities. So it's really on you to reach out to those AI Act authorities and share your knowledge. Because even if we manage this miracle now with the negotiations, there are a lot of other points that are extremely crucial to make the whole AI Act in the end work. So my main message is, even after we are maybe coming to a deal, the road or the journey is not over, and you need to be extremely active to make sure that the AI Act works in the end. Maybe I stop here.
Thank you very much, Kai. So Kai's going to join the panel now, and we are joined by some preeminent experts on AI. So firstly, Karen Silverman. Karen is founder and CEO of the Cancelus Group and a global innovator at the World Economic Forum. Also joined by Desi Savova. Desi is a partner in our Paris office, so we'll not take anything personally in terms of feedback on the French position. And Desi's head of our Continental Europe tech group at Clifford Chance. And we're also joined on video, hopefully, any minute now, by Shamit Kondu, who is head of financial services and chief strategy officer at Truera, a California startup focused on making AI trustworthy and transparent. For full biographies, please look at the handout that the organisers have done. So we're now going to launch into a panel discussion. And Kai, I'm going to start with you, and we're going to look at the EU. So some jurisdictions have taken a position that the current regulatory frameworks that already exist are broadly sufficient to deal with AI risk, as long as they're properly enforced. What do you think was the impetus for the introduction of the EU AI Act as a less specialis, rather than just saying, let's put together the quilt of laws and regulations that already exist and just apply them properly?
Yeah, I think in the end it was a political decision that has a lot to do with PR, with public relations, because the European Commission likes very much to present now horizontal legislations, so a kind of silver bullet to address a problem, because again, it's a more easy way to present such a law to the public. And of course, if it's workable, it's a good solution to really have the same standards, the same criteria for all the sectors. Nevertheless, in the European Parliament, and again, it's a bit strange because normally we are not very united in our political views, but on this part, we were from the beginning rather in opposition towards the European Commission. In the legal committee, for example, we proposed, before the AI Act came, a rather United States-like or UK-like approach. We wanted to have a kind of AI Bills of Rights with really high-level, not obligations, but principles, and then complemented by adjustments of sectorial legislation. And this may be combined with an update of our liability rules. We think this would have made much more sense because every sector, every use case has very different context of deployment, of development, and so on and so on. The starting point, therefore, in the AI Act for all of us was completely wrong, as I just outlined. Nevertheless, I think we improved the text a bit, quite a bit, because just to name one example, in Article 8, which is the kind of umbrella article for all following high-risk AI system obligations, we made clear that those obligations should not and cannot be understood literally. For example, the stop button that Article 14, paragraph 2F is now making mandatory for everyone, is not making it mandatory for everyone anymore. What is now being said that it's a kind of general principle, but that needs to make sense in the specific high-risk use case. For example, if you have an eye surgery where Philips has already a rather autonomous robot, basically, that is performing this surgery or operation, they don't need to install a stop button, because studies are showing if a doctor is interfering, the chance of an accident is skyrocketing. So this would be one of the examples where what you see in the AI Act would not apply in all cases. And I think it's a good solution, but a little bit an ugly one, and also one that is maybe creating, again, legal uncertainty, because if you have horizontal rules, everyone thinks they are applicable in all cases, and now we added this kind of mechanism to make sure that this doesn't have negative effects.
Thank you very much. Desi, do you think the EU AI Act is too prescriptive, with the risk of either or both not being able to keep up with the pace of innovation, or maybe even potentially stifling innovation?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Simon. I'm delighted to be with you, delighted to be French too. I should say that actually the letter that was sent by the French government, indeed, on the foundation models position, was also signed by the German government and by the Italian government. Yeah. But I admit that the responsibility lies mainly with the French government. So, to answer your question, Simon, the debate is actually about striking the right balance between protecting people, protecting values, fundamental rights, and mitigating risks on one side, and on the other, indeed, not hindering innovation. And this balance is delicate to reach. The debate that we are seeing currently is actually clear evidence of what I'm saying. Now, the EU has the tradition of regulating. That's about civil law countries. So that's the way we have shaped the digital regulations more generally in Europe. Is it the upcoming AI Act too prescriptive? We shall see, because some of the fundamental topics covered by the draft, actually, as you debated, as Kai was talking about, so we need to see what the end result will be. The EU has been a front runner. We are the first to have gone for a comprehensive, binding, a law applicable to all sectors. Is that the end game? Is this regulation perfect? Probably not. But is it also dealing with risks and issues and challenges society is facing with the development of AI? Clearly, yes. The advantage of having an AI Act in Europe is that actually it triggered a debate around the globe. And every region, and by the way, sectors, may have a different answer as to how AI should be regulated. And should it be regulated in first place? And I know that some of the guests today may have a diverging position. So the position is not the same everywhere. We saw the Biden's executive order 2 weeks ago. We'll see other regions answering and other laws coming. The answer to that question is actually, to me, lies also mainly in the implementation of the AI Act that will be done. Many guidelines will come, standards will be adopted, and international cooperation will take over. I have no doubt that some of the principles in the AI Act will actually correspond to international instruments. And to give a few examples, the AI Pact that has been launched in terms of initiatives in Europe, the Code of Conduct that has been adopted, the G7 Hiroshima Code of Conduct, they all have the same principles, which means that society, businesses, governments, and regulators actually share the same values and the same concern. But are we achieving it in the same way? No. Is it a journey? Clearly, yes.
Thank you. So just interesting to juxtapose the UK position. So we're doing it almost the same as the EU, with the exception we don't have an act. We have a set of principles contained within an AI white paper. And interestingly, the position of the government is to regulate the use of AI rather than the underlying system. Part of the reason for that was this thinking that they can't predict what future use cases would be, and they also recognize the fact that the same underlying system could be high risk for one use case and lower risk for another. There is no intention of creating an overarching regulation of AI law in the UK. Rather, the government expects both sectoral and specialist regulators, so sectoral like the FCA and specialists like the ICO, to use their existing powers. they'll create a statutory obligation for regulators to take into account or have regards to 5 overarching principles, which are not that different from some of the principles which are in the AI Act, within the Hiroshima document and others. And they are safety, security and robustness, transparency and explainability, fairness and accountability. And I think it's fair to say that if you step back and look at all these different regulations and regulatory initiatives out there pretty much globally, they all have their essence the same points, which is that there's an expectation that they can't predict the future. There's a realization that absent any form of government supervision or regulatory supervision, there is a risk of bad outcomes to individuals and potentially bad outcomes to markets, which is particularly important in financial services. Because although a lot of the discussions and debates are focused around the issue of consumer protection, and of course in the UK we have the consumer duty, which is very important here. It's also a matter of market risk. So the FCA, for example, has given a lot of emphasis to the risks of using AI to market integrity, price discovery, transparency and fairness of markets. So that's an area which is often overlooked, but if you are a financial services institution, this will be something that the FCA is as likely to come knocking on your door and discuss as about what you do with your consumers. And if anything, there's an expectation, given the existence of consumer duties and other things, that financial services institutions will probably get it right when it comes to the consumer side of things. But it's fair to say that the FCA doesn't have that level of confidence at the moment that when it comes to market matters, the same kind of appropriate safeguards will be put in place. So turning back to Kai just for very quickly now, when you look at AI Act now reaching the end of trilogue, and I say near the end, I mean, who knows how long it will actually take, how optimistic are you now that you'll strike a good balance between reaping the potential benefits of AI and protecting consumers?
Yeah, so let's say the starting point, as I underlined, for us was really bad. And one thing that we also didn't like was that in the AI white paper, which was basically the proposal, communication from the European Commission 1 year before the AI Act, they had an ecosystem of trust, which is focused on risk mitigation and addressing risk, but also an ecosystem of excellence, which is all about promoting deployment, development of AI. Unfortunately, the second part of this white paper didn't make it in the law. It triggered another communication, which leads now to 27 different AI strategies in the member states. So this was one point that we always criticized in the AI Act. But also there, I think we made progress. We further added or extended the whole points in the regulatory sandboxes chapter, which the finance sector, I think, has already made a lot of good experience. And also there, I think, if those regulatory sandboxes in the different member states get enough funding and are used also by industry, this could potentially help a lot to start really in close dialogue between governments, but also industry. There is very likely also an article in it which should promote real-world testing, so should allow companies to indeed test a little bit their products. There are rather broad exemptions when it comes to research per se, but also open source elements and so on. And I think all of that should help in the end to promote artificial intelligence within the European Union. But a lot, and now going back to my initial point, will really depend on this legal certainty point, because this was one of the main goals of the AI Act, to really make sure that our developers in the European Union have the same rules and know how to develop an AI system. Hopefully, we manage to create this legal certainty. As I was underlining, I have this feeling, especially in the first years, similar to GDPR, we will probably not see a higher legal certainty because all those unclear points. But I would love to be proven wrong. And I think, again, the companies have a huge role to play now in it, because if you guys are actively engaging already now with the enforcement bodies, I think you can maybe achieve that they are reconsidering certain things, and we are coming to a good outcome.
Thank you. It's interesting you juxtapose the position in the GDPR. Legal certainty is very important, but with 27 competing interpretations, I think it's possible that the AI Act may compete with the GDPR for the title of the least harmonizing regulation in the EU. I think it remains to be seen if that is the case or not. Let's turn to other jurisdictions now. So, Karen, if I can first of all ask you about the US. So, in light of the recent executive order, the stated priorities and statements of the FTC and SEC, has the US finally joined the discussion on AI regulation and governance? And where's the energy coming from behind President Biden's executive order?
So yes, I'm happy to say the U.S. has finally joined the conversation in a pretty robust way, I would say. And I should full disclosure, I'm from California, so it's never been so easy to be from California, by the way. But we've been leading in sort of in that role, of trying to get ahead of the conversation, whether that's on privacy or data controls or now artificial intelligence. And I think the U.S. government is taking is trying to take the approach that I think, Kai, you're advocating, and I think the U.K. is now also manifesting, which is, it's very principles-based, it's very sectoral, and it's very much an explicit effort to lead with innovation, but responsible innovation, right? And sort of now finally starting to sort of integrate concepts of governance and responsibility into that innovative purpose and impulse. I will say the energy, and this is just by way of observation, I would say I think a lot of the energy behind the executive order, the timing was very much a function of the UK summit being set and the EU negotiations progressing and the G7 principles coming out. So there were good forcing functions in the system. But the energy that really got the administration going was national security. And I think a real clear focus and voice from that side of the conversation that there was an urgency to this and a priority around this that required a little more coherent and robust response from the White House. So they took the bill, the blueprint for it's not even a Bill of Rights, it's a blueprint for the Bill of Rights, which is non-mandatory but was a really good articulation and really the only articulation in the United States from the citizen's perspective for what individuals ought to expect in their artificial intelligence. And it's very much, I think, as the professor was saying on the last panel, trying to balance sort of the human side of this with the technology side of it, so very much the responsible use of trustworthy technology, which are two sides of the coin. Anyway, so what we should expect in the U.S. process now is a lot of sectoral guidance, research, cross-government efforts at coordinating. We'll see how that goes. We may see some legislation. It's one of the few topics that is actually bipartisan, but we're entering into, as everybody knows, a quite contentious election season, so unclear how that's going to go. What I would not expect is a ton of specific clarity around, we're still going to be looking to other regimes and other schemes to sort of animate a lot of how the public conversation is going to go. So it is extremely relevant to any business or organization, I would say even the states that we're involved with, are looking to see how Europe and the UK and Singapore kind of resolve some of these issues thoughtfully. And you'll see us in the conversation and leading where we can, but mindful that we, with the exception possibly of California, are not likely to be out front from a prescriptive regulation perspective.
Thank you. Let's turn to Singapore now and Shamik. So Shamik, Singapore is often said to be showing a practical approach to AI safety, arguably focusing less on cross-cutting AI regulation and deploying practical solutions to help AI developers through sandboxes, testing and industry initiatives like those led by the Monetary Authority of Singapore. Would you please tell us a bit more about Singapore's approach and lessons that financial services firms may apply as they mature their own AI oversight approach?
Sure. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
I'll do that, but if I may, I just want to make one point which I thought has been missing, at least for this panel, which I've dialed in. It might have been picked up in the previous one. I think there are genuine questions around the need for greater AI regulation more broadly. One thing I would say with my commercial role as a in business development at a startup focused on helping firms adopt AI safely is that there is no other industry in the world that is as prepared to adopt AI safely as financial services. So I do think the conversation is very different for financial services, possibly with the exception, I lie, possibly with the exception of healthcare and maybe one or two of the kind of high safety areas like aviation, etc. But otherwise, existing model risk obligations, existing conduct obligations, duty of care obligations, senior management, SMR, I speak as somebody who was governor at the SMR, that already covers a lot of what most AI laws or suggestions or guidelines want you to do. Not in those words, but it does cover that. Now, with that caveat in mind, what does the Singapore approach consist of? So Singapore does have a cross-cutting industry-wide piece from something called the IMDA, which is partly the Privacy Commission, partly the development agency that promotes AI. But for this audience, I think the two relevant pieces, the three relevant phrases. One is FEAT, it's the Fairness, Ethics, Accountability and Transparency Guidelines. The first of its kind in financial services back in 2018. I was one of the 6 co-authors then, but was from the MAS. The second is Veritas, which goes beyond those guidelines and basically took a bunch of banks, insurers, not just the Singapore ones, but some multiple global ones as well, to try and work through those principles in practical ways. So take a credit lending use case or take a payments use case and illustrate how those principles work or don't work. For example, when you say measure fairness, okay, what exactly should be the considerations even in deciding what dimensions of fairness are important in a particular use case, right? So that's the practical edge you're talking about. There's also a lot of money of the kind, Kai, that you were referring to recently in terms of encouraging firms to use AI, which I believe now some of the EU governments are also providing similar stuff. So there's certainly been a lot of that encouragement. So that's been the second piece. In my view, that's probably the most powerful piece. The third one, very recently, as of last week with the FinTech Festival, is of course trying to do a variation of that for generative AI. Again, probably the first amongst the financial regulators to come up with a very high-level framework. But at the end of this, these are all optional. These are all, not optional, sorry, non-binding frameworks. I think the real value comes in trying to encourage real-life adoption and seeing what works, what doesn't work. Because, and I'll finish with this, back to the UK, Simon, if you look at the actual adoption of AI in financial services, somewhat counterintuitively to my first statement, financial services, despite being the most ready to adopt AI from a regulatory perspective, is one of the least aggressive adopters. It's a very big spender, but as per the FCA and the BOE's own survey, the average bank or insurer, the big ones, have no more than 20 to 30 live applications of AI as of this time last year. And I'll come back to LLMs in a minute or generative AI in a minute. To give some comparison, when I was in one of the UK banks, we had 700 applications in the bank, just 20 to 30 of them using machine learning. And just a fifth of those actually used for critical business processes. So the real regulatory risk to this industry is the risk of not adopting AI, not of doing inadvertent things, because actually there is a lot of existing frameworks. And that's what the Singapore approach has been about, saying we have a whole bunch of safeguards. Let's show how those safeguards, for the most part, without much intervention, can be used to adopt AI sensibly and safely. And along the way, will some mistakes be made? Yes, but if we do them reasonably small scale and in public view, then maybe that might work as well. So that's been the approach. I'll just finish off with one non-financial services point from Singapore, and then I'll stop. And that's something that the IMDA, the cross-country, the cross-sector regulator is looking at. They're moving one step beyond just providing regulatory guidelines to also hopefully starting one of the first AI certification hubs. I know there's one like that coming up in Germany around the Frankfurt and nearabouts, which is basically saying these are the principles now codified into some kind of certification forum where approved certification bodies can actually start approving as well. So that's, again, part of the focus on making it possible for people to adopt AI in an industry that actually probably has most of the guardrails.
Thank you very much. Desi, a lot of the focus is on regulation, which is indeed important. But do you think there's a role for considering ethical responsibility that goes beyond what is legally required?
Yeah, there is a distinction to be made, right? What is legal, what is illegal, but also things which are legal but not necessarily ethical. So the businesses need to answer the question as to how far they want to go. Do they want to have compliance programs in place as far as it concerns AI? Or do they want to go further? And talking about financial services sector, the answer from my point of view is clearly that actually being ethical is equally important, if not more important, than being compliant with the regulations. And when you look at the principles in the regulations, the reality is that they go at the heart of some of the key ethical principles that organizations should be embracing around human-centric, trustworthy, explainable, transparent, non-discriminatory AI systems to be put in place within the organizations. And actually the financial services have been leading on that. We've been working side by side with clients in starting the debate internally and making position and adopting policies, which were adopted well in advance to the AI Act debate that we are now having. So the answer is clearly yes. And if done properly, actually this is also about trust in AI within the organization, but beyond brand building and reputation building. And for the financial services sector, it is absolutely fundamental.
Okay, we've got about 1 minute left. So what we're going to do is we're going to ask the same question to all panelists, and we're going to ask for a really, really quick, almost yes-no response to this. So we've got the UK AI Summit and Rishi Sunak's push for the creation of a UK-hosted AI Safety Institute. Same in France with the French AI Summit and similar aspirations, and the US is planning its own AI Safety Institute. I'd like to ask the panel if there's room for international cooperation, or do they think politics will get in the way? Can we at the very least agree on some core principles or common denominators? So Kai, can I start with you?
Yeah. There I can be positive because, and you mentioned it yourself, if you compare all those different approaches, you will see, and it was also mentioned by my co-panelists, you will see the same terms, you will see the same concepts. And it's often going back to, for example, OECD recommendation, United Nations, and so on and so on. And I think this is really promising. Again, we have the same starting base. Now we have all a little bit of different approaches, policy approaches, but this makes it the same starting base, makes it easier at the end to streamline again our approaches. And I think one thing which is good is now the AI definition, where the European Parliament convinced the others to take over the new OECD definition, which we will then also see in NIST and in many other OECD countries.
Same question, Shamik, what's your view?
Yes, on the aspects around model risk management, which is effectively going to be SR 11.7++ over time. No, on the side of conduct and the power of big companies and privacy, etc.
Okay, Karen.
Yes, I agree with Shamik. I think and Kai. Yes, on the principles. Yes, on certain sort of discrete tasks, and we have not yet articulated the areas where we might see something more mandatory. We're starting to see it a little bit, but to become watch this space.
Desi.
Yes, I think we'll be able to agree on some fundamental principles. We will diverge on some more granular concepts, but I guess that's fine and not the first time in history of humanity.
And my view, for what it's worth, is yes, in terms of the principles, no in terms of any institute, unless, of course, it is headquartered in Paris, probably.
This will have extraterritorial impact.
Indeed.
So watch the AI.
I'd like to thank my panelists for doing such an amazing job today, and hopefully that was interesting to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Simon, for navigating that fascinating discussion, and to all of the panelists as well. You've been a great set of participants and audience this morning. It is time for a coffee break. I know we're running a little bit behind time, so if we could be back here at 12 o'clock on the dot for our next two panels, that would be super. And to our virtual audience, again, we've got 20 minutes to be back at 12 would be terrific. And then we can do the next session before lunch. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you get a chance to do your questionnaires, take the opportunity now. Thank you. Hi, everyone. If we could grab our seats so we can start, please. Thank you. Terrific. Thank you very much. So welcome to everyone in the room, and also welcome to those who are joining us virtually. That coffee break and those delicious little cakes were just the lift we needed before we have our next two panels. Our next panel is a super interesting one, and it's a topic that I feel very strongly about, the difference between AI and generative AI. I think often those two get mushed together, and it's really useful to have that discussion around how different they are, particularly in the context of financial services. For our next panel, I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Martin Goodson. He is the CEO and Chief Scientist at the award-winning firm Evolution AI. Martin is also a former Oxford University scientific researcher. In 2019, he was elected to chair of the Data Science and AI section of the Royal Statistical Society, which is hugely impressive. And he also leads the London Machine Learning Meetup, which is the largest AI and machine learning community in Europe. I'm going to leave Martin to introduce his panelists, and I look forward to the session. Over to you, Martin.
Thank you. And hi, everyone. So, yeah, we're going to talk about really some of the unique challenges that generative AI present when we're trying to implement AI projects, particularly in the financial services industry. So we have a very distinguished panel to help us with this question today. So I'd like to introduce them, starting with Fiona Phillips, who is the Head of Digital IP and Data Legal at UBS. Fiona's had leadership roles in digital legal at various other banks, including HSBC. We have Reza Dilmagani, who's a partner and the head of data science and analytics and AI solutions at Wipro. He's had a number of leadership data science roles in banks such as HSBC, and he's also the author of a large number of technical articles in academic journals on various data science topics. And here, finally, we have Ankit Jain, who is most recently a managing director at SoftServe, but has been a senior director at digital transformation at various banks, including Deutsche Bank. So we have the legal expert, the technical expert, and the digital transformation expert. So first of all, I'd just like to bring the conversation to life a bit and talk about some concrete use cases. So I'd like to ask the panelists if you could talk about some concrete use cases of generative AI in the banking context or in the wider financial services context.
Yeah, maybe I'll start. I think one of the big issues, specifically on the buy side, asset managers, is the asset outflows. So of late, last few months, years or so, there's a lot of money moved, cash moved, asset moved to money market funds and ETFs of the world. So how can kind of AI, generative AI, large language models, or simple AI, machine learning, can help those asset managers to, before my clients think about moving my assets, I should know before that kind of happening, so that I can do the targeted kind of conversation, whether I kind of reduce the performance fees or whether I rebalance the portfolio for the client. The current problem is it's too late whenever the asset is outflows and the asset manager cannot do much about it. So how can AI kind of enable that? And I've worked with a large asset manager, specifically on those kind of models, which enable them at least 20 to 30% probability increase in terms of before they actually move their assets. As an asset manager, I know about it, and then I can do the targeted conversation. So basically, it's preventing customer churn and detection.
Thanks, Ankit. I'd love to ask you specifically, what does generative AI bring to the table? Why is it different? Maybe it would be useful for me to just define generative AI before we go into the depths of this. So generative AI, the difference with this new generation of technologies is that generative AI is able to create information. So traditional AI you might use to classify information, or you may use it to make a prediction. Generative AI creates information, which means particularly when the Transformer paper came out, the Attention is All You Need paper came out in 2017 from Google. the Transformers really allowed, generative AI has been around for years, but the Transformer paper allowed us to use very large data sets to create these large language models and other models, which has really been a game changer. So, I'd like to ask you, why is generative AI changing things for the use case that you
Thank you, Martin. I think you already touched on it. It's because of huge data, which as an industry, and I personally try to do this kind of use case, with less success with simple AI machine learning models. There's a huge proprietary data in a lot of, whether we think about buy side or you think about brokers and dealers. And if we marry that with the large language models, I think the results are great. Obviously, we'll talk about some of those implications, what worked well, what is working well, and importantly, what is not working well. But I think you already touched on it in terms of generative AI, because it can comprehend large data sets, which previous versions of AI couldn't.
Thank you. Fiona?
I think, obviously, the technical capabilities of a Gen AI model are what makes it so exciting. But also, we all know that one of the reasons why Gen AI is so sexy these days, and everybody wants to have done a Gen AI project, is because of ChatGPT, right? I mean, prior to ChatGPT, I would advise a very small portion of the bank on AI, a very professional portion of the bank who understood AI. And suddenly, overnight, your granny's using AI. I mean, that was completely game-changing in terms of appetite for AI. And, we can say that's great for Gen AI. It can also be a great poster child for AI, right? We can use it to say to people, actually, you don't need Gen AI. You can do AI. And from a legal perspective, we had huge issues persuading lawyers to use technology. And then they go away and over the weekend, their child teaches them how to use ChatGPT. What we've learned is if you want to implement legal tech, you need to put it in the hands of their children. And I think, so for us, one of the concrete use cases, we have 11 million documents in our document management system just for legal around the world. If you can mine that, if you can use Gen AI to target that data set, that can be amazing, not just in terms of what does it tell us about what we've advised in the past and not repeating advice, but also predicting things in the future and predicting risk and saying, what does that data set tell us about what might happen in the future for legal risk? And even further than that, if we can use Gen AI to say, okay, lawyers like to write in Latin and language that other people don't understand. If we say, right, a Gen AI tool, take this advice, but write it in the style of a normal person, that could be really groundbreaking in terms of transforming the accessibility of legal advice as well as
intelligence then as a tool to teach lawyers to speak like humans.
Well, not even teaching lawyers to speak like humans, just writing it for them, right? And accepting that maybe we failed at teaching lawyers to speak like humans. Maybe you can never get a lawyer to speak like humans because they're obsessed with Latin. But maybe using Gen AI to say, I can solve this tool. I've done 1,000 plain English exercises or try to persuade them. It's not working. But now there's a tool that we can use to do that. So, yeah.
Great example. Reza?
Yeah. So I'm going to give a couple of examples we are doing as a POC, not a production grade, in different financial institutions. So when we talk about generative AI, we can talk about generation of images, text, or tabular tables. So let's just focus on a language model which generates text. ChatGPT is a good example. One of the use cases which is quite popular is digital assistants or chatbots. So if you ask a typical chatbot a question which is not in the vocabulary of the chatbot, is going to give you a response saying, I don't understand what you mean, or I don't understand the context. So one of the applications we add to the existing chatbot is to add generative AI to the existing chatbots to improve the response and the intelligence of the ordinary chatbots. The second type of use cases is code generation and code testing. So large language models, they've got a huge repository of code, text. So we can use this data in order to generate new code or check existing type of codes for any bugs or problems. So these are the type of applications we see in the banks and financial institutions. They are starting to experiment this type of activities and this type of solutions. Later on, we will have a demo just to show you an example what banks and financial institutions are doing in this space.
Thanks, Reza. So let's talk about the chatbot example. Can you talk to us about a little bit more about the benefits? You know, why would someone use a chatbot? What are the specific use cases? And why is it better to use AI? Why is it better to use generative AI? Why not use humans? You know, what's the context?
So the concept, as I briefly touched on, if you ask an ordinary chatbot, for example, what's the time or what's the temperature right now, it's not going to give you the response. Say, yeah, I don't understand the type of question you are asking. But if you ask this type of questions from a generative AI-backed chatbot, it's going to give you a response. So the response may not be correct. So we are going to touch later on hallucination.
Why would a bank want to deploy a chatbot that gave you the answer to what the temperature is?
But
let's keep it concrete. Why does a bank really care about this? How does it affect the bottom line for a bank?
First,
is it going to save them costs? Or?
It's not the cost. It's more personalization. So if we provide the customer's background to the chatbot, they can provide more personalized response rather than just a template response provided by just ordinary chats. And the second one is empty. So if, let's say, let's consider an insurance company. If you are trying to speak with an ordinary chatbot, you're going to get a just standard response. But if we provide the customer's background to the chatbot, it can provide more personalized response, it can empathy with the customers, and it provides a better experience to the customers.
I mean, I'm going to be slightly skeptical because this sounds like the kind of example that a technologist such as yourself will come up with because it's a great demonstration of the power of the technology. But do the business really care about that? So don't answer that right now. I'm going to come back to that. But that's my viewpoints on that. So I want to ask the audience a question first before we get into that. So can I ask people to put their hands up for these questions? So first question, could you put your hand up if you've been involved in any discussion or planning session for a project in AI, any kind of AI project? Oh, wow, okay, great. Please keep your hand up if you got to the prototype stage and implemented a prototype. Oh, great. Keep your hand up if this was a generative AI project. Keep your hand up if you launched the generative AI project and customers have used it. We have about 7 hands up. Keep your hands up if you trained the neural network that was involved. 1, 2, 3. See my colleague Vincent over there. about 4 hands up. Great. Well, that gives us a really good perspective on the audience. Thank you for that. So we've spoken a little bit about some projects. I've accused Reza of being a little bit superficial in his example of a chatbot. Now I'm going to ask you a deeper question, which is, after we've got through this area that we're in now, clearly we're in an area where we talk about AI, we do some POCs and some prototypes. We haven't got that many generative AI projects in the hands of customers yet. Once we're through this phase, and we've got through all of the obstacles that legal are throwing in front of us, and we've got stuff really working properly, what do we really want to achieve in the next few years? Like, what would you like to achieve in the next 2 years that is going to be transformative for the banks that you work for? Those are the projects that I'd really like us to talk about. And I would love to get the perspective of the audience as well on this. So please put your hand up. Please put your hand up at any time if you have something that you'd like to contribute. But first of all, I'd like to ask the panel that question.
I think, yeah, and one of the reasons that not many hands in terms of the customer experience improvement is because, and I've seen a lot of successful POCs and pilots, but the problem in the industry is how to scale it up, right, for the clear business benefits. I think that is very, very important. So we always think about, it's a great technology, but the technology part of it, the key thing is how it's going to benefit the business, right? The top line, the bottom line, and or risk reduction. So one of the approach which worked, and I'll give an example. So a few months ago, I had a discussion with the COO of a large bank, and he was very excited because obviously Gen AI is a sexy topic. Everyone is talking about it. He said, Ankit, we need to monetize the opportunity. Let's bring all our data together, wherever, like buy side, corporate institution. Let's bring all our AI libraries, whatever we've got. Let's bring all our teams together and let's monetize it. And I thought for 15 seconds, and one quick analogy came to my mind. And I said, I won't take the name, but I said, is it not like I go to, I'm having a kind of, I'm invited 10 guests to my Christmas dinner, and I go to Waitrose or Tesco's or whatever your favorite kind of grocery shop is, and I bring all the ingredients which are available to my home, and then I think about what I'm going to cook and why I'm going to cook. Normally we don't do it. Right? So I think the same approach, we need to first think about what success criteria is. What does success look like? What are my clear business challenges, right? So asset outflows, chatbot, there are a number of those kind of use cases. Let's then work on what data sets which are needed. Let's work on then basically what those business challenges are, and then start delivering those kind of use cases and then scale it up. Once you get some success in those POC, you get wind in your sail. But that is the approach rather than the big bang implementation, which never worked in the past for previous technology and won't in my view, and clearly articulating what are the business benefits to start with.
Thank you. I have to say, I do go to Waitrose and just buy loads of random stuff and take it home and scratch my head and try and figure out what to do with it. Fiona, would you like to give us a good use case?
I personally think the biggest challenge in huge organisations like the ones I've worked in is finding the right information and the right person to speak to. And we waste a huge amount of time trying to do that. So we can talk about specific use case, but that general principle of how do you get to the person and the knowledge that you need, whether that's because I've got a customer on the phone and I want to know, they want to know about Apple stock. I need the information then about Apple stock. I don't want to go away and email it to them 3 days later. Or if I'm a lawyer and someone calls me up, I need to know the answer right away so I don't delay their tech project, right? So I just think, for me, transformative is not necessarily a chatbot because, at a retail end, absolutely we're expecting chatbots to be delivering a mass market service. But at a kind of private bank high end, you're not asking a very wealthy client to talk to a chatbot. But if they're talking to an advisor and at the same time, Gen AI is allowing in the background, maybe it's listening to the call and it's popping up, hey, we've got research on that. Hey, we've got this product here. And it's putting the knowledge or like, you need to speak to this person at the fingertips of the advisors, whether that's internal or customer facing. I think that's game changing. Because it's these huge silos of information. It's all there. All the data's there. All the knowledge is there. All the people are there. But the common challenge is how do you bring the full force of the bank to one client? And how do you put that in the fingertips? So I think if we can do that properly, that's game changing.
If I can quickly kind of on that point, I think that's an issue, right, in terms of having a lot of unstructured data, specifically on the private banking side, because, and I've seen firsthand, when you have like relationship managers and private bankers, they go and pitch high net worth individuals on wealth management side. They don't get enough time because those folks are busy. They are super rich people, right? 10 minutes. So within those 10 minutes, as a private banker, you need to know what that person will be interested in, right? Capital market products or DPM or loans and deposit products. How would you get that intel? I think it's basically going through structured data, which is all over the bank, right? I think Fiona, you touched on really good point.
This use case is a fantastic use case. Aren't there some challenges there? How comfortable would UBS be with giving their private banking clients data to OpenAI, for example, via an API?
Well, I think it's not about giving your customers data that, not saying like, here's an API into my data set. What you're saying is, I need to have as a tool the whole data and knowledge of the bank, as well as the individual experts. So I'm not saying, hey, very wealthy client, have an API into my database. What I'm saying is, if they call me up and a tool's listening to the phone call and they say, I'm interested in Apple stock, then all the information and tools useful to that client will come to me as the advisor, so I can pass on that knowledge, right? It's about saying, you know, how do you augment the advisor to be as knowledgeable as possible based on everything the bank knows and owns and all the expertise it has. So I personally don't think we're saying API into clients. Maybe there's a use case I haven't thought of, but it's about saying how can we tool up the individuals in the bank to be way more effective and to navigate the silos. And we've got a bit of work to do, and there are probably some privacy lawyers in the room who are going to throw stuff at me when I say this, but to break down barriers around that data sharing and to facilitate more data sharing, because we need to be able to use that data where it's appropriate in different circumstances to where it was originally collected and stored.
So in concrete terms, how can we break down those barriers to data sharing? And did somebody have a question from the audience? Or does anyone have a comment or any thoughts on how we can break down those barriers to data sharing?
Well, I think, if I can, so let's say, you know, the compliance team is recording phone calls in certain parts of the bank, which they have to for a regulatory purpose. They've got transcripts of phone calls. They've got a data set. Do other people in the bank actually know that those data sets exist? Have you got permission from the right people to use them? Do you need to change your permissions? And are there ways in which you can justify using them perhaps for other risk purposes that you haven't thought about? So I think it's about saying, do we know the data that we have across the different parts of the bank? And have we connected people enough to think about what other use cases they may be useful for? And you can do that in a compliant way. I'm in no means suggesting that, you know, we don't comply with all the laws. I'm just saying you need to also have creative lawyers who can think about facilitating that data transfer and you know, in the best interests of the customer.
I guess with Gen AI, the difference is now, if you'd said, how are we going to do it? If you asked me to design a system that can do exactly what you're talking about 3 years ago, I would have designed a traditional AI-based system, machine learning-based system, based on open source models that you train yourself. Now you have to think about using OpenAI or Anthropic or one of the APIs that's available. So there's a data privacy question that we need to explore. But there's also a question about competitiveness. How can you gain sustainable competitive advantage if you're all using the same APIs? Maybe, Reza, you have
again, just to continue this involvement of the legal department, we recently finished a POC with one of the retail bank's fraud department. The idea was they've got a large contact center, so all the fraud departments. For example, if your credit card or debit card are blocked, you normally pick up the phone, call the bank and say, yeah, why my debit card is blocked. So the POC we did, we passed all the call transcript to the generative AI, just to understand the summary of the conversation between the call agents and the customers, and just try to understand, get a summary of all the pain points or why the customer is complaining about. So we finished this exercise with a couple of sort of a sample transcript. When we try to deploy this in the real fraud department, the legal department right now, we are still in discussion with the legal department, they came back to us and said, yeah, we are not going to give you the permission to pass a call transcript to OpenAI. So the reason probably, if Fiona can comment on it, probably we should have involved the legal people from the very beginning of the project, and also provide some background or education. If they are signing up for something, they should understand what they are signing up for. So maybe, yeah, Fiona can comment, yeah.
Yeah, look, I don't know in your particular example why legal said no. They might have very valid reasons, but I absolutely think you have to involve lawyers at the beginning. And I know no one wants to involve lawyers and it's painful and all of that stuff. But if they're not in the room at the beginning and you have to explain it at the end, it's so much harder. And also there's an education piece there. The more you can bring lawyers into the room and have them see the development and see the data sets and see the controls and checks that you've put in place and work together to come up with, you know, ways to facilitate this and ways to keep it safe and keep it secure and get the right consents and comply with the right laws. You know, there are ways of doing these things, but I think if you go to the lawyer at the end, once you've designed it, you're often going to get a no. And I also think, there's a responsibility on lawyers to educate ourselves about AI. I think we need more lawyers who understand technology and AI, and we're not doing enough, I think, as a legal industry to retool some of our lawyers to understand the technology. So, at UBS, our AI team has a kind of guild where they have regular training sessions. We're making all the lawyers go because, they have to understand it.
Just to kind of add on that point, I think having skin in the game is important for everyone, whether it's legal, risk managers, or technologies and operations, and the business, right? And I don't want to kind of introduce the bureaucracy, but you still need kind of that governance aspect of it, where you have clear rules and responsibility and having skin in the game, and starting involving people from the word go. But Martin, just kind of closing the loop on your point, you asked about whether banks will be open to adopt ChatGPT as is. No, they won't. Because there is a nervousness in the industry that if I reveal my prop data, which is my competitive advantage, right? For example, if you think from wealth management perspective, I have intel of that high net worth individual, right? My competitors won't be, but they are also approaching that high net worth individual. So that's my key. So my data is my key competitiveness. So I'm not comfortable. So I think until this technology matures or I build something of my own, I don't want to customize it to death, but at least something which I can control and govern.
So you're talking about governance at OpenAI, kind of topical. How have the events of the last weekend changed the risk calculations that people will be making?
No, I think that's an important point, and we don't want to speculate what happened and why it happened. But there is a clear kind of thing which is coming out. The governance is the key in terms of how this is governed. Overall AI implementation, how that is aligned with your business strategy, ethics, your regulatory kind of landscape, the compliance element of it, plus the benefits, business benefits. I think that's important to have.
Great. Well, I think, Reza, I think it would be great to take a look at the demo. Have a look at the system that you've been talking about.
If you can see the demo, this is the demo we created for two banks, one for the fraud department, and the other one is for just identifying problematic product and services. So if you choose the first file and press result, the first one, result. So this is a conversation between a customer and the call agent. So let's first listen to the conversation and see. We can ask a couple of questions from generated.
Do you have your forms?
Yeah.
Let me see them.
Is there a problem?
Who told you to get in this line?
You did.
No.
You were standing at the beginning, you directed me.
Okay, but I didn't tell you to get in this line if you're filling out this particular form.
Well, what's
this form
what's
is
the
a
problem?
ZX4.
Let me change it.
You can't. This is not the line for the ZX4. If you're going to fill out the ZX4, you need to have a different form of ID.
What? I'm getting an ID. This is why I'm here.
No,
My wallet was stolen.
I need another set of ID to prove that this is actually you.
How am I supposed to get an ID without an ID? How does the person get an ID in the first place?
I don't know, but I need an ID to pass this form along. I can't just send it along without an ID.
I'm here to get an ID.
No, I need another ID. A separate one.
Like what? Like a birth certificate?
A birth certificate, a
Who
passport.
the hell has a birth certificate?
A student ID. Didn't you go to school? Anything?
Yes, but my wallet was stolen. I don't have anything. I don't have any credit cards. I don't have my ID. Don't you have things on file here?
Yeah, we keep it on file, but we need an ID to access that file.
That's out of control.
I don't understand why this is so complicated for people when they get here. It's just a simple form. I just need an ID.
How long have you been working here?
Actually, too long.
Clearly. Do you have a supervisor or something?
Yeah. You want to see my supervisor?
You
want to see my supervisor?
That. Yeah.
Fine, I'll be right back.
Okay, so obviously this is a fabricated conversation. It's not a real one. But you got the idea. You've got a call agent and a customer. And the first stage is to extract the text of conversation. So normally, when a customer speaks with a contact center, there's a long, sometimes conversations. So you are not interested to go through the entire transcript. You just want to understand the highlight. And obviously, you can create a threshold just to give the highlight. For example, you can say, give me all the calls which the customers are angry. So you can filter the result. So the point for this exercise was to extract the key point of the conversation or understands the topic that the customer complaining about. If you scroll down a little bit, there is a box we can ask any question regarding this conversation. For example, I can say, summarize this conversation. So rather than going through the entire text for text of the conversation, we can ask generative AI just to give us the highlights. Yeah. If you press analyze, yeah, you see it summarized the conversation. So it's very easy for a manager to understand.
Sorry, Reza, can everyone read? No. Okay, so I'm going to tell you. It says, Speaker F is trying to get an ID but does not have the necessary documents. Speaker M explains they need another form of ID, etc., etc. It's a good summary. Yeah.
So we summarize the entire conversation, and the solution provided the highlight of the conversation. And also another advantage, normally the contact center people or the call agents, they have to write a note after the call finished with the customers. Obviously, this takes some time. So with this type of solutions, there is no need for the call agents to provide the summary. So they can automatically just get the summary without typing the summary. Okay. So these are the applications banks and financial institutions doing it.
That's a great example. Summarized conversation is a good example, but I think it's always more interesting to ask the audience to come up with a...
Yeah, feel free to ask any question. You heard the conversation.
Go ahead.
So this summarized conversation, if I was calling a call center, I would go through some passwords, like some initial security, which would be my personal details. In order to summarize this conversation, do you need to send that to OpenAI?
So this is also one of the things...
And therefore, it's back to the point which is where our proof of concept got. It was lots of excitement, but the bit where it fell down, which I think was the same for you with compliance, is my personal data is going over to California, and I don't want that to happen. So I assume this where it sort of...
This is exactly the point. Yeah. Right now we are trying to convince legal department to pass the customer's data to OpenAI. So we pass everything to OpenAI, and the legal department right now, they are not comfortable to give us permissions to pass customers' data to OpenAI.
What options are you looking at to overcome that?
The OpenAI recently announced an enterprise version of OpenAI. They guarantee whatever data you submit to OpenAI is not going to leave the organization. So this is one option, to use enterprise version rather than the publicly available OpenAI.
Do you think that would be enough for your situation?
So it's not going to leave OpenAI's organization?
Whatever, if you buy enterprise version of OpenAI, whatever data you submit to OpenAI, they guarantee is not going to leave the organization.
So, famously stable and well-governed OpenAI. Does it, question over there, and just to let you know, we can really type anything here that you like.
Yeah,
if you have any,
feel free to ask any question.
Does anyone have an example you want to type into the text box?
I was going to throw something else. So, you said 2 points in the question. So, two points in the question.
So my background's a mixture of law, regulation, and tech. So, and I've done startups and kind of crashed and burnt. So some of the conversations here are very similar to some of the machine learning work that was done in 2007, 2008, 2009. So this is a well-trodden path with the legal data containment, data anonymization. So there's quite a lot to build on. I think what's happened here is that we've got a new tech that has then brought in a number of new practitioners who haven't spent 10 years or 15 years working through the same control process.
It's not quite the same. I'm going to have to challenge you a little bit. It's not quite the same, because now if you want to use state-of-the-art algorithms, you have to use an API. And that wasn't the case in 2017, 2010.
No, it wasn't. But the export to APIs was something that was in position. And so, for example, did a lot of work on SAP when they set up the relevant SAP ecosystems, and you had a lot of API interface issues. So if you're inside one domain, you could, and so on and so forth. So this is kind of, it's a continuation, and now everything's API'd. The trust is the core, though. So OpenAI is doing the enterprise version. Microsoft's had this. We've been talking to Microsoft for a long time about this. And a couple of weeks ago, they came out with their Microsoft Enterprise license. And the tweak in there, which I thought was really interesting, was apart from the container, so it's in the Microsoft Azure instance in the Netherlands or Vegas or wherever they host it in the States, they've added a legal indemnity, which I've never seen before, which is 100%, which is a complete indemnity for any secondary infringement suit against yourself for using the IP inside the model, which cleans up the training data problem. And so you can see what Microsoft's doing. They're working their way through the legal layers. So even if you can trust the API, you can't trust the training set. So if you kind of go back to the start, there's a layering, which is what the legal teams are going to work through, which is stepping their way through each of these sequences. So the question I've got is, in kind of working through the problem, how do we constructively build a way of working through all of these layers of requirements so that we can bring the industry together? Because it's only once you've ticked every box you can actually bring people through that journey.
I think, and you're right, we've come across loads of these issues before. It's, it's not impossible to transfer data to other entities, right? We've done it in the past many times. I think what would be really exciting is if someone were building, some kind of AI tool which would help you analyze an AI tool from a legal perspective, right? We know the questions that you have to ask to get to a compliant AI tool. We know the questions you have to ask to transfer data. Why isn't that something we can buy off the shelf? Who's building that? I don't, when we look at the legal tech community, it just doesn't exist, right? And I think hopefully we'll start to get that stuff where we get actual tools that help us to do this stuff quickly, and then, that helps your legal departments feel comfortable that they've gone through the steps. They still might say no if you want to transfer that data to an insecure environment without following the right, legal steps. But I think we could standardize some of the support.
Question over here.
It's really interesting that you saw the solution to the API and security problem as being using the enterprise version of ChatGPT. I don't know if I would trust that after this weekend. But this kind of thing that you're showing here is perfectly buildable with self-hosted open source models. Like, the tech is very, very good in the open source landscape. And that feels like the natural solution for solving the privacy problem and the trust problem. Is that something that you explored when building this?
So we haven't explored yet. In a banking environment, obviously, we have to go with one of the official providers. So if the bank already approved OpenAI, obviously we have to go with OpenAI. There are lots of open source, but open source models normally should be approved in the bank before we can utilize them.
So what would happen if you said, okay, I want to do this project, I want to use Llama 2. I want to use Llama 2 model, been released in the last few months. What would happen?
So again, it should go through this approval process. Any software the banks or financial institutions planning to use, it should go through the approval process. So we can't really use any software or any tool set in the banking environment. We have to use what's already there and what's already approved in the bank. So OpenAI, Azure is already approved. So we are using existing tool set rather than bringing something completely new. We can argue and say, yeah, it's better for the bank to use open source models, but again, it should go through the approval process, and normally it's not an easy process.
Yeah, and sometimes it's, and I don't want to open the cloud debate here, but sometimes it's also influenced who is your strategic cloud provider or providers as well.
I mean, that's a huge problem because OpenAI is not an algorithm. It's a company. So they could be changing the algorithm tomorrow, but because you've agreed with them that they're your vendor, then you can use them. But the open source model, it's going to be a new algorithm. You know it's a new algorithm. Next week it will be Llama 3 or whatever. So doesn't this give a huge advantage to the vendors and really hinder you using open source models when open source is actually, as you rightly say, is the right solution in this case?
Exactly, yeah.
It sounds legal.
100%. It does, right? I mean, I think, for a bank, security and complying with data privacy laws has to be paramount, right? So it is what it is. I agree with you that it gives them an advantage, but I think it's until we get to a place where we can transfer things and feel really comfortable about the security and the data laws, I think that's where we're going to be.
Isn't the thing, though, that if you have an open source model, you don't need to do any transfer. So actually, you're putting the bank at more risk rather than less risk.
Well, I think if you're comfortable transferring and you've assessed the risk, I don't think it's more risk. But I also think there's a way to use these open source models, so I'm actually not writing those off. I don't think it's either or. So yeah.
Great question. Did you have a question? Yeah.
I did, yeah. It was, so I was really interested in, I'm going to call it information architecture, because I think the gentleman earlier talked about these feature stores and marketplaces around, thank you. So my question is probably more about the transformation than about the legal side of it. And we could use this example, or we could use the example that you shared before around knowledge mining and giving people more access to intellectual information around the company and the company's products and services. In terms of scaling this, how do you do it in an efficient way? Because I suppose I'm thinking about the computational load that we're going to create by everyone querying all of our customer calls multiple times looking for satisfaction data or markers of customer vulnerabilities. So when we think about generative AI, what sort of information architectures are we thinking about, or is it too early for that? Is it very similar to these code libraries and things that we've seen in the past?
Cost is absolutely significant for this type of solution. So for POCs is negligible, but if it goes to production, cost is absolutely one of the main factors. And that's why open source is a much better option, because you don't have to pay for every query you make for this type of models. But yeah, the other aspect is to come up with an agreement. Rather than going with let's say, the fixed price model, you simply say, based on the number of queries you make this model, you pay a fixed monthly fee rather than just every query. Depends how large or small the organization is and how powerful they are when they are negotiating with Microsoft to use this type of models.
But is your question around data architecture?
I think you need to, in my view, you need to think about and finalize and sign on the dotted line on the information architecture before you start spending any money on it. POC should be fine, maybe one business line, one region. But if you think about scalability, you need to get your data sorted and information architecture kind of agreed completely, along with the business architecture, along with the function architecture.
So we need new paradigms now with Gen AI for information architecture? Or?
No, I don't think we need to reinvent any wheel. We just basically, whatever we do from any kind of project, we need to get our kind of data sorted and the architecture agreed before you kind of thought about processing.
Generative AI, the user base is massively expanded, and so it's not hidden between an interface layer like a Power BI report or a small number of data scientists in a lab who then productionize it with machine learning ops engineers. Suddenly the whole organization expects to write long string questions in a prompt and interrogate this data, and that's not massively efficient from a cost or a computational power perspective. So
I think, Fiona, you were talking about something earlier.
I think,
similar thing.
I mean, people are exploring things like data mesh, aren't they, right? So they're trying to say kind of, is there an efficient way to package up bits of data that multiple people can use in a compliant way? So we wrap a piece of data, let's say the call recordings for sales quality from compliance, can we wrap them with the reasons we're allowed to use that and have a system where people can go in and access that in different ways, and then we log who's accessed it, and then maybe a previous access fulfills your criteria, so you don't need to do it again. It's much easier said than done, isn't it, in a giant organisation? I mean, it's really, really hard to do that. I don't know if anybody else in the audience has a different solution to kind of data mesh or a different data architecture that you think works better.
Another, just a quick comment regarding the deployability of this model. So most organizations, they haven't really started to come up, we call it MLOps, to deploy these models in a larger scale. So they've got a number of data scientists, they develop these models in their laptops, but the problem happens when you want to take these models from data scientist laptops and productionalize. And that's when the MLOps comes into the play. And having a proper operationalization or MLOps strategy in the bank is very important.
Any other questions from the audience? Okay, I think we should think about wrapping up, but I want to just put one more question to you guys. So I think we all agree that we need your three functions. We need change management, we need digital transformation, we need the technical guys training the models, and we also need legal and governance to deploy a successful project. But there are some things lacking, which are stopping many projects actually being deployed and generating business value. So how can we improve? How can legal improve? How can technology improve? How can digital transformation improve? But I'd like not to ask you those individual questions, but for you to offer your opinions to each other on how things can improve. So Ankit, how can legal improve?
So getting involved early.
This feels like a therapy
session. I know it's risky. You're going to hit me with, on this. No, I think this is lack of kind of change management as well across the organization, getting everyone involved, including legal compliance from the word go, right? And just when we are down the line and when we're near deployment, we get people involved. So getting involved early, understanding what technology is doing, understanding what business strategy is, I think will be the key to drive progress.
Fiona, advice for your colleagues?
I think I would say for my technology colleagues and change colleagues, don't forget about trying to change us. Like it's kind of change the front end and invest in all this tech, but have, like a really clunky old legal team that doesn't have any tech. That doesn't work. So I think if you're going to invest in technology for the business, you have to do it for the risk functions as well.
Reza?
Yeah, and
the last word.
Just one final comment. It's also important to have the support from the senior leadership. So if you speak with a small business part within a bank, and if you don't have the support from somebody influential or senior leadership, it's very difficult to implement this type of solutions in banks. So bringing and having the support from senior leadership is very important.
Thank you very much. Thanks so much. I wish we had more time, but we have to call it a day. So thanks so much, Fiona, Reza, and to Ankit. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. There we go. Thank you very much, Martin, for moderating that excellent and practical session. It was great to get some audience engagement and to see some real live opportunities with regard to AI. And Fiona, I'm with you there as a fellow lawyer. Yes, we could do with some more innovative tech in the legal area as well. I can see that resonated. For our next session, we actually are waiting for one of our panelists who's encountered a travel issue, but not to worry. We're going to proceed with the fabulous Martin Coder, who is going to be moderating panel 4, which is the steps you need to take to manage AI risks, a practitioner's view. Martin, for those of you who don't know him, is the head of AI governance at SWIFT. And we all know SWIFT in the financial services sector. So he's currently overseeing the implementation of an AI governance framework at SWIFT. He has an MSc in artificial intelligence following a 20-year career as a financial services policy and advocacy expert. So he's combining two really important parts there together. And previously, Martin was the head of regulatory strategy at capital markets in the London Stock Exchange. Martin, welcome. Please come up with your panelists, and we look forward to hearing from you. And when Belinda arrives, she'll be joining the panel as well. You guys can use the steps. They're on that side. Okay, you're on the leg stretch. Here we go. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Vivian. Yes, I used to be a lobbyist, used to work a lot in Brussels representing companies in the City of London to the European Commission. But a few years ago, that went out of fashion. I don't know why it went out of fashion to be a British guy doing that job, but it did. Fortunately, hello Belinda, welcome. Fortunately, AI was just coming into fashion. So, we have heard this morning from the policymakers, we have heard from the academics, we have heard from the lawyers, we're going to hear a bit more from the lawyers, and we have heard a lot about Gen AI. But today we have got some experts to take you through sort of the nuts and bolts of understanding those sorts of issues and risks that you need to consider when operationalising AI in a financial service institution or bank specifically. So I'm looking forward to hearing some case studies and some tips and tricks. Without further ado, I think I will hand it over to my panellists to introduce themselves. So perhaps we'll just take it from left to right.
Hello, my name is Jason Maud. I am the Chief Technology Advocate at Starling Bank. It means I go around and talk about Starling Bank's technology and what that technology does. And I'm an engineer by background, so hopefully I will enjoy talking about the virtual nuts and bolts today.
Hi, I'm Miriam. I'm the co-founder and CEO of TitanML. You can tell that I'm in tech because I'm the only person wearing jeans in this room. My background is I started my career as an investment banker, so I was in the financial services, and I've been working in AI for the last couple of years. And what we're doing at TitanML is helping regulated industries deploy secure and better AI applications.
Hello, I'm Belinda Doshi, and I'm the lawyer on the panel. My role is Head of Legal for Data and Digital at Lloyds Banking Group, and I lead a team of lawyers who are advising in all areas of new technologies, including Gen AI.
Fantastic, thank you very much. So in our sort of pre-huddle, we just came up with sort of 3 buckets of areas we wanted to discuss, but we may segue into other ones. We're going to talk a little bit about data quality and provenance, and then talk about productionization and the kind of issues and case studies and sort of tooling you might use to deliver against risk management in that sphere, and then talk about some of the liability issues, which will probably bring us back to the data, I would have thought. So Jason, perhaps I could kick off with you. How do you ensure and manage data quality and provenance in the AI models in your work?
Yeah, so this is a very important question. Much like train network won't run correctly if you don't have rails that are well maintained, so you won't have any AI unless you well maintain your data. Now, data quality maintenance, data improvement, data engineering is never the most glamorous of jobs, and yet it is absolutely vital for the maintenance of AI. If anyone is looking for a career change, I suggest data engineer. It's it's a job that is not going away in the next century. So what do we do in order to make sure that we've got good data? So you have to start with the very basics, which is, does your data actually represent what you think it represents? Basic questions like, we assume that this product will not be available to those under the age of 18. Okay, have you gone through all of the dates of birth of all of your customers and made sure, 1, that they're all there, and 2, that they are all over the age of 18, right? Is the data actually saying what you think it's saying? So going through all of those and making sure that, the things that you think your data is doing, it is actually doing. Then making sure that if you're drawing data from different data sources, which can often happen if you're comparing data from different data sets, that the data represents the same thing in all cases. It's amazing how many different possible interpretations there are of payment date, for example. What exactly does that mean? Well, there are about 500 different interpretations, and the interpretation used will have been picked by a business analyst or engineer at one place, and someone else will have picked something slightly different. So you have to make sure that those definitions are the same, or if they're not the same, then you at least have some sort of mapping in the background that puts them together and says, right, here is the common definition of payment date that we will be using, and have constructed all of that mapping. So you have to, there's a lot of this cleansing work that has to go on at first. So you have to move things through these cleansing steps before you can actually get round to trying to analyze it. Someone in the audience brought up a very good point, I thought, earlier, which is not only do you have to do this with all your input data, you also have to do it with your output data. What are the different classifications of output data you are looking for? And how are you going to classify and record that? That's also very important to consider. what exactly are you looking for? People just go, oh, AI is really exciting, shove a load of data in and we get out some answers. But unless you know what answers you're going to get out, unless you have some sort of, hypothesis of which you want to test with your AI, you can end up generating a huge amount of data and then sitting there and going, what does this all mean?
Fascinating. Well, I think you're underselling it there a bit. I think data engineering sounds very glamorous to me, and not at all like a cleaning job. Sounds like you've got a sort of quite extensive list of sort of checks you want to make, both on input and output level. And as a sort of data scientist, one would know what the sort of best practices in those areas. But are there any sort of established standards one can sort of look to so that you can sort of provide your assurances that you have checked against the sort of list of recognized things that you should be looking for? Not just does the data say what you think it says, but actually sort of...
the recognized data engineering standards. So you've caught me now. No, there probably are, and as a software engineer, I could come up with a list which I'm sure would be agreed with by other software engineers. But now I'm thinking, there should be an official list somewhere. I'm sure someone in the audience will shout out an ISO standard or something that defines how you should make sure your data is clean and of high quality.
I think your answer's a fair one, because there's an issue we come up against a lot in AI policy, is that people are afraid to take action because they don't see that the standards and the laws and all the rest of it are stable or even exist. But in my opinion, they will never be stable, and it will always be an evolution. And this is actually an opportunity. If you have the expertise, you can simply define the standards in your own particular context.
Yes, I mean, it's making sure that you at least have your own standards, if there isn't a common set, is a good idea, so you know what you have to do.
Thank you. Right, so sticking with this topic of the data and issues around it, Belinda, perhaps I might turn to you. I understand that the IP issue is something which is quite important when it comes to the provenance of data, so that you can not cross any red lines there. It was an issue that was discussed earlier this morning. What are the sort of implications and challenges for data provenance when it comes to IP?
Goodness me. So I can speak to that, but perhaps I'll first mention a few words about the legal landscape. I won't go into it in too much detail because it's probably been well trailed earlier in this conference, but it's very much an evolving legal landscape of regulation and also a concern about IP ownership. What I was going to say was there are, in terms of practitioners' roles, I think there are three key areas which I would advise in relation to any legal team who's looking into this. And I would hasten to add, this is at high level, and these views are my own and not necessarily those of Lloyds Banking Group. I think the first one is, and again, looking to things like IP regarding all other forms of liability, it would be leveraging the governance and risk control frameworks that we have in place. Generative AI is just one of many other evolving technologies. And I think just as we've seen with cloud, with mobile apps, with e-commerce, what we should be doing is leveraging those controls that we have in place. And secondly and thirdly, that we should be looking to leverage, the working practices to make the most of this. So close collaboration and also a move towards agility. On the specific question of IP, I think it's important to understand and to work as a legal practitioner, to work with the business and technology, and this goes to my point about collaboration, to understand what IP and data assets are being used and the risks associated with that. Now, my understanding is most people in the banking industry are using enterprise versions, so these are containerized versions of data and IP. So this would be the model that I think from a common sense legal perspective that we would all be supportive of. The main risk of these newer, for example, the open source elements such as ChatGPT, is the risk of contamination with external IP. So what I would say in short is, yes, it is a legal risk, but the best way to do is leverage your existing governance and risk control framework, and for the lawyers to partner with the technologists to understand what you're doing, and at a high level to focus on the use of enterprise versions, so you have containers relating to the data and the IP.
Could I jump in there?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I'd like to make a distinction with what you just said. I think there's actually 3 categories rather than enterprise versus not. So there's, if you're using an API-based model, which we talked about a lot in the previous session, you have 2 ways of calling that API. One is, as you said, the enterprise version, which is when OpenAI pinky promises that they won't train on your data. I mean, when that pinky promise comes from Microsoft, you trust it way more, and it's containerized, and a lot of enterprises are very happy with that. The other way of calling an API is the way you probably use ChatGPT in your personal life, if you do at all, which is you use the personal version, they might train on that data, you don't get that pinky promise. So that's when we run into a lot of issues, and I don't know any enterprise who's actually building applications on that. There is a third method, which is these self-hosted open source models, which is you host it in your own environment. So not just on your containerized environment in Microsoft, but in your actual private cloud or your actual on-prem data centers, which means the data never actually leaves your control at all, and the models are always in your hands. You can inspect them, you can look at what data they're kind of trained on. So when we're thinking about APIs, you're definitely right that we need to always be using that enterprise version.
Yeah.
But if you are super, super sensitive, then looking at in-housing it at all and not using those third parties is that super secure method.
And may I build on that? Because I think just what you've seen there is when we start to talk about it, we very quickly go into actually the detail.
Yeah.
And whenever someone's talking about, in an industry setting, about leveraging generative AI, those of us who are working and practitioners, and obviously I represent someone who's leading a legal team, we're closely working with the business and technologists. There's a lot of detail. What I would say is my practitioner's practical tip for those out in the legal world here is to work very closely with the business to understand exactly, get under the hood of what is being proposed. And in relation to your comment about, I think you used the term pinky promise, I think the real value that lawyers can bring to this is to actually look at the contract terms themselves. And that is critical for the business, so they understand what are the business terms that they're doing business on, what are the guarantees and assurances, and not just in the immediate, but also throughout the supply chain.
Lovely, and thank you for jumping in there, Miriam. We will be moving to the section talking about production and how you deliver solutions to these things. Very interested to look forward to you unpacking what the concept of compressed deep learning is, which is something I read about what your company produces. Before I turn back to Jason, I'm going to give him the opportunity to talk about the role of PET technologies in a minute and how that can address some of the data provenance and quality challenges. Belinda, I totally agree with you about this idea of leveraging the governance that already exists in an organisation.
Yes.
We've heard a lot this morning about how financial services, especially also healthcare and aviation sectors like that, have a lot of sort of governance and controls capacity in place already and the right culture. And I totally agree that working on an interdisciplinary basis is the way forward. But practically, how do you actually get people to work on an interdisciplinary basis? Because it's sort of it's easy to say that, but the security people, the risk people, the lawyers, the data scientists, the product people, they do all have different objectives. So I tend to find that the security people, for example, there are a few trade-offs in all this. The security people are not keen, for example, on producing too much transparency or too much information about models, which isn't really great for explainability and managing liability. It's just one case study.
Yes,
so if you've got any sort of senior guidance for us on how we can actually get people to work together more effectively, I think the audience would value that.
I'm not sure about senior guidance, but high-level thoughts and experiences. And I think this is one where it is all about drawing on the experience in facing into previous technology challenges or business challenges. And dare I say it, those of us who've been around the block for a while can bring a lot to this. Collaboration and, working between silos in large banking groups is an ongoing challenge, and indeed is an ongoing challenge across all our large corporates. But when you have a new technology like generative AI, very much like new technologies as were with cloud or mobile app or e-commerce, the challenge is how do you get all the different people who need to come together. How do you get them to work together? And so much of this isn't actually a technology issue. This is about a business practice issue. I think, how do we get people to work together? So in practice, I mean, it's very easy to talk about collaboration. What does that look like? I think at high level, my observation about what works together is getting multidisciplinary teams together, particularly workshops. And again, I'm not saying anything sort of specific to my particular bank, but something that I've generally observed is that those businesses that make the most progress are those that are able to get the stakeholders in a room, preferably in a sort of workshop format. So, for example, technologists, risk professionals, lawyers, the business, because often the technologist's not, is there too much of a connection between the technologist and the business? Because, of course, the key to this is leveraging the benefits, getting them all together in the room. And then not just on a one-off, but making sure that those are regular interactions and communications. Key to this is it's that good old word communication. Yeah. And I think the other angle, and I think this is one where generative AI, it is slightly different, because what we are seeing is a faster pace. I was reading up this morning, in all the furore about Sam Altman, that we've now got, I think, 100 million ChatGPT users now they've hit within the space of under a year. So I think the key thing here is, yes, this is a new technology, just as we've faced into other new technologies. But I think one of the key challenges is pace and agility. So it's getting those people to work together in workshops, and I think also in terms of proof of concept. And this is about ways, practical ways of working. Yeah. And I'm sure that these two individuals next to me can speak more about this. But it's as much about a change in ways of working to agile methodology, workshops, test and learn, rather than the older formats of technology and business development in terms of requirements. It's a different way of working for all of the teams.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think communications is really a key to this. And I will add to that leadership. I think it makes a difference when you do have the most senior people in the organisation actually get their hands dirty a little bit, rather than just the traditional paradigm of saying, I delegate everything to my subordinates and I trust them to do the right thing, but actually to get the senior leaders involved so that their presence and their sort of will is felt amongst people, and people are incentivized to work together more. Jason, I've been keeping you on hold for a bit too long here, but let's turn a bit more back to the technicalities and the tooling here, because I know you're keen to share some thoughts about the role that PET technologies and synthetic data in particular can play in addressing some of these data issues.
Yes, so synthetic data is, just a quick survey of the room, when I say synthetic data, who knows what I mean? Who understands that term? Cool, most but not all, or some people are too tired to put their hands up. So synthetic data, just to clarify, by this I mean data that it isn't taken from real-world examples, but is generated to look like a real-world example. Now, why might you want to use that? Well, one important use case for something like synthetic data is, say, fraud, detecting fraud, or detecting, money laundering or other types of economic crime using ML models. The reason you need that is because there isn't, luckily, a lot of fraud compared to non-fraud data, right? So there's a danger when you're generating your training data set that if you generate it, if you just put in your a randomized sample of your actual data and say train on this, there's a danger that you will train your model just to spot the particular fraud use cases that are represented by that sample and not fraud in general. So you have to start going, right, well, we need to generate data that looks like fraud but isn't fraud so that we can give our model a wider view of what fraud looks like when it's trained. There is then, of course, a problem of how you do that realistically, right? How you manage to generate data that does look like real data but isn't actually real. There are challenges to that and controls that you need to put around that and risks that you need to avoid. One obvious one is you need to make sure that you don't just generate data that looks exactly the same as what you've already got. Otherwise, you're just going to get the same problem, right? That's one obvious risk that you need to avoid. But then you also need to make sure that when you're generating the synthetic data, and you avoid things like bias, for example. Now, I know we're going to come on to monitoring later, and monitoring and how this how to monitor for things like bias later and so on. But you need to make sure that right up front that any data that you're handing is free of, or contains biases that you want it to contain and not ones that you don't. Right, so that when you train your model and it comes out the other side, it can avoid these biases. Synthetic data is particularly vulnerable to that, in my opinion, because it will, there is a danger that you can just take a very small sample set, then replicate, which contains a bias because it is very small, which can then be replicated, and that bias can infect your model and cause it to make completely bogus decisions.
Would it be fair to say so synthetic data's got tremendous promise, but would it be fair to say that the sort of challenges it's got are similar? I mean, it is generative AI, isn't it? I mean, they are AI models that are synthesizing, generating the data. And so does it share all the same issues as generative AI in terms of having biased outcomes,
sure,
and having privacy issues?
Yes, I mean, the problems it has are that if you're using a generative AI model to generate the synthetic data to feed into another model, then you've got a problem of, well, we've started off with a sample of data that we want to generate synthetic data on. Does that have biases? Then is the generative AI introducing more biases or hallucinating, right? Is it generating hallucinatory things that don't really exist? Then what do we think of our synthetic data set based on those two things? And then how is that affecting the end model? So you've got a long chain of data provenance that you've got to, at every stage, understand what's going on and what things look like and what are the problems or risks that you are facing at that particular stage of the chain.
So kind of like a data interbreeding problem almost. Let's move on to productionization of this stuff. Mariam, perhaps you could tell us a little bit about compressed deep learning and about the kind of models you're working with, and some case studies you might have about how safety challenges are addressed in the production phase.
Sure. So I think for most of, I'll give a bit of context about why we exist, and then that'll inform the rest of the conversation. So we exist to help businesses self-host their language models. So this means they host it within their own cloud, they host it within their own on-prem data centers using open source or their own proprietary models. So our early clients have been in financial institutions, healthcare, government, industries that are very, very, very data conscious and very data secure, and specifically within the Gen AI space within that. So the work that we do is all about how can we make this self-hosting as easy as possible. So self-hosting is when you take a language model off the shelf. In the last panel, they talked about Llama 2. So you might take a Llama 2 model off the shelf, which is essentially an open source version of GPT or ChatGPT. And you post that in your own environment. And what we build is infrastructure to make that as easy as possible. Because what we actually want the ML engineers to be working on, rather than creating infrastructure, is to be focusing on firstly the data, and secondly the modeling, and thirdly also safety and control and hallucinations. So compression is just part of that infrastructure that we build, so that when you deploy an open source language model, it doesn't cost you an arm and a leg. You can get real-time inference. You can deploy it on CPUs instead of having to acquire very expensive GPUs. And all of that infrastructure we've built and that we provide to businesses is so they can deploy these generative AI models in an actually secure way, rather than having to use third-party systems. Now, on the productionization question more generally, we work with a number of large financial institutions. And I would say most businesses are not in that production stage yet. Most people are still in that prototyping and POC phase. And after this weekend's events, and I'm sure most of you weren't following it as closely as I am, and you're probably not chronically online like I am, there were 3 main lessons that I took from it that we can take for how we build our production applications and our production systems. So the first one is about portability. So I think something that this weekend taught us is that the AI landscape is still incredibly early, and we can't be wedding ourselves to providers or architectures because we just don't know what's going to happen. These companies are incredibly unstable, and the research is happening so quickly. So when we're moving to production, something that our clients are starting to think about is how can I build my production system in a way that I can swap out the model for the new latest model, or swap out my OpenAI endpoint for a Llama 2 endpoint if they blow up. So that's the first thing about portability. The second thing that we talk about when we go to production is if you are using these API-based models, to not only look for the enterprise-grade security, but to use them through third parties that you trust. So for example, if I were building an application on top of OpenAI, I would 100% of the time use Azure's endpoint instead of OpenAI's endpoint. For a bunch of reasons. I trust Azure much more than I trust OpenAI. I've got a long existing relationship with them. And secondly, there have been a number of times when OpenAI has gone down and Azure has stayed up because Azure is managed by adults and OpenAI is not. The third thing is about the infrastructure that you need to build up. So in the long term, a lot of our financial institution clients that we're working with believe that using API-based models is a short-term fix while the open source models are catching up and are starting to build their infrastructure that they need in-house to self-host language models. So that means acquiring GPUs, or at least acquiring them through their cloud. It means building up the talent and capabilities internally to be able to train these models on their own data and with their own applications. Because at the end of the day, the only thing that we have as companies that will differentiate us when we build our applications is the data and business knowledge that we have. And long term, we need to be able to control and edit the models according to that business knowledge. And that's the only way that we'll kind of stay ahead. So when it comes to production, portability is very important. Use very, very trusted providers if you are using APIs. And then thirdly, building up the self-hosted infrastructure for the medium to long term are all really good strategies for making sure that we do this in a very safe and responsible way.
Thank you. It sounds like you've got the sort of secret sauce for making these models with high compute power requirements rather work a bit quicker.
I spend a lot of time thinking about it.
Yes. And my understanding is that the trend with these, the next step of the large language model evolution is to get do more with less, and actually for them to have fewer parameters, and therefore this concept of self-hosting becomes even more plausible. This point about portability, I think, is well taken by a financial services audience. I mean, that's the crux of a competitive market, isn't it, to prepare yourselves to be interoperable. Jason, you flagged your monitoring sort of prospects earlier in the panel. Perhaps you could tell us a little bit more about how this is delivered in practice.
Yes, absolutely. Sadly, the regulator does not accept magic box has given us answer as sufficient evidence that you are correctly governing your AIs. So we have to put in place monitoring over all of these models to make sure that they are doing what we think they are doing and what they should be doing. Now, this monitoring comes in lots of different flavors. So first up, there's explicability. When I feed a particular set of customer data into the model and say, I don't know, is this customer fraudulent, or should we give this customer a loan, or what have you, and the machine comes out and says yes or no, again, we can't go back to the customer and just say magic box said yes if they challenge us, right? So we have to be able to explain what's coming out. So as a first basic requirement, you have to be able to go, well, why did the model say that? What decision points did it use to make that decision? Why did it decide that? And so on and so You also have to be able to explain these sort of decisions not just for every individual decision made, but also in aggregate. You know, on balance, the machine is flagging that we should accept loans from or give loans to 50% of our customer base. Is that correct? You know, is that what we expect? And you need to have this this monitoring place, not just as we tested it when we launched it, but as a continuous thing. This needs to be, you need to have a graph up on the wall saying, today the machine learning model said 78% approved, and so on and so on. And that's so that you can monitor its performance over time. You can spot weird things like, oh, it seems to give out many more loans on weekends for some reason when people apply. Why is that? Let's go and have a look at what's going on with the inputs there or its decision-making process. You also need to be able to do that from a governance point of view for questions of when do we need to retrain this model? What are the acceptable outputs of this model between, which bounds should it operate? And if it goes outside those bounds, maybe we need to retrain the model or stop it altogether, take it offline. And these sort of metrics need to be presented to your, your various committees, whoever's looking over and is responsible for overseeing the models. And, then when they get hold of the data and say, well, these models are all performing in bounds, that's fine. This one has gone out of bounds. What's going on here? Let's do a deeper dive into that model or retrain it or take it offline if it's gone completely wild.
And if I may build on that, because I think that's a really important point that segues back to the initial point that I made, which is about leveraging the governance and risk and control framework. I think it's really important. I think that point about the black box or the magic box and monitoring is well made. Before then, as banks with obviously senior management regime responsibilities, our senior people have to be aware, and so there have to be appropriate risk assessments beforehand so that the relevant person who is accountable for the operation of those understands what the risks are, what the risk mitigation strategies are, and what the monitoring framework is. And I think this is one where the lawyers and risk professionals within the room can help to work with the technologists, because I think there's a level of work and engagement that we need to do beforehand, and I think this is the difference with the banking sector, so that the senior manager who's responsible understands what he is taking on and then understands the risk management framework that needs to be put in place to manage that.
And indeed, this actually links to what's in the title of the panel, which is about a question about model risk management for banks. Obviously, banks have been having model risk management policies and units for years and years and years before AI became a thing. Ever since the financial crisis, there were, in fact, some standards for this sort of thing. If you look at SR 11.7 from the Federal Reserve, or the Bank of England has ones, there's ECB ones as well. And I don't know whether it's one we can take on a panel or anyone in the audience would like to answer this one. It's one I still struggle with. I ask everybody I can find about it. Is this question about model risk management traditionally in banks? Where does that end? And responsible AI governance, AI assurance, ethical AI, whatever you want to call it, where does that begin? Is it the same thing by a different label? Where is the intersection? Why is the sort of responsible AI functions not owned by the model risk management people on the whole? So does anyone want to take that one?
So if I may, I think that they should be owned by the model risk management people. I think it is, in many ways it is the same. I think the way it is different is that model risk management of an AI needs to be much more continual. Right, there needs to be the graph on the wall saying today the AI performed like this, today the model performed like this, right? So it isn't just, oh, we reviewed that model on, in April last year, we'll come back in April next year and give it another review to see how it's performing. Because these things can change far faster and they can degrade far faster. So you need to have that continuous monitoring. And if it's still performing in the same way in April next year, that's fine. But if it downgrades very quickly due to an unexpected event, it hits a limit. Systems can hit limits where they suddenly switch behavior. Anyone who's been a database administrator will know that databases can suddenly magically change behavior when they get to a particular volume. And the same thing is true of AI and ML models. There can be the sudden trip where they very quickly change behavior. Straw that broke the camel's back behavior. And you need to have that continual monitoring in place so that then people can go, oh God, what's going on? Let's deal with it quickly. And I think this has to be a paradigm shift, a mind shift in the way that model risk practitioners think about how to review models.
So much more real-time sort of dashboards, as
Yes,
it were.
absolutely.
Right, we've got 5 minutes left. I do want to get onto this question about liability, unless anybody else wants to say anything about model risk management versus responsible AI.
I think there's a comment to be made about how it's the extra things you have to think about with Gen AI specifically. So with Gen AI, there's 2 things that I would broadly flag about. One of them is that we saw over the last year very, very rapid model degradation within the OpenAI API. So there was a paper that was released that in the course of a couple months, the model performance on a particular task went from like 94% to like 6%. With no warning, and it turns out in the background the models were actually being changed. So this is something that those in the Gen AI landscape have already experienced, and so you're completely right about that. Constant monitoring needs to happen. Ideally, if you have an agreement with your provider that they don't change the model without informing you first, or all of these kinds of, or you control it yourself, one of the 2. And the second thing is with Gen AI, the output of the model can change wildly, not just in what the output is, but also the form of the output. So, for example, let's say I want my output to produce JSON, and I need it to produce JSON because it's going into a downstream application that needs to use JSON. That can very, very quickly break. So it's also important to add things like controllers and checkers to make sure that the output of the model is not going to, in output form, break your next step, because we've seen that happen a lot in production pipelines as well.
That's JSON,
Yeah, we certainly
me.
wouldn't want to break.
No, sorry. Although we have a internal module called JSON Derulo, which does this output checking. It's an internal node, but yeah.
No IP issues there.
Right, let's before we get off to lunch, let's get stuck into the hors d'oeuvre of liability issues around this. Belinda, perhaps you could give us an outline of what these kind of concerns are.
Oh, yes, thank you. Liability. It is a huge and important topic, and I think you could very quickly go down into the weeds of complexity. At a high level, obviously, we've got liability relating to IP, so IP infringement issues. We've got liability in relation to data, so whether it's data privacy or the data results. And then thirdly, we've got general liability in terms of what would happen, what are the consequences that flow from using the models, and that could be everything and anything from customers to knock-ons with supply chain. I think to keep it really simple, I think the key thing is, and you've heard here, and actually this is a really good example of the importance of different disciplines working together, and the importance of legal and risk working closely with the technology people. Because it's one thing where you'll be in the room and you'll hear, and I'd open, here people will say, yes, it can do X, it can do Y. Actually, when the technologist is looking at it, they can say, well, actually, look, this database has suddenly changed. There's the way that the AI model is suddenly changing. And I think it's critical to really understand, and when you're working with your suppliers, to understand what are the actual commitments, what is the liability. The final endpoint that I'm going to mention is, of course, I think one of the open challenges, which is when you're working with a lot of providers, I think the reality is some of those liability provisions will be, well, basically you're getting on a take-it-or-leave-it basis. And I think it's really important then that you go back to the governance and risk control framework. In an ideal world, we as, a legal team working with the risk team, with the business and technologists would be able to have cast iron contracts with super strong liability provisions. The reality is, particularly when you're working with, whether it's large providers or you're working with the newer enterprises, the reality is, well, it's take it or leave it. And that's the point where you have to internally then escalate it up and say, look, this is what we've got, these are the risks, how do we manage those? And it could be that we contain it, as in, and by that I mean we limit it to a certain pool of data, it's completely separate, it's a proof of concept. But I think it's very important that when you're working together in the different disciplines, you identify the liability issues, you realise there may be some areas that you can't gap, and you look at the risk mitigation, and then rather at the point of view made of continuous monitoring, that we also monitor the risks relating to that. Right.
So have your red lines in place, basically.
Be aware of them, yes.
Okay, great.
Very briefly, I think you can also enforce those red lines practically with circuit breakers. So you can have systems that monitor performance of models, and if the performance goes wildly outside your assumptions, it just cuts it off.
So if Jason's going to break, it just gets killed at source. Excellent. So I think we discovered that engineering and cleaning is a glamorous job. That leveraging the governance you've already got in place and having good communications and accountability around that is key. That one solution to some of these concerns is the self-hosting paradigm, and bearing in mind that when you're building for operationalization, you need to think about the future and interoperability. The discipline of model risk management is actually something that's quite mature in financial services and can be repurposed for responsible AI purposes. And then when it comes to containing liability, I think you need to be pretty clear about what your risks are and identifying and recording them. So I think we probably don't have any time for questions, but we all need to eat, so we're probably not going to run away if you want to call it any of the panel. Otherwise, thank you very much for your listening to this panel.
Thank you very much, Martin, and thank you for the excellent summary. That saved me, which is absolutely super. We are going to break for lunch now, but of course there's an opportunity to ask our panelists any questions over lunch. We will reconvene at 2:30. So for our online guests, 2:30 p.m. we will restart in here. And again, just a quick reminder about your questionnaires. Always good to fill them in for them after the morning is done, before the afternoon begins. I hope you've enjoyed the sessions this morning. Certainly given me lots of food for thought for my lunchtime discussion. I'll see you in an hour. Bye-bye then. Wow, terrific. Everyone is quiet and ready for the afternoon. So welcome back. Also, welcome back to everyone who has joined us virtually. Lovely to see you. I hope you've had a chance to network and chat. I hardly had a chance to eat lunch. I was talking so much. It was really exciting to discuss some of the morning's events with everybody this afternoon. This afternoon, we have a series of 3 excellent keynotes, one after the other. So I think it's going to be very provocative and very interesting. And so I'm delighted to introduce our first speaker, Angelique Maureen. Angelique is the founder and CEO of GainX. GainX delivers intuitive dashboards and reporting and is built with advanced organizational design theory, behavioral analysis, advanced social network analysis, and machine learning. Angelique is a key member of several global councils and bodies addressing important issues such as artificial intelligence and ethics, the future of work, the UN AI for Good, Tech She Can, and 1 million business women. So please join me in welcoming Angelique. Thank you.
It's not too bad. I was wondering if I might get a little bit, look at the difference, right? Lost behind that. Right. Before I get started with my clicker, how many of you had dessert at lunch? I'm just curious. Yeah, and you're still having it, right. And how many are trying to top up with a bit of caffeine right now? Good, so we got a balance. You're either topping up with caffeine or sugar right now, which means the after lunch lull shouldn't happen in the next 20 minutes. So I think I'm gonna keep you for the next 20 minutes. I hope I do. Right, I'm gonna stand a little bit to the side and point this so that I can see the slides. Everybody can hear me okay? All right, so very bright light back here, so if I'm squinting and not seeing you, just let me know. What I want to talk about today is how GainX has used anthropology and combined that with artificial intelligence for financial services innovation. I'm going to talk a little bit about my company. I'm going to go through just a little bit about myself and why this even matters. I want to explain what anthropology is, just briefly. I find that if I ask 20 people what it is, sometimes I get 20 different answers. And then why it matters as leaders today that are managing what I'm going to call change. And that's all of us. We're all managing change to some degree, whether it's a merger, whether it's new policies, new process, trying to get your company to adopt AI. There is a constant flow of change in our lives today. And it's very difficult as a leader to manage that. I'm going to talk about why. And then I'm going to walk through, depending on time. Oh, I forgot to bring up a timer. Right. Okay. So depending on time, I want to walk through at least 2, if not 3 to 4 different examples, and there should be some time for some Q&A. Right. Sound okay? Anybody objecting? Nobody's running out. Just briefly about myself, I'm the CEO and the chair of GainX. It is an enterprise software company that uses a multi-scientific approach to deliver these intuitive dashboards that we mentioned in the introduction. It can predict the outcome of any strategy, of change programs, of mergers, but importantly, when it makes those predictions, it also comes with AI-driven recommendations and helps leaders today at all sorts of levels inside of organizations better prioritize their limited focus, their limited amount of time, so that they can save money, make more money, get better results, and so on. I'm going to bring that to life in just a few minutes. I am a published anthropologist. My desire was actually to become a bioarchaeologist, which I am also a published bioarchaeologist. I used to put it plainly, dig up dead people in South America to study how they buried themselves and reconstruct economic trade routes with those burial insights. So mortuary practices was the formal word for it. I'm never going to share the stuff that I published because it was a pretty gruesome approach to studying economic trade routes when human sacrifice tended to be a strong part of economic growth. Fascinating, but no. That brought me to anthropology. When you train in Canada, you have to become an anthropologist. And so my training continued in the US and in Peru. I am a published anthropologist. I brought that into consulting. Consulting brought me into technology. For most of my career, I have been an executive in technology and lived through the problems that I decided to try to go out and solve with Gainax. Right, the evolution of change. What we know humans don't really like change. That remains constant. We think we might like change, we think we might be change leaders, but for sure in our lives there are usually aspects where we're resistant to change. And when you multiply that inside of organizations or governments or societies, that resistance can become pretty formidable. And I call that, within our platform and today, clay layers, that resistance to change. And I'm going to give some examples of why clay layers form and the behaviors that they cause and the way that you can quantify it to make better predictions. We know that change is messy, it's complex, it's rapid, it's kind of stubborn. I'm giving it a little bit of human qualities here. What we sometimes forget, though, is that change is systemic. It rarely happens in isolation. So when we're looking at change, a lot of times as human beings, we want to solve for the change that's immediately in front of us. If there is a particular team or somebody not adopting a policy or somebody not signing on to the latest AI gadget, we want to solve there without realizing that the flow of information below these humans, and it's going to come back to the humans all the time, could be causing that systemic resistance or acceleration of the change that's not visible, typically not visible to the human eye. And so as human beings, because we like to try to solve it quickly and we're resistant to it, we sometimes miss a lot of the magic that's sitting inside of that system. We know every single thing that changes in our market, within our economy, our business, and within our personal lives is touched by, affected by, managed by, and impacted by humans. And I know I'm stating something really obvious, but if you think about how you manage within your organization, a lot of the times the metrics that you're using are not human-centric metrics. If you're in one part of the organization, a chief of staff, an HR, a head of transformation, you might lean more towards some human-centric metrics, but they rarely come together. So we need to grow more. You're going to measure it by revenue growth, by customer satisfaction, by market share, and so on. You're going to miss a component of what that can be or why it might not be successful when you're not bringing in the human component of that, and part of that is human behavior, which I'm going to talk about. So they're really interdependent. Humans need change, change needs humans in the samples that I was just sharing. Still with me? Anybody got a lull? I'm just so not good at on-stage jokes. So I'm really not. So every once in a while I just pause just to make sure nobody's like doing this. If there is somebody beside you that's nodding, just nudge them for me. I'll come down. I'll wake them up. Why does any of this matter, and why anthropology? I don't want to go into the depths of anthropology. It's, to me, one of the most fascinating disciplines out there. There's a lot of human social sciences that you can look at. I happen to be an anthropologist, so I'm a little bit biased, but it is built into our technology platform. Just some components to think about when you're thinking about where you are. Before we go on, how many people here formally manage the, I'm going to say change, so the delivery or the execution of something new within your organization? It could be a strategy, we got to deliver a new strategy. It could be a change program, we got to go find, whatever, 5 million in operational savings, we're going to go through some restructuring. It could be any of these things inside of your organization. How many people here, hands-on, managed or have managed? Wow, that's almost everybody. So far I'm speaking your language. Good. Now I might not, but bear with me just for one slide, I promise. Anthropology. it looks at cultural evolution. So it looks at, specifically, how cultures, live cultures, archaeology, dead cultures, adapt and transform over time. I had somebody ask me earlier what cultures I studied as an anthropologist, and to be honest, I brought it into practice when I was a consultant and brought it into businesses and governments and large organizations. Right, anthropology also looks at things like comparative methods. So it's used, I think this one's brilliant, I love this part, to identify patterns, differences. We don't like differences very much either, by the way. And to identify universal human traits. So one of the examples you're going to hear me talk about today is echo chambers inside of an organization, or groupthink. Anybody here, okay, I won't ask who doesn't. How many people know what an echo chamber is, or have experienced an echo chamber? Right. Yeah, I see you smiling, right? Because they're kind of a pain in the bleep, because they occur naturally inside of organizations, and people they tend to want to blame the leadership, but the problems are oftentimes, the majority of times, systemic. The way that information is flowing, other behavior. So you get people that are stuck in these echo chambers, groupthink, and they will not change. They will not change unless they understand what's in it for them, what's the benefit for them. And sometimes they still won't change because they have change fatigue, or the information that they're getting is partial, or they've got incorrect information. Lots of reasons for an echo chamber. My company finds them, measures them, quantifies them, and tells you whether or not wherever they are, it's going to be important. That's just one of the things. Agency and structure, looking at the interplay between the desire to have independence while thriving in social structures. So my youngest is no longer 2, but I remember at 2, that was really important for any of you who have toddlers. For teenagers, this is also really, really important. For new employees, anybody here recently within 2023 hire new employees? No. Okay, some. When you hire a new employee, you want to give them as much autonomy and independence as they can, but you also want them to thrive within the company and the culture and to blend, to feel like they are important and fit in. It can also be part of the executive team. I mean, that friction, that natural friction that occurs at the top of the house with the executive team, where they definitely want independence and autonomy, but they want to feel an important part of the social structure to be able to advance within it. Holism, the idea that in order to understand humans, culture, society, anthropologists study the entirety, or if you spell it wrong, of the human experience, social, economic, political, and so on. So this is anthropology in its highest level. Right, why does it matter when we're thinking about data, artificial intelligence, humans, and the messy job of leadership? Well, because we know that within business, and we can interchange business with nonprofits, with governments, with organizations, that it's crossing that landscape at a pace that we actually humanly cannot keep up with. It's not possible as a leader today to keep up with all the change and all the data. Okay. So that visibility into what's actually happening impacts our ability to decide and to react strategically, proactively, and intelligently. It's oftentimes compromised because we just don't have the visibility or the ability to process all of this data, which is why many of us are big fans of artificial intelligence. Have you ever seen a transformation initiative actually genuinely finish? Anybody? Anybody? Crickets. I wish it could make a cricket sound. These are just some of the examples that you see that can impact what I'm going to call that change or transformation initiative. I'm going to go to the bottom one because the archaeologist in me loved when I discovered this as an anthropologist. I call them zombie projects, and I think most of us have lived through them. In today's world, I can talk about agile because it's hot again. But it was hot in the 90s. We need to become more agile. There's this process out there. They have a manifesto. It's really great for development. And then it wasn't hot because it's really actually hard to get people to change to become agile. So then it became customer centricity, continuous improvement. It became, I've just forgot one of them, but the list goes on. And today we're back to, we need to become more agile. There's this manifesto out there on how to do it, and not just development, but the whole organization. We get involved in that. Those are what I call zombie projects. The project itself never dies. It gets put onto a shelf and eventually renamed, rebudgeted, and gets new leadership and is born again and walking again. It's among the walking dead. And we know that unless you do something different, it's unlikely to be successful. 70% of most initiatives today fail to hit their target, and we see this regularly in our data. Right. So a bit about GainX. I'm going to skim over this stuff. I think that the deck will be available. We use social network analysis, sometimes called computational social sciences, sometimes called graph theory. It's a core of what we do and we build into our algorithms. I've already talked about the anthropology, natural language processing, machine learning, definitely big data. We ingest many data sources, but typically stick to 3 data themes. The people. What are they doing? What's their work? How do they talk? How do they communicate? How does information flow around those people and the systems that they use? There is a gold mine there in that data. And the first thing that we form is a network, that social network of how specifically information is flowing and how that impacts behavior, like isolation, distraction, echo chambers, groupthink, churn, the list goes on. And then importantly, how do those things impact your strategy, your goals, your KPIs, and what you're trying to achieve? And that we measure financially with the financials around that. We're really good at 4 things. Delivering high impact decision intelligence. It does not matter if 50% of your organization is in echo chambers. It does matter if 50% of your key strategic initiatives that you are trying to achieve are in echo chambers. It is going to cost you millions. And so GainX will sort that through you, surface it, tell you the level of distraction, the level of churn. It also identifies really good things as well to be able to help you take those priorities. We're also good at protecting delivery timelines. It will predict these 3 programs will be 6 months late, and here are the core reasons why and what it's going to cost you and what you can do about it. These are the things that get surfaced in our recommendations engine. It's fantastic at finding hidden costs, duplicate work, programs predicted to fail. And because of the behavioral insights, it helps our clients deliver high-performance cultures. These are just some of our really cool partners in market. This is one quick view into the platform. When you see our platform, it delivers the insights in 2 ways. One is the standard way. You can go into any kind of table and drill and cut and dice that in any way you want. But you also get to see things from a network perspective, how they're related, how one project impacts another project, how the Singapore team that's making change is actually impacting the team in London and Toronto and so on, and why, importantly, it matters. So it filters out the noise. It's looking at that systemic change and the flow of information around the humans in your organization and tells you if it's important. Here's some examples. Right. I'm doing okay for time? Okay, and then Q&A? No Q&A. You'll have to come get me in the coffee. I just want to walk through 2 examples. This one was with a large European bank. Yes, European. We got through all the data stuff that we needed to get through. I sometimes say I'm actually 29 years old and then I had to work with this bank, but it's kind of getting old. We ingested a budget of £725 million and the software surfaced over 120 million in total cost benefits. They didn't believe us, so they hired a Big 4 consultant to come in and validate the findings, and that Big 4 consultant is now our partner. So, woohoo! 31 million surfaced in duplicate work, in actual duplicate work. Like, that's a really incredible quick win, and it allows you to repurpose resources. 7% of strategic projects predicted to fail. Some of them failed when they went through the validation process, so that was a little bit validating. 16% of resources that could be repurposed or consolidated. So in today's war on talent, that in itself becomes a gold mine. Here's your immediate cost savings. Predicted cost increases. 27% of people were not getting critical information that they need to do their job effectively. That's the clay layer. That creates other behaviors. That creates echo chambers, distraction, churn. The list goes on. It impacts productivity and it impacts your ability to deliver. In this case, 78 million in predicted delays and another 23 million in productivity losses predicted with our software. Again, it comes with recommendations on how to mitigate those. One more example, this one's very, very recent. Company valued at over 1 billion in the US, nearly 1,500 people and projects that were ingested. Immediately, the software surfaced 500,000. It was a small budget that we ingested initially. 500,000 in predicted cost increases due to that clay layer, identified all the behaviors and the key strategic initiatives it's going to impact. 1.5 million in duplicate work, 10 million in predicted cost increases over the next 10 months. It identifies the key areas where behavior and delivery are dependent and creating those cost increases. 25% of that organization not strategically aligned. Can you imagine if 1/4 of your organization, when you're spending millions, isn't strategically aligned? The software can measure strategic alignment up at the highest level down to the smallest KPI. And there are millions of losses tied up into that, again, because of what's happening at that human level systemically that's typically not visible to the human eye. This company has since quadrupled the data that they're giving us. So they're happy with the results. I apologize. I thought there was going to be some Q&A. So I am more than happy during the break to answer a little bit more. I'm going to guess how do we do it, and a little bit more about our company. Thank you so much. None of you fell asleep. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Angelique. I love the anthropology, or the anthropological lens on projects. I think we all know about zombie projects, seen them time and time again. And if you've been in an organization long enough, you can count how many times you've seen the same project come around rebiased. But really interesting insights there about how you can identify where the frictions and the saves can be made, because we know they're there, but we just often don't know how to identify them. So super. For our next keynote, I'm delighted to welcome Jose Martin Quesada. He is the CEO and co-founder of Crew, an AI studio providing strategy and AI-enabled solutions primarily to PE funds and their portfolio companies. Prior to Crew, Jose was global director of advisory at Avande and an AI and cloud consultancy, as well as a McKinsey consultant, a lawyer, and an economist. Everything wrapped in one. Welcome, Jose.
Checking my messages, setting up the timer. All right. Well, good to speak to you all here today. I'm not going to introduce myself again. Just perhaps the one thing to highlight is that as in my previous role, I did a lot of machine learning. And one of the things that gets me really excited about generative AI is that while in my previous role, my job was to tell people it's going to be 2 years before you see results. The really cool thing about my job is I can tell people now, I promise you that in 2 weeks I'm going to show you something sexy, and that's really good for my ADHD, shapes and colors, keeps me entertained, and the client as well. So what we do in my firm is generative AI products. That's definitely the star. I'm in a constant battle against my former colleagues at McKinsey and whatnot, where they'll do the strategy, and my role is telling the client, it's very nice and well you're doing that, but also don't let the train pass you. There are things that you can do from today, and you don't have to overthink it. There are things where you can see results from today. You don't need to do a six-month strategy project and a 2-year transformation project to get results from generative AI. So we do architecture, strategy, and product. But what's my role here today? I'm very glad that people talked about the legal and compliance side first, because now I can talk for what I find most entertaining, which is the actual technology. And my role here is, how can you think about these projects? I cannot possibly tell for all of you your various variations of your industry what is it that you should be working on, but I can give you some ways to think about it. And I want to demystify the AI part a little bit, and more specifically in the implementation bit. I feel like demystifying it allows people, suddenly sort of frees you up, gives you permission to start dreaming what you could do with your firm. So I'm gonna try to focus on that. Now, 2 key elements, right? The technology and your firm. Within the technology, I want you to focus on when you're strong. What are you typically strong in? Large enterprise, medium-sized enterprise, and finance. You tend to have a ton of data, more data than you realize. You can work with the algorithms. You're probably not going to sort of train a new base language model. You could, and we can get to that in a second, people who might want to do that, people who might not. But you can definitely fine-tune it. You can embed your own context into existing models. There are many things you can do there. Infrastructure is something that I'm highly opinionated about, because while I've heard people in the past saying, well, no, of course, and even in previous talks, and I respect the opinion. Like, of course you want to use your own infrastructure. It's going to be faster to infer, to run things in your infrastructure. My counter to that is that really true? Like, can you really like set up an infrastructure that's going to enable you to run inference, to run these models in real time, or even not in real time, for cheaper, more efficiently than an OpenAI or an Azure can do? But we can get to that later. So yeah, fine-tuning, specializing algorithms, things that you can work with. Infrastructure only if you happen to be very GPU rich. Otherwise, work with either public providers or even OpenAI servers, although of course pros and cons to each of these. And then yes, key message is you have a lot more data than you realize. And I want you to focus on where your strengths are, because a lot of people come to us and say, well, what's the point of me building the solution when then like OpenAI is going to sort of launch something in the space? And my counter is often, you have way more proprietary data than you realize. And when a large enough firm, you're going to have enough processes within that firm that even if someone sort of builds something that substitutes or augments one of your pieces of your process, there's a ton of value that you can accrue from like joining up these processes together. So what can you bring to the table? And when I mean you, I mean the human part of the equation. Your subject matter expertise, process expertise, and let me illustrate this to make it a little bit less abstract. People talk about chatbots. And chatbots, first use case that we've all thought of and we've been hearing about for now many years is customer service. So it is indeed a use case, and there are firms that can come and either do some parts of this process for you, or straight up, if you're in the business of providing customer service, substitute you. But what can they not substitute? If you own more of the process vertically. Process expertise means that, sure, someone might come ask you for customer support. Maybe it's a revenue driver, if that's what you do, or in most of your cases, more of a cost center, right? Can you not only automate a lot of that customer service by literally having a bot answer, triaging, basing on how it seems like that person is feeling in that moment, but also maybe surfacing on the spot all the information that's relevant to that person. Maybe even more sophisticated, proposing some actions to take that you can automate on top of that, of whatever chat it is that you're having with that client. If your client happens to want to hire a new insurance policy, you can literally surface all information relevant to that person at that point, and also action, like a pre-approval process, where you can put something together that is like tailored to that person on the spot. So my message here is optimism, which is there's tons that you can do with artificial intelligence, and it should be an opportunity. And don't start thinking the ways that you can fail. Think of all the many ways that you can enrich your processes today. If you already know this is your chance to look smug in front of your colleagues. I'm going to spend like the 1 minute just to set the scene, the base of like what we're talking about. Two main types of generative AI models. People are focusing a lot on the large language models. There's also diffusion models, which can create data synthetically, often work in conjunction with LLMs. We're going to focus mostly here on LLMs. When I say they create their own worldview, it essentially means you don't have to. Someone earlier said that this data engineering is a job that's going to be around for the next 100 years. Politely disagree, in the sense that these models work by building their own picture of what their world looks like. You don't have to feature engineer. You don't have to say, if you're selling an insurance policy, you might say, look, I want you to look at these dimensions and build a policy on the back of that. These models look at all the data you're feeding them, and it creates their own picture of how they relate to each other. And so they learn by relational sort of concepts. Like it doesn't know the word cat or the notion of cat, but it understands the notion of cat with relation to others. I'll get past the didactic part in a second. But I just wanted to know, this is, for example, how you can define cat. It doesn't understand the concept of cat as a unit, but it understands the concept of cat in relation with dog, pig, rabbit, things like that. And why is this important? Because you can do math with this. I cannot do math with the word cat, but I can do math with the number sitting behind the word cat. So what that's going to allow us to do? I'm going to do some very simple, getting the audience involved. If you take, this is a typical use case, typical example when you're trying to explain large language models. If you take the concept of Berlin and you subtract Germany, which you can do because they're mathematical entities, and you add France, what do you get? Paris, thank you. If you take the concept of EBITDA and you subtract Google and add your company, what do you get? Your company's EBITDA. This is what the model does. This is how you can feed into the model. Now, the next example is a bit tongue-in-cheek, but it's just illustrative. If you have medicine and you take out malaria and you add cancer, what do you get? The cure for cancer. Now, obviously, this is like very out there, but I just want you guys to think about the possibilities of what you can do with these models. This is a controversial example, partly because there's a recent paper that says that large language models are not able to generalize beyond their training data. So they're not capable of real creativity. Lots of caveats around that statement. There is still so much value around simply retrieving thousands, tens of thousands, millions of documents that you may not have seen before and synthesizing concepts from those previously disparate and unrelated documents. What's the difference between the old and the new? The old deterministic models mean, essentially in plain English, you input something and you know what the output is going to be. There's no surprises. This is great if you want to do things like credit scoring and you want the credit scoring to be safe. This is great if you want to assign a risk value to an insurance policy. These are all these things. It's explainable. You get consistent answers. You can play with it and more easily because you understand X does Y when I change it. It's good in high regulatory environments because, again, it's explainable. It is cheap to run. That's a very wide assertion, but don't challenge me on that too much. And because it's been around for a while, there's a lot of tooling built around it. What is generative AI good for? And I am going to spend here a second because there was someone earlier saying, making people raise their hands if they're working on a project, progressively, generative AI, and are you actually seeing it used? And are customers using it? Well, it's very new, right? So it's on you to think, what are the use cases that are good for this? It's good when it needs to be creative. It's good when it needs to make sense of complex data without explicit instructions. Typical use case here, RAGs, retrieval augmented generation. You have your 100,000s, we work a lot with private equity, so some of these funds might have tens of thousands of investment memoranda, vendor due diligences, buyer due diligences. They have information sitting there they don't even know that they have. It's just sitting there. It's in different formats, a lot of PDFs. Even within the PDFs, there's many different formats. But a lot of it might be Excel models, it might be whatever. You can feed all of this into these models, lots of caveats, and it can make sense of that without you having to explicitly code, hence where you can see results quite quickly. It's good at nuance, it's good at complex decisions, and it's good at quick implementation for a V1, not necessarily for a highly productionized thing. So where should you start? If you take away one thing from this presentation is this, both. You start in both places. You start by reaping the low-hanging fruit, the quick rewards. There's tons of them. In parallel, start thinking, what do you need to do, A, to survive, so that other sort of Silicon Valley firm doesn't come and eat your lunch, but also to thrive, to be the leader in your industry, right? Do more and do better is perhaps the typical Copilot use case. Copilot, was born as a concept with GitHub Copilot. It would help you code. But now they're extending that to sort of Word and PowerPoint and Excel, where it's just like you tell it what you want, and it gives you on the spot. So might accelerate product development with faster deployment of code. Might automate a lot of your research. I often recommend my clients think about this kind of tools as like a very gifted early career analyst. It's an omniscient, omnipotent analyst, by the way, yes. So some divine qualities to that analyst. It understands and knows of everything, but it can still make mistakes. So it will speed up a lot of the process. You should still review the output. It can eliminate friction. So for example, you need to onboard a client. You can pull the information quickly and fill the sort of sign-up form or whatever you need to do in a moment. Someone was asking us recently about automating a bunch of HR processes. You don't have to do 10 clicks in a row to get to where you want to go. I don't need to explicitly program that. I can take a bunch of pre-made generative AI tools to automate a lot of these actions. Generative AI doesn't just work in stasis, like in this one isolated process in a vacuum. The more advanced firms are already starting to create processes around generative AI, where you have a model that understands what the client wants, for example, another one that surfaces the most relevant things about this client, and another one or another part of the process that automates actions on the back of all of this. None of this having to be programmed with actual code. Tons of caveats. For example, again, not deterministic, so there's room for errors. Arm yourself for the future. So if you're in insurance, You can now do next-generation actuarial science. The typical example that I give, again, clients, something that we've worked on, is the California home insurance market for fire is considered uninsurable because just too many fires, too unpredictable. You can now, with this thing, go and look not just at your past data, but also proactively at future data to see anything from, like, what do I expect in real time to be the weather patterns in this valley, in this county? What do I expect, based on the new elected politician, whatever, when do you expect that the property values, the registered property values are going to change? Like, and by how much? Like, is it going to be upwards or downwards? You can go down to providing a quote of one. Markets of one is one of the things that these technologies enable. You can integrate vertically. That's the example I gave earlier with not thinking about your processes in isolation, but being able to build more and more of the value chain around it so that no one can eat your lunch because you hold not only those relationships, but the ecosystem of relationships. And then make the impossible possible. I'm not going to lie, when I was putting this together, I was having an easier time thinking of healthcare examples. It's not as easy to, not as sexy to say, the future of, cybersecurity for banks. But there's still lots of things that you can, within our industry, we can do. For example, I love the idea of the one-click business. With one text input, I can have, by the way, I can already, with tech, this already exists today. We partly use this for our own website. You can create an entire website, including sections and content for the website. But why not also register it in GoDaddy or whatever? What about, there's already marketplaces, B2B marketplaces to stock your own e-commerce site. So why not already go and place an order in Faire? Faire is a B2B marketplace. What about registering this or filing a trademark for it? Like, literally all of these things are relatively transactional, relatively low stakes as well. You can always review before you approve. But the future of generative AI is very, very exciting if you harness it today. And these things are all, this is not science fiction. You can do that today, if so you will. So do more, do better. It's the Copilot example. Arm yourself for the future. And what I was saying earlier is do it both at the same time. Start reaping the low-hanging fruit while you prepare for the future, because that's going to take a lot longer. You don't have to read this in detail. This is if this is going to be distributed, there's a bunch of use cases for you to think of. This is just to starting to whet your appetite. Real quick, that's a lie. How do you build and deploy your model? Before I go into all of the steps, I want you to see this. This is the difference between building and deploying building your own model and using someone else's. The message of the story here is the vast majority of you don't need to build your own model. Do not overcomplicate. Occam's knife, I think is in English, how you say that. Sometimes the simpler solution is the good solution. These steps can take millions of pounds, months, and they're uncertain. If we have open source projects like the Llama 70 billion parameter model by Facebook published in this summer, performing significantly worse, not by design, by the way, because it's a lighter model, but just forgive me for this. You have no guarantee that you're going to get what you want. You should commit to training your own model when you're certain that this is going to be part of your strategy. Hence my multi-pronged approach. Start with the low-hanging fruit now, but start preparing for the future. Guardrails, you need guardrails. You cannot have your model tell people how to make a bomb, like in the vast majority of use cases, right? Again, hard to do and uncertain, because you have to do both upstream with the training data and downstream with instructions. So this is not me advising against it. This is just saying, only do this if you're certain that this is the way you want to go. Otherwise, don't overcomplicate your life. So in these different steps, I'm only going to touch upon a couple of things. What data do you have to gather and source? Private and public documents, of course, internal databases, but also APIs to other programs. Again, with private equity, the first use case we tend to do with them is, let's look at your documents, and now you can interact with those documents just asking a question. The next step we tend to do with them is sourcing. So why not connect to GamePro or one of these tools out there and just ask, give me all of the firms in France in the dental prosthetics market with an EBITDA below 50 million. You can start connecting to other sources, and they don't have to just be your own. I'm going to skip through this because it's already been mentioned a lot today. Just make sure that you've scrapped all the personally identifiable information. Now, this is sexier. I like this more. This is the secret sauce for how to get a basic solution to start working. You might want to fine-tune. You don't often have to fine-tune. You can start simply feeding data into your model at the time of usage. I'm going to talk about that in the Next slide. But you might want to fine tune. If not, you can get a lot done with prompt engineering and rate ranking. Customizing your model is what I advise where you're getting started or you spend most of your time. You can do lots with this. So when OpenAI had their developer day 2 weeks ago maybe, a lot of people were worried they were going to be put out of business because they put like this sort of LLM tool where, like, again, made sense of your own data, you just have to upload it. Then they realized they were not getting the details they needed. This is because data comes in all shapes and forms, and you have to experiment with the best way to treat it. You need to be able to break down the different steps in fitting this data into your model by doing things like, these are just examples, it's not comprehensive. Like, for example, re-ranking your documents. Maybe you're asking a question and the most relevant paragraph for your question comes from a document which is actually not the main best source of authority. So you want to first re-rank your documents by authority. Maybe you want to say, weigh the one that is more recent, more heavily in your answer than the one that is older. Maybe you want to weigh buyer due diligence, BDD, more heavily than vendor due diligences because they come with a bit of a marketing sort of flavor to them. Prompt engineering. Maybe if you want to ask if the nutraceutical market is attractive, I misspelled here on purpose, you can like transform your prompt first by sort of saying, well, first let's spell it well. Second, let's find the different ways of referring to that market. Then let's expand with even more adjacent queries. Main message here is don't go difficult before you go simple. All these steps are also modular. Doing this is not going to preclude you from doing more valuable, more complicated things in the future. How should you be building your solution, combining the different APIs? And I have 1 minute, damn it. We found most success with visual APIs, which essentially transform the information in your document to text first. Essentially, we say, describe what you see in this page. And then you can query that information. The reason we do that is when you just upload a page and you ask it to just come up with everything on the spot, what can you see on this page? And also, what's the answer to my question? The model gets confused. Remember that every time that you're using a model that's generative AI or LLMs, there's an element of randomness to it. So the more you can break up the process, the more you can de-risk where things are going wrong. This is just to give you an example. This is a McKinsey report where we're asking essentially, what was the year that saw the highest investment in the Riyadh metro capital region? It says this year, 2012. What if we exclude the Riyadh metro? Then it says, oh, then it's 2022, because this is because it got a big spike. We wouldn't have been able to get this with just text, but we also wouldn't have been able to get this with visual Q&A. This is why deciding for each type of data, how you treat it, how you pre-process it before you feed it into the model, for us has been by far the highest ROI thing that we did. I'm gonna skip this, I'm gonna skip this. Just to, again, not trying to be comprehensive, what are things that you can do to prepare your data? Anything as simple and prosaic as how you chunk your data, aka as you cut it into little parts that the model can work with, matters. For something where you have very like narrative-driven, long sort of like pieces of text, you might want longer chunks. When you have information that is fairly targeted and short, you might want shorter chunks. Very quickly, choosing your model is just one part of the process. There's no single right or wrong answer. There's a trade-off between performance and cost. A smaller model generally is cheaper to run, but not necessarily. Also, if you are using a publicly available model, you're using the infrastructure which tends to be set up for efficiency, it may be a good way to get started before you go full on with your own infrastructure. Picking the model also depends on the use cases you need. So for example, if it's very math heavy, you might want to optimize for GPT-4. If, however, it's not very math heavy, it's more like extracting information, maybe you don't necessarily need GPT-4. You can work with any of these other models that have very high performance without necessarily being as big and expensive. Open source versus third party have different advantages and disadvantages. Open source can be more personalizable, but at the expense of a lot of extra work. Third-party providers do a lot of the maintenance for you and a lot of the thinking for you, but of course less control. I don't buy the argument of also your data is not secure. As of, I think it was March 2023, the data addendum for the enterprise version of GPT-4 is we're not going to use your enterprise account data that you put in to train our own models. And now that it's going to be all running in Azure, even more so, now that they're falling apart, I personally don't think, as long as you're processing your data in a secure environment, running this in an Azure instance shouldn't necessarily be a problem, and your data is not going to feed back into the model. Skipping this, and yeah, And I know we have to finish, so real quick, you know, timelines, if you want to rank use cases, things like that, you can do that easily, depending on the complexity, in days. And the reason I'm saying days is because I don't recommend that you go, I'm UBS, I have 100,000 employees, what do I do with generative AI? No, it's going to be for the use case of the deal team in this particular industry, what can I do with generative AI? And in that case, the use cases tend to be a lot more narrow. You need advocates, and you need centralized SARs if you're a very large organization that essentially teach people for these very novel use cases. This is the right, secure way to do it. But don't over-centralize. Empower the business. This is why we're doing this. Demystify how you can do these things such that it doesn't take months, years to see something that you can literally see in weeks. Like, don't let other people do this because they will do it and they will pass you. Preparation, depending on the complexity, can be days, POC can be weeks, and MVP can be months. I used to do this for a living. I was the global director in a more machine learning world, and you have to multiply all these timelines by at least 3 or 4 to get to an MVP level. We're not talking about production, right? This is the beauty of generative AI, and that's that. Right.
Wow. Do you feel as much of an expert as I do now? This is absolutely super. Thank you very much, Jose. That was extraordinary. So you managed to bring all the possibility and complexity back down to actually you can do it, which is absolutely super. So it can be a reality within a very short space of time for organizations, provided you actually think about it and do it in a deliberate way. So that was super interesting. Thank you. For our final keynote, I'm delighted to welcome Julian Cunningham-Day, who is a partner with over 20 years of experience at Linklaters. He's the global co-head of FinTech and Technology. Here we go. Julian works on a large-scale digital transformation projects, as well as advisory mandates in relation to data protection, information governance, and other aspects of technology risk management. I mean, Julian's been an expert in this space for many, many years, and I think we've collaborated and intersected many, many times. So he's brought all that technology and outsourcing experience and privacy experience now into this space as well. So looking forward to hearing from Julian. Thank you. You sure you don't want to use this?
I'll take my chances. Thank you very much, Vivian. Hi, everybody. I feel a bit of an imposter. I don't have a Linklaters GPT cut-price version of Linklaters to offer as a use case today. I'm just talking more generally about supply chain issues around AI, particularly generative AI. We talked a lot today about the regulation of AI and how it's impacting financial services institutions. But we just want to take that conversation a bit further into the commercial application and the risk management implications for your organizations. Starting off with the good news, I've got to do a bit of a use case sales pitch because that's what I was told to do today. There's enormous areas of potential to use AI to empower your supply chain management function to do their job more efficiently, to derive great insights from suppliers before they come within your banking environment and to manage them all the way through. We've got up here 4 examples. First of all, and we'll talk a bit more about this later, in terms of the data analytics you have about your own organizations to understand what your organization needs, AI should give you a significant amount more insight, which will inform your procurement decisions. You can use it to analyze the market that you are going to approach in order to find solutions as well. We've just heard from Jose, there are some fantastic third-party solutions out there. Don't be shy, don't think you have to build everything internally. It is pretty complicated, as we heard earlier today. Through the procurement process itself, myself, along with many other lawyers, spend many happy hours developing tables of spreadsheets of bidder responses to different security questions, contractual responses, all the rest. There's huge amounts of efficiency that can be brought into that practice. Maybe some of my legal friends won't thank me for saying so, but that's an area where, again, you can use AI to significantly interrogate your your supplier base before you even start to talk to them. So make your selection decisions far more efficient. And then once you've down selected your preferred provider, be it an AI solution or anything else, you can use the more sentient organization to tell you much more about how they're performing services and how those services are impacting your organization. So I'm not going to talk a lot about that today, but that's obviously huge amounts of potential there to actually use AI to support your procurement of AI itself and other services. In terms of what that means for change within a financial services institution, first of all, you've got to figure out where you are in the new, fairly regulated supply chain that you have for AI. Historically, in most financial services regulations, you've got your customer and you've got your supplier. That's your standard model from a contracting perspective, obviously with long supply chains full of subcontractors as well. But we've heard quite a lot about the AI Act from Europe earlier today, and that's talked to us about the fact that there are different actors within the supply chain. You've got developers, you've got deployers, you've got users, you've got end users of your product who will be affected by the relevant technology. These actors are all becoming subject to more specified and differentiated regulatory obligations. As a financial institution, most of the time, you're likely to be here, but that will evolve over time. And you've got to think about whether or not the way you contractualize your relationships with your vendors and with your customers adequately anticipates these evolving relationships that you have in the AI ecosystem. Also, you need to think about the very iterative, evolving relationship that you need to have with your vendors in order to be able to manage the risks associated with ingesting the new technology and its outputs into your organization and out to your clients. This diagram here is a useful one from the Bank of England, just talking about that very iterative relationship you're likely to have with the providers of the data that you'll use to train your models, the providers of the models themselves, the developers of those models within the organization too. We've got the 4 phases of the project, the typical project there on the left. Each of those will involve a much more intense dialogue with the providers of your AI services than you may typically have had in a conventional outsourcing situation. And there's a number of key questions, we'll come to those, which you need to ask both internally at the organization to make sure it's ready to receive those services and to ask the right questions about those services, and also about your vendors, as I said before. And we'll cover those questions in a moment. So, quite a lot of the engagement process with your supply chain will be to ensure, as ever, that the contractual arrangements you're putting in place meet your regulatory requirements. I put over here on the left-hand side of the slide some new concepts which are brought in as a result of needing to manage the risks associated with new AI technology within a financial institution, which do not feature very largely in your conventional contracting model. Where the humans fit in the loop in the interaction with your supplier and your own organization. How the changing model risks, which are managed, as we heard earlier, by the model risks function, or potentially somewhere else in the organization, are fed back to your supplier to get them to adapt to whatever those changes are to ensure risks are mitigated. How do you derive the necessary explainability that we've heard a lot about today as well? If you're doing what I think you described earlier, Vivian, as a buy versus build decision, again, if you're going to create the explainability that you need to offer, and it's different explainability to your senior managers, to your regulators, to your customers, doing that all with a third-party product, you need a lot of commitments from the product to help you with that, product provider to help you with that explainability. All of this stuff doesn't sit in your standard contractual templates at the moment, I'm assuming. And on the right, we have the regulatory support for this different negotiation, set of negotiation systems you need to have with your vendors than you have had to have historically. And at the moment, it's great to have the potential for EU AI Act, although we may not hear it quite as soon as we thought from what we heard this morning, as regulatory support for these negotiations. It's great to have a lot of the financial service regulators talking about the risks. But at the moment, this is quite at a principles level, and just translating those principles into binding and effective contractual levers to manage your supply chain is difficult, and you don't at the moment have detailed EBA-type requirements to point to say, vendor, you need to give me this because my regulator is telling me to. So at the moment, it's just a commercial dialogue between you and the vendors with some fairly fairly high-level regulatory principles to point to as well. It's a difficult time. Here we've got, for those of you involved in developing your firm's AI risk management strategy, just a number of the normal conventional components that you need to think about. on the conduct side, the control side, the accountability side, and over here on the kind of my area of the pie, the legal side. Now, a lot of these, again, will require input from your supply chain in order for you to do them effectively. We've talked about explainability and transparency over there. You need that. You need lots of information about where the data is coming from that they're using to provide you with services. We'll talk a bit more about that in a minute. There's a number of different checks and balances we have over here on the control side around conformity assessments, inventorizing and everything else. Unless up front, as part of your procurement process, you ask for the support you need in all these areas, it will be costly and painful to try to extract that from your AI vendors after you've started entering into a contract with them. So again, there's a number of different lists of items on your laundry list that you need to be thinking about very early in your procurement process, so those questions, those commitments can be put into your procurement process, and while you have the competitive tension with multiple suppliers, you actually get those commitments up front. Down here, where I inhabit most of the time, we have things that you need to think about in terms of both the contractual obligations that you as a financial institution have made to your clients. What have you said to them about your own use of AI and what happens to their data? We talked about that quite a lot earlier today. You need to be cognizant of those commitments that you've made out to the market so that you can, again, mirror those into the requirements you put on your suppliers. As ever, governance is a key issue, and all of the regulators are talking about how well you manage your supply chain risks and the governance that you impose with your suppliers. But again, this is becoming a much more iterative, fluid dialogue that you need to have, and your conventional change management and governance schedules that you see sitting on the back of your contracts with your vendors will need quite a thorough look at to see if they really do work with a product which is evolving all the time and some of it is difficult to understand. So there's a number of the key components that you'll need to think about how they fit within your procurement process, and then you need to overlay on top of that what is probably happening within your organization at the moment, which is here we have a typical winding road of the process of developing AI maturity around risk management and governance within the organization. What I'm talking about here is this bit here, understanding the current state. We'll talk a bit more about how to do that in a moment. But also, as we go through these various components and artifacts that get built out until you get to a fully effective, fully operational AI risk management strategy, you also need to figure out where the procurement function sits within that, putting the standard contractual templates in place, the questionnaires out to your AI vendors. They need to be built into the whole route map to get to AI effectiveness, and make sure it's not something that's bolted on at the end. So again, the procurement function is a key participant in the various stakeholders that are needed to manage your overall AI risk management strategy. So I talked about the sort of questions that you should think about asking, and I've split them into two halves here. The internal questions: know your organization, understand its needs. We've heard a lot about this already today. Don't just buy AI for the sake of it. We heard about the supermarket analogy this morning. Figure out what you actually need it for, where it will deliver the value within the organization. Figure out who's actually using AI already. If you're working within a large financial institutions with many thousands of people in different business lines, you may not have the most effective way of actually understanding where AI is being used unless you have a very tight control over how technology is procured into the organization. Do you use a carrot to incentivize people to come and get support from you for their use of AI, or do you use some kind of stick where you punish people for introducing technology into the organization without appropriate permissions? All depends on your approach to risk management. The way in which the procurement function works with the other SMEs that are working within AI is obviously very important. We heard about it this morning. The new roles within the organization that manage the effective development of AI, data architects, scientists, and ethicists, they will be key. They will need to input into your procurement process as well, because they will be some of the ones that will be asking the new questions that you need to ask in your procurement questionnaires in order to get the reassurance you need that the vendors you're working with understand the risks and they have solutions. Externally, as we just said, we start to ask those questions of your suppliers as well. Not just the ones who are coming to you with a shiny new AI solution, but those who have been delivering services to you for a period of time already. To what extent are they introducing AI into their service delivery model for you? To what extent are they obliged to provide that transparency to you so you now understand that they are using AI for this function, creating this efficiency for themselves? Are they passing any of that benefit on to you? Is your data going down a different supply chain? Is it being used in a different way from what you anticipated when you entered into your initial contract? Something that needs to be thought about. Ideally, at your contract renewal stage, you can bring all of these additional controls into the conversation, but maybe if you've got a long-term contract, 5 years from now, things will be very different, so you need to start having some of these conversations up front, even before contract renewal. I'm rushing very fast because I know we haven't got very much time today, Vivian, but just to say, contractual templates is clearly one of the key artifacts for this risk management process. It drives discipline within the organization because it asks all the difficult questions which the suppliers will need to consider when they are agreeing to commit to provide services to you. We talked about some of these ones at the beginning, you know, the take a breath before you go out to market. We talked about a lot of that already, and whether your contracts can manage these risks. I would hazard to guess that for most of your organizations, if you ask their procurement functions and the associated legal teams, have you refreshed your contract templates to manage all of these complexities of the new AI supply chain? I'm not sure all of them will confidently be able to say yes to you. Some of these things at the bottom here, support for prompt training, accuracy review of outputs, explainability, transparency, these are all new concepts that do not sit in most people's contracts at the moment. So there's quite a bit of homework to do. A few more pretty obvious areas to focus on. We've heard some from Belinda earlier on the IP ownership side. That's an immediate battleground, but there are many others as well. Subcontracting is complicated in different ways from what you've experienced before. Auditing the use of an AI tool can be a very complex process. It's taken several years to get into a comfortable relationship with suppliers when they understand the fairly extensive EBA auditing requirements that you are already subject to. Auditing black box technologies is a whole different ballgame and requires a whole different set of more rigorous asks. And then exit. We've talked about replaceability already a little bit today. Again, this is not a case of just going through your standard exit support schedule that you'd get on the back of a contract and figuring out how you'd swap this resource pool for another. There's a lot of complexity around swapping the models. We just heard from René, there's all sorts of stuff that we could do in this space, but it needs a lot more contractualizing than we got at the moment. And as we said earlier, there aren't laws yet in all of these areas, and so you need to keep your relationship with your vendor sufficiently fluid so that when the much anticipated EU AI Act comes in with all its detailed technical standards, you can introduce those into the relationship without suddenly getting a massive change control and an enormous extra bill associated with it. Quite a lot to think about. Some of the vendors are being helpful. You may have seen in the news recently. Some of them are going out there and telling you, don't worry about this bit, we've got it covered. You want to read the small print, but those are the kind of helpful messages that you're starting to get from some of the vendors, which will make some of these conversations easier. What else will make it easier? You're starting to see efforts by some organizations to actually tell you how to contract for this stuff. This is primarily this is an EU-wide public sector initiative where they've sought to distill many of the legislative concepts into a set of contractual clauses that you can impose or propose to impose on your vendors in order to start having the kind of conversations that you need. These are quite onerous. At the moment, they are taking some fairly, as I said, high-level principle laws and trying to turn them into contractual terms. That normally takes about 3 or 4 years to get to a finely honed, well-balanced negotiation, but it certainly gives your organisation somewhere to start. There's other Society of Computers in Law in the UK, they got some as well. I'd say that's not quite as AI-focused as this, but there are some out there, which means you have a little bit of support. But it's early days, and really good luck. And I don't think I've got time to go through the summary now, but thank you very much indeed, and good luck out there with your negotiations.
Well done to our 3 keynotes for really keeping up the tempo and the pace. That was absolutely super. I love hearing from a lawyer. It's always clear, and you always go away knowing what your homework is. There is much to do, but also I think some really good points there around the evolving legal landscape and the need to be agile, because nothing is yet certain in this space. And although we need to create the structures to safeguard our organizations, we also need to be able to change that and shape that as our regulatory and legal environment evolves as well. We are going to break now, and I'm going to ask if we could be back here at 5 to 4, please. So for our online participants, at 5 to 4, quick tea and coffee to re-energize ourselves for our last two sessions, which is both a panel and then a fireside chat. So thank you very much to our three keynote speakers and to yourselves for your attention, and I look forward to seeing you in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Hi, everybody. If we could take our seats, please, that'd be super. Right, we're about to start session 4. Welcome back to everyone who is online. And we're going to be looking at data, culture, training, and AI ethics. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that you do have your questionnaires on the table. I'd be ever so grateful if you could fill it in. Even if you can't fill it all in, fill in some of it, the bits that are easy for you. That would be most gratefully appreciated. So for the next panel, guess what? You get to see more of me. I shall be moderating. So we have a good panel set up. We've got somebody virtually. Have we got Sarah coming in online? That would be super. Thank you very much. So I'm going to just switch places and hop over here. We are going to be looking at data sourcing for machine learning, quality, governance, privacy issues, and the potential of synthetic data. We've had one session today where we've touched on synthetic data, but we'll touch on that a little bit more in this session. So thank you. Over I go. Here we go, I'm back. Have we got Sarah? Oh, super, there's Sarah. So rather than me introducing, I'm going to ask each of our panelists to introduce themselves. And Sarah, I wonder if we could start with you, please.
Absolutely. Hopefully you can hear me well in the room. Sorry I can't be there with you in person today, but I'm sure the day has been fantastic. So Sarah Gadd, I'm the Chief Data Officer and the Head of Data Platforms and Process Automation at Julius Baer. I'm based in Zurich. Julius Baer is a very large wealth management company, global enterprise. We'll be talking about some of the data challenges there during this discussion.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And Cameron, tell us a little bit about you, what your role is, and your organisation, please.
Thank you, Vivian, and good afternoon, everybody. So I'm Cameron Craig, and interesting to point out, I'm the global head of data legal now at HSBC, bringing in 2 points. One is the accuracy of data, for which I assume full accountability for not updating that. And the second one is this sort of integration of which we'll touch on in this panel, the integration of personal data and other types of data. The scope of the role now within HSBC, we felt it was broader than just privacy within the legal team. We need to think about particularly relevant in the context of AI. So I sit in the legal team at HSBC, and we're helping support the introduction of AI into the business in a safe way that we can retain customer trust and offer benefits to our customers.
Super. Thank you so very much. And then Meg, could you please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your organisation.
Yeah, so I'm Meg McGlone. I'm Associate Legal Director at Onfido. So we're an identity verification services company. So we onboard genuine users, keep bad actors out through a series of biometric, facial similarity checks, document checks, and other passive signals. So I've been at the company 4 years now, and I'm a commercial lawyer by trade, but as with everything AI, it's forcing us to expand our specialties in practice. So I'm now heading up a cross-functional AI squad at Onfido to look at AI governance more broadly across the board.
Thank you so very much. So today we're going to look at data sourcing. So we spent a lot of time talking about algorithms, about generative AI, about risk management, whether we should and shouldn't use generative AI, potential use cases and opportunities in financial services. But one of the implicit things that's been there throughout the day, and we haven't explored yet in any detail, is actually the data that feeds those models. And what we're going to talk about on this panel is, data sourcing for machine learning. And there's obviously machine learning and generative AI are not the same. They're similar, but they're not the same. Machine learning is something, it's a branch of AI that we've been doing for a very, very long time in financial services. It is stable. It is well known. We train the model. It is not as complex as generative AI. It's much more statistical and predictable in terms of its outcomes. Generative AI, on the other hand, is different. It is predictive, it is creative, it can hallucinate. It can often be much easier to control the machine learning type of AI than it can the generative AI piece. But both of them rely heavily on data, and they use data differently. Generative AI, as we've heard, hoovers up data and operates in a different way in terms of the way it accesses and makes the connections in relation to data. On the machine learning side, we quite carefully train machine learning with the data that we want it to have in order to deliver the outcome that we are expecting. And so some of the topics we're going to be talking about is the importance of the quality of the data that goes in. I think the adage garbage in, garbage out is increasingly relevant these days. We're going to talk a little bit about the need for governance and what that might look like. And of course, the privacy issues. Despite the fact that lots of people in this room have got privacy expertise, we haven't spent too much time on the privacy side, but it is certainly a recurring and hugely important theme. One of those regulatory silos that is placing an increasingly important role within generative AI, because the data being consumed isn't just non-personal data, it's also personal data. And it's interesting to think that 2/3 of the world now has privacy legislation. So it is not something that we can ignore. And then, of course, the interesting area of synthetic data. What is it? Is it viable in terms of feeding the AI algorithms? And how, what does that actually look like, particularly in the financial services sector? Can it deliver the outcomes that we're actually looking for? So what I'm going to do is just ask each of our speakers to share their thoughts on our topic more broadly from their area of expertise. And Sarah, as you're online, can I ask you to start first and give us your perspectives on our topic today?
No, thank you, Vivian. So yes, it is all about the data, and the need for data quality has not changed. It's increased, as you said, with garbage in, garbage out. And governance is a key topic here. It's not a single dimension. You have to consider how you review use cases from the perspective of technology, from the perspective of strategy, and the perspective of ethics. You also then need to have the right technology platforms in place. You need a ML ops framework. You need the right risks and controls by design to meet your compliance needs, data privacy needs, third-party risk management, model risk management, data governance. And in every area, you're looking at aligning with the business strategy for each division, because it may well be different division by division as well. I think as you look at the firm overall, you also want to measure value, right? They always, the old adage is, it's not valuable unless you can measure it. And so being able to embed trust by measuring value and showing the impact is very important. And then the most important is culture, right? So culture still eats strategy for breakfast. And so if you want to be successful with using machine learning and AI broadly, you need to bring the people with you. That's around talent acquisition, but also awareness and literacy, data literacy and skills development across the broader organization. Trust is at the heart of our business, and ensuring that we protect the trust of our clients is key, which means backing robust governance with also transparency. What are we using ML for? What are we using AI for? And when are you interacting with a human versus AI? Synthetic data is an interesting topic. You need to maintain the pattern in the data for it to be valuable, but it does allow you to create a more balanced and unbiased data set while protecting your privacy concerns. And it can cost a lot less. We're still spending 60 to 80% of the time collecting and cleaning data, not on the insight generation. So synthetic data can provide faster time to market at lower costs, and you can get better quality outputs due to the greater control over the data set. It also helps you augment limited data sets. So when you have a small data set and you need to train a machine learning algorithm that requires that scale, you can use synthetic data there. But there are challenges, right? Because it's synthetic, it could be non-realistic. The accuracy could be questionable. And the ability to capture the complexity of real-world data sets is hard, especially in natural language. So every single person needs to be aware and literate of how these technologies work, to understand the risks involved, and to protect their data and identities. I don't think many of us in the room there today really know where our data is globally across the world. We don't need to become data scientists, but we do need to be data literate. And especially with these commoditization of complex technology like ChatGPT, we have ML features also popping up in software we use every single day, like Gmail. So that knowledge and awareness, I think, is pretty key here, as well as the culture.
Fantastic, thank you. I haven't stopped taking notes, actually, and I'm so glad that you said I only have to be data literate and not a data scientist, because I think there's a real sense that there's some science that might be needed in this space. Cameron, can I ask you to share your thoughts?
Sure, and maybe, if you allow me, just share some sort of general thoughts on AI as before, just to frame the context before we move into the data specifics. So I'm a lawyer, and I've been engaged in advising data privacy for nearly 25 years. I'm a lot older than I look, and we've certainly seen some seismic changes over that time, from when we started, when I think the UK had a £5,000 fine or something for breach of data privacy. There's obviously rather larger fines and over 100 laws in place, a much more completely different scenario. But my experience of AI actually goes back even further than that. I worked as an engineer before I was a lawyer. And as far back as 1989, we were looking at adopting AI, or expert systems as they were called then, into process control systems. And their application was a little bit limited, mainly because the underlying processing power wasn't available. And I think that's what's really changed now. As often with the introduction of technology, there's an inflection point where the technology gets to the point where it can really support the idea or the sort of development. I mean, it happened with cloud, it happened with the introduction of the internet. So I think that particularly with the potential of quantum computing, I mean, AI is transformational, really. You know, you still hear some people saying, oh, it's not such a big thing, it's a bit of a flash in the pan, but I think it is going to be absolutely game-changing, transformational. And some war stories, stories that you hear just make you think about, well, this is really something different. Somebody told me, it was one, I think it was in a law firm, actually, one of their clients had an AI application that was working on its own to access websites and download certain information from them. And it came across what I believe is called a CAPTCHA. We need to tick all the squares that have got cranes in them or something like that. And completely on its own, it worked out that it could bypass this by saying it had a disability. So it engaged with the administrator and managed to bypass the requirement to fill this in without any prior training or anything. And I thought, wow, that's actually quite smart and really different to anything else we've come across before. And also, just to mention, with apologies, whoever I actually took this from, it was a publication, and I've forgotten where I got it from, but just the groundbreaking speed of adoption of AI. Interesting stat, 2006, it took Twitter 2 years to reach 1 million users. 2010, it took Instagram 2.5 months. In November 22, it took OpenAI, ChatGPT, 5 days to reach 1 million users. So the whole speed of adoption and the potential is absolutely huge. So just a bit closer to home, just to talk a little bit about the context of HSBC and where we are at the moment. So we've been using AI for probably over a decade now. Using it in the areas you'd probably expect us to do very well documented fraud detection, transaction monitoring, risk assessment. And we're currently looking at Gen AI, the possibility of using Gen AI, but taking it quite sort of carefully, really, for obvious reasons. And in 2019, we were actually one of the first banks to publish our AI and data ethics principles. And these were quite new at the time. A bit of a blank sheet of paper, really. And I was engaged in that process and found it absolutely fascinating to see the engagement of the most senior people in the bank around this. We'd just come out of GDPR, and I think people were, particularly senior people, were glazing over when we're talking about records of processing and all the process stuff. That, for God's sake, can't we just fix this, please? It didn't really connect with them. But this was a topic, as we moved from the much cliched phrase, we moved from the could we do it to the should we do it. It really got their engagement because it's very much focused on good customer outcomes, customer trust. Is this the sort of stuff we should be doing for our clients. So they were very engaged in that and very engaged in the ethics principles that we developed at that time. And we're in the process, as other organisations now, of trying to embed the governance framework. And one of the challenges, of course, is the horizontal nature of this risk. As any bank, we've got very well-established risk frameworks, with each vertical having its own well-established controls and governance and people. To try and embed AI across all of that takes a lot of coordination and a lot of vision and leadership to get that landed. It's quite a big challenge. And also just to show we might talk about this later on, Vivian, but just the sheer number of different laws and guidance notes that we have to keep track of what we're actually trying to do. I think, once again, I just got a little stat from, according to the OECD, 69 governments in 69 countries have published national strategies on AI, 800 AI policy initiatives. So with HSBC, with operating in 62 countries, it's quite a complex problem, really, to try and track all of that. And it would be really super if we could have a sort of coalescing around a set of reasonable principles that we could all just get behind and execute. You know, there's so many of the different ones coming out, and they all look a little bit similar, really. It'd be nice just to get the sort of common themes for what we're looking for, really. So that's just my introductory thoughts, Vivian. Thank you.
Super. Thank you very much. And Meg, from you, because your business is quite different.
It is, yeah. We are an AI company, and we're, I think, acutely aware of the challenges of data sourcing. So we partnered with the ICO and also the privacy challenges in 2019 around measuring and mitigating bias in on-FIDO systems. So that brought up a huge range of challenges around privacy, controller distinction, which I think is now well settled, but especially in the AI supply chain, actually ensuring the transparency and notice that is provided to end users. So as a service provider, making sure that we're partnering with financial services and with other clients to ensure that we are getting those notices in front and we're as transparent as possible. And then also on the labeling side, thinking about different categories of personal data and the lawful basis and substantial public interest. So thinking about how we can measure bias and using, in our case, we used issuing country as a proxy for ethnicity. And so making sure that we've got particular focus on special categories of personal data. And then I think flash forward to today, we're seeing a huge rise in deepfakes with the rise of generative AI. So we are looking at how we can mitigate that with using public data sources, other data sources, and of course there's a lot of challenges in that, which I'm sure we'll discuss on the IP side, but again, transparency and notice. So yeah, it's definitely a very interesting place. We are seeing a 31 times rise in deepfakes in 2023 compared to 2022. So thinking creatively about AI and how we can combat that. And then I think to echo your point around governance, we are an AI company, but we need to think much broader than just developing our own tools and looking across at other tools and other collaboration. So embedding that governance and thinking about AI risk assessments is critical for on-FIDO.
Super, thank you. There's more data, but there's more you can do with it at the same time. And I think the deepfakes piece is extremely worrying because you want to share, but on the other hand, there's so much out there about you already. So let me go and ask you some question now. When I think of AI, I think about it being broken down into sort of three critical steps. The data is there for the training of the algo learns and does its magic, and then we have the output of that process as well. Sarah, I'm going to ask you a series of questions. I'm going to come to you then, Cameron, if you don't mind. How important is good data quality, and what do we need to ensure that quality? Are there technical and legal differences to the approach to data, and how do we improve the data that's being inputted into the AI? Because I think one of the themes that we've heard today, and I referred to it in my opening comments, was garbage in, garbage out. So how do we actually improve the data quality into the AI?
Yes, and it's actually in and out, right? I think it's both ends of that equation. I think going in, you need to make sure that you've got a robust AI/data framework in place and governance framework in place. You have to know what your authoritative sources for data are, and then you need to make sure that you've got both the right technical controls. So as data is moving from one pipe to the other pipe or through the pipes, that you're checking what sent out is received. But then also the right business controls. If you have a field that's a year of birth and you expect that always to have a value in a certain format and it has to be above 1900, then you do that check there and you don't distribute the data if it's not there. These are actually basic principles for all data usage. So that doesn't change with machine learning, right? These are basic core foundations that you need for good data-driven insights for a firm, whether it's analytics, using Tableau for visualization, or using machine learning for data scientists. The other big part that sometimes I think people deprioritize, which I think is vitally important, is modeling. So if you speak to data scientists, being able to integrate data together from different sources and understand what the data represents is critical to them. And that really requires great models. They don't have to go be the old school physical data models and trying to hash that all together. I think the technology and the modeling techniques have moved forward more into the logical data space, and then going towards data products, so really enabling people to use high quality, trusted data products to be able to create and generate insights. So I think on the input side, good data foundation, good data hygiene, cleansing, and then data enablement through things like data products. And then on the output, we need to think about things like monitoring, right? So once, just because an algo is good going in, the information it's spitting out after a period of time can degrade, right? That algorithm can drift and it can lead to misleading results not in line. So you need to be able to, that's part of your machine learning operations framework or your AI governance framework. You need to be able to do that model monitoring. So you can evidence that it's not going without the bounds, outside the bounds that you set.
So for all that AI is going to solve everything, it also sounds like a bloody full-time job to keep it on track, is what I'm hearing. Cameron, I'd love to hear from you, particularly around technical and legal differences to the approach to data, and how are you ensuring data quality?
Sure. Well, I mean, the importance of data quality it's always been important, but it's absolutely foundational to the introduction of safe AI, really. I mean, some of the reasons, as I've already stated, it's pretty obvious. AI works better with good data, the rubbish in, rubbish out concept. But it's also much easier to manage AI risk with good data. If you just think through some of the risks that we talk about around bias being introduced to the system, the well-known examples of the recruitment systems choosing men rather than women because of the bad historical data, that type of thing. Also the accuracy of the results and the likelihood of hallucinations, and the data privacy, just the general data privacy risk, as well as the IP risk now, which is probably becoming more and more relevant with the Gen AI. The ability to have simple housekeeping with your data, really, knowing what data you've got, who owns it, what rights have you got over it, how long have you got, what can you use it for, how long should you be holding it for, really basic stuff, but a massive challenge to get that in practice, particularly in organisations such as HSBC with some sprawling legacy systems to contend with different tech, basically, to try and join those together. The third thing, just to bring in the legal aspect of it, Vivian, I mean, we shouldn't lose sight of the GDPR requirements and just to think about the legal basis of actually training your model on a lot of data, wherever it is. You're probably going to try and rely on legitimate interests, which means that you need to do a balance of the benefits gain compared with does it outweigh the interests of the individual. So in order to do that, you need to understand the data that you've got and what degree of transparency was given to those individuals, what were the circumstances in collecting it. So all of that stuff that really links a little bit to the process stuff of data privacy, the record of processing and all of that is really helpful if you've done a good job of that. It's really helpful to manage AI risks. The other The other principle of GDPR, of course, is accuracy. So once again, important to have good data. And what about individuals' rights as well? The right to be forgotten, the right to object to processing based on legitimate interests. All of that stuff is really difficult if you don't have a good data governance in place, that you really understand the data that you've got. And having it in place is really a massive enabler. Whenever the business wants to do stuff, it's so much easier to do it if you have got good data governance in place. If you understand basically what consents do you have, what notice has been given, all of that stuff is fundamental. If all that is in a good place, you're so much better equipped to actually take advantage of the opportunities offered by technology. So I think the summary is it's crucially important to manage risks and also to enable organizations to take advantage of the huge undoubted opportunities that we have.
Fantastic. I'm glad you mentioned the privacy piece as well, and the data governance, so knowing what you have, what you can do with it before you even start playing with it is so hugely, hugely important. And significant sized organizations like yourselves have, you have the capacity to do that. But most organizations in the UK, for example, are SMEs. So over 95% of organizations are SMEs. So Meg, I'm going to come to you and ask, what can service providers do to help with the data that's being inputted into ML for those organizations that don't have the capacity to do that level of data governance and data cleaning?
Yeah, and I think it's imperative that service providers play a lead role in that. When they're the developers, they know what data is needed and what testing needs to be done on it. I think in Onfido's example, we have an SDK, a software development kit that can be used to ensure that we're getting good quality data for our purposes. So it provides instant feedback to the users around glare, blur, make sure that we can process it and high performance in our services. I think that was a really important point that you made around data quality isn't just the raw data itself, but it's actually the rights attached to the data, that we are transparent, we have provided that notice, we know how we can use it. And I think, again, there's a lot of collaboration needed between service providers and clients in that space, and to foster that trust and transparency. But service providers can also play a huge part in that as well, in ensuring transparency in their products, and so giving deference to clients. So in our example, machine learning, clients have to opt in, they control the retention period, so fostering that trust is really critical. And then I think the other point is around constant feedback, so we need to be testing our services. Actually, as a service provider, you don't always have access to all the information that a client may have access to, so being able to get feedback as well on accuracy in the products, and then being able to use that data to continue to train and develop is hugely beneficial.
Yeah, Meg, I think that's a really good point about the partnership between service providers and clients. And I think as well, equally, I think it's one area where there's a real need for a very close partnership between the conventional privacy teams and perhaps the CDOs, because in very simple, basic terms, it's the CDOs that are doing the housekeeping and getting the data categorized into and cleansed, etc. Doing that in a way which is meaningful then to answer the questions about the rights of the rights associated with the data, and making sure that it's speaking in the same language is absolutely key. Because if you have the data arranged and categorized and indexed in a way that doesn't quite map on to the other problems, then you're not enabling it. You're not enabling the business and to take advantage of the opportunities in the way it would like.
Fantastic. So I'm going to just come straight back to you then, Cameron, because we've touched on, not all data is the same. We've got personal data and non-personal data, and you're a privacy expert. So how do you marry up personal and non-personal data in the AI machine?
Well, in terms of the way that at HSBC we looked at data privacy risk, we actually didn't limit that to personal data because of the other rights that are attached to broadly customer data. So we have a concept of identifiable data, which is any data that can identify either an individual or a customer, and that's a sort of key that we apply similar controls but in slightly different ways to all of that ambit of data. And similarly, we've moved away from just defining the sort of laws around data protection like the GDPR. It's really any laws that impact on our ability to use or transfer that data is what we look at, which could be localization, outsourcing laws. So I think that's a trend that you need for AI. It doesn't really matter what data is, or what law applies, is what can you do with it in a way. So it's much more what's the practical impact. So I think that combining of data into a sort of broader meaning and thinking about the broader impact of it, even so obviously we've mentioned privacy, customer bank secrecy issues, but also around about IP rights now, of course, which we've touched on, particularly an issue with Gen AI, very complex to work out who owns what and whether or not it's infringing a real honeypot for IP lawyers to try and work out all of that stuff. But also, particularly for us looking at market-sensitive data, whenever we're training models or if it's in the Gen AI, are we disclosing something that could be market-sensitive potentially in reports? So it's really broadening out that concept of data and breaking down those historical barriers between, or data privacy, that's just personal data, but it's broadening out the whole thing to try and mirror the broad nature of AI in the way it deals with data.
Fantastic. So Cameron has now dispelled the myth that in financial services, the only thing we're interested in is financial data. Clearly not. Sarah, I wonder if I could call on you to just talk a little bit about the context of personal and non-personal data and the approach in your organization as a financial services firm.
Sure. And, I echo Cameron's comments around working very closely with the Data Protection Office and actually more broadly across the organization, because when you think about personal and non-personal, I kind of agree with Cameron. It's probably less about that and more about what is the nature of the data. Is it internal data only? Is it confidential data? Is it secret data, or is it public data? Because you're going to handle those things very differently in terms of usage, and especially when you move to Gen AI and large language models. When we think about the metadata, so you may have discussed earlier today about active metadata, but it's all becoming around the metadata on this data. So what type of data is it? How is it classified? What does it relate to? Because suppliers are also regarded as private data when it comes to GDPR and other areas as well. So what is the classification of their data? And then you can make determinations using the metadata how you want to handle it. Do you want to encrypt it? Do you want to obfuscate it? As I mentioned at the beginning, one of the challenges that I'm sure HSBC is facing and global enterprises face is all these rules, right? And they're popping up all the time in terms of data can't cross borders. And there you are focused more on client data or PII data. While other data may be able to cross the border, fine. Makes cloud quite challenging when you're trying to do global solutions. So I think it's more about knowledge of what the data is, how you've classified it, ensuring you've got and captured the metadata you need for enterprise solutions. So also thinking forwards of what you might want to be able to do. Also ties into records retention. You want to be able to classify that appropriately. And then being able to handle it and use it appropriately. I think one of the challenges and the dangers now is that the tooling's become so commoditized. You get these features of machine learning on pretty much all the applications that are sitting on everybody's desktop, that you need to know as a human being that, okay, I'm handling client data here, or I'm handling data that is internal. Let's not put it in Google Translate. So, let's not hold my phone in front of it. So that personal accountability is absolutely key here as well, because you can do so much with laws, you can do so much with controls, but there's always people in the mix, right? So people need to know and understand where the risks are and how you mitigate those risks and the questions you need to ask when you're using any type of data. And if it's classified properly, then it's going to become very apparent very quickly what class of data you're using, and then you can handle it properly from there.
Super, thank you. So you've run through, financial data, metadata, internal, public, confidential, privileged, personal data. There's lots of different types of data, and each of them is going to attract a slightly different approach. And I love what you said about personal accountability as well. Meg, you're not a financial services firm that's regulated, but you use a lot of data. Which is the data that is most important for your business?
Yeah, well, as an identity verification company, it's going to be personal data, but I would say that not all personal data is equal. So we've seen biometrics and US state laws, especially in Illinois, actually restrict the use of biometrics. And so we have to ring fence that. You're not, as a service provider, you're not allowed to profit from that data. So use of machine learning is profiting. So none of the data from Illinois can go into our machine learning instance, for example. And then labeling data, if that's a special category, actually the accuracy in that data is more stringent regulations. And then identity documents, the risk there around impersonation if anything went wrong. So we've got different categories, and we're also looking at alternative ways to pseudonymize or hash within personal data to ensure that we can get clients comfortable with, maybe retaining that data for longer if it's an authentication use case. So we look at it different ways. And then thinking more broadly across, it's been a huge learning curve, I think, at Onfido to think not just about our service to clients where we focus on personal data and client information, but actually looking across at different tools and confidential information, or if it's critical that it's proprietary information. So in code, for example, that's a whole other category of data that we're now having to look at and think about, can we put any code or can we use generative AI systems for coding? That's a whole other ballgame.
Fantastic. Sarah, you helpfully touched on a particular issue with regard to data, and that was localization. And of course, the thing with the digital world and AI being a digital phenomenon is that in this digital world, effectively it is borderless, and yet the terrestrial obligations around data localization are increasingly implying. And we're seeing like a tenfold increase in localization provisions. Sometimes it's outsourcing, sometimes it's secrecy, sometimes it's privacy, sometimes it's anything they like, maybe security as the case may be, but there are increasing number of restrictions. So my question to you is, what do you think are the challenges and how can they be addressed around those data localization areas? So Sarah, I'm going to come to you first and then to Cameron.
Sure. Well, I would love to see regulation move into the digital world. That would be nice, where we had a set of machine-readable regulation. So when these things come to fruition, because they are coming at us at speed, we'd actually be able to ingest the regulation in a machine-readable format and then apply it across our well-tagged, well-labeled, high-quality data assets. But that's not the case. So we rely and partner very, very closely with our legal office, who are looking across the regulatory landscape and understanding what's popping up. Also Reg Affairs, who are looking out across the horizon to see what's coming, things like the AI Act, for example, so that we can prepare. We can start putting frameworks in place, like the AI governance framework that Karen mentioned earlier, making sure that we've got the right controls and systems. But it's tricky, Vivian. I mean, this is one of the major challenges when you are, especially when regulation changes. Right. So if you were able to move data from one place to another place, and then overnight that regulatory body decides, nope, you can't do it anymore, that means that you may have to replumb a whole load of systems because those pipes are built. There are ways around obfuscation. So, keep the patterns in the data, but obfuscate the sensitive data. That can work. But if you're doing enterprise views across data, it does become really challenging. I'm not sure there is maybe Cameron's got an answer, but I'm not sure there is a quick win here.
Cameron, you've just been passed the ball. Do you have an answer to data localization?
Yes, I have actually. We've been looking at this together, Vivian, for best part of a decade, haven't we really? And I remember the days when we're all optimistic, looking forward to the sunny uplands. We used to talk about interoperability and how we would all be able to share data. And then the sort of global geopolitical landscape changed dramatically, and that's sort of largely what's behind it, I think. Governments don't really trust each other as much as they used to do and don't want to share data. It's as simple as that in its basic form. But we really have seen a pretty marked deterioration in the ability to share data. When I first joined HSBC, a lot of what we were trying to do was share data to try and help us get over the issues that we'd had with the deferred prosecution agreement. So it was all about compliance and transferring data from around the world so we didn't take on money launderers and different banks and all of that sort of stuff. And we went through quite an exercise, and we could generally find a way to do it. It was either, we limit the data, or we increase the there was some sort of tool, and there's a sense that the net's constricting, where we're running out of options now in some ways. And we've discussed this as well before, Vivian, that that's why privacy-enhancing technologies are so important at the moment, because they offer an opportunity to try and at least achieve the same outcome as you could do, particularly for risk management purposes, to share exit lists and that, catch the bad guys sort of thing. They do offer opportunities to try and do that. But just in terms of where we're going, I'm not terribly optimistic if I'm honest about this. You hear about the talk around the sort of digital empires of Asia, the US, and the EU, and will they ever integrate? But I personally find it quite frustrating, because I do think that there is a solution to be had if we just had a sort of reasonable set of practices where we said, right, for the financial services sector, this is the type of data you can share with your regulators, and everybody agreed to it. Then I think there's an answer out there. It's just getting people to buy into it, which is quite frustrating. And I think the fundamental problem is that if you say, yes, you can share data for the purposes of national security, or you have to hand over data to the public authority, to the law enforcement for the purposes of national security, that means something very different than the US to China, and that's the sort of problem that we're faced. We're caught in this sort of geopolitical issue trap, really, that's very difficult to see how we'll get towards a real overall mutual recognition position that we'd like to get to. There's lots of initiatives going on, and I know we're both parties to some of them, Vivian, to try and find frameworks, but it's really sort of, chipping away at it in a way, and just hoping for the big breakthrough, whether it's a code of conduct and linking together the different frameworks. It would be great and very sensible if we could do that. But at the moment, it's a bit of a dog's breakfast, and in practice, it means that we have to look quite closely at how we implement infrastructure, how we provide services, how we provide resilience, and how we provide flexibility. So if we need to swap from providing services from that area to that area, we can do it, which harks back again to the conversation we were having earlier, that in order to do that and have that flexibility, it's super important to have good data governance and understand which data from which countries is where for what purposes, so you can flick a switch and change it. So there's very linked to the earlier discussion we were having.
Super, thank you. So I think in this discussion we've recognized that not all data is the same, that actually there's a lot of complexity around preparing the data in order to feed the system. I don't want to say feed the beast, feed the system. But we've also found that there's a net tightening around our ability to share the data. So I know we're almost out of time, and we have a fireside chat coming next, but I just want to ask a quick question, and you've got no more than 30 seconds, everybody, to answer this one. Given the challenges and restrictions around data sourcing, and we talked about the copyright, privacy, international transfers, do you think the market is going to go full circle from where AI has started, which is openly sourced data, to a real market again for curated data? A question. Sarah, I'm going to ask you first, then I'll go to Cameron, and then to Meg. So your 30 seconds on open source data versus curated data. Where does the market lie?
It may differ regionally. I think curated data is going to be highly valued in Europe. I think there's going to be more onus on Europe to provide high quality, trusted data assets. But I don't think you're going to stop the open source community. And I think there's value there. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in the legislation around their capabilities and what they need to prove.
Thank you. Cameron?
I think the idea of curated data is very interesting one. If it works properly, I think it's good. You could give the individual better choice, give the individual the potential to benefit and get some of the value out of the data being used, and provide better security around it. So I think if it works properly, I think it's got good opportunities.
Fantastic. Meg?
Yeah, I think we're struggling to see a substitute, I think, for real data and real conditions. So we are looking at like a hybrid model of generative AI models or pre-trained models and then training it on our own curated data set. So maybe a hybrid in that sense.
Fantastic. Thank you. Well, thank you very much to Sarah, to Cameron, and to Meg for your insights. It was really interesting on the data front. I love data. I hope you enjoyed that too. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Terrific. For our last session, we have a fireside chat. So I am delighted to invite Francesca Bennett up, who will be moderating our fireside chat. I think we have a fireside chat with 2 people, which is super cool. So Francesca is... those chairs. Francesca is a partner at Allen & Overy in the Markets Innovation Group, and she's focused on the creation of innovative solutions for clients to meet large-scale legal and regulatory challenges. One of their areas of innovation is Contract Matrix, which is an AI-powered contract review and automation solution. Francesca is also a member of the firm's AI SteerCo and has been heavily involved in A&O's deployment of Gen AI for their own use in contract analysis, due diligence, and regulatory compliance. So welcome, Francesca. I shall exit and leave you to introduce your fireside people.
And I'll invite Alex and Thomas to come up and join me. Thank you very much. And thank you all very much for making it to the last session of the day. I'm very grateful to see there are still people here. Thank you very much. So thank you, Vivian, for that introduction. So my name is Francesca Bennett, and we're here today for a fireside chat on the ethical implications of AI. So how can you be confident that it has a positive human impact, and cultural training and governance implications? And I'm joined by Alex and Thomas. If you'd like to take a seat and I'll introduce you. As Vivian said, one of my hats at A&O is on the AI SteerCo. We have gone really kind of wholeheartedly into the deployment of generative AI as a firm. And there's obviously a number of legal, kind of operational, regulatory considerations that we've had to think about as a firm. But one of the things that one of my hats is, what's the impact on our people? And that is really wide-ranging. It can range from what kind of training do we need to give them to make sure they understand how best to use these tools, what kind of governance do we need to put in place to protect kind of the firm's reputation, to make sure that we're using these type of tools responsibly. But also, it's also thinking about, are there any kind of negative impacts that the introduction of these tools might have on our people? And I'm specifically thinking in the skills set. So is there anything that our junior lawyers, for example, potentially are losing, any skills that they are potentially losing because those things are now being done by tools? And is there anything we need to therefore do to mitigate that impact? So that's kind of my hat and why I'm very interested in this topic, and I'm delighted to be joined by 2 really excellent panelists who can add an enormous amount of value to this conversation. So I'm joined by Alex Barr at the end, who has over 30 years of experience in the investment management experience and is a partner at the Saracen & Partners. And he also leads Saracen Bread Street, which is a client-focused private markets business at Saracen & Partners. And joined by Thomas Chamorro-Promotic, who is the Chief Innovation Officer at Manpower Group, a leading global workforce solutions company. He's also Professor of Business Psychology at University College London and at Columbia University, and has written 10 books and over 150 papers on psychology of talent, leadership, innovation, and AI. And that makes me slightly nervous talking to you. Don't be feeling that you're going to be being assessing as I talk. But most recently, iHuman, AI, automation, and the quest to reclaim what makes us unique. Excellent panelists, so I'm sure we're going to have a great discussion. One of my first questions, actually, I just thought we would level set before we started. So I'm going to ask each of you in turn, what does responsible ethical AI mean to you? And I'll start with Alex and then Thomas.
Well, so for me, thank you, Francesca, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to come and chat today. For me, what does ethical AI mean to you? And I think there is a slight difference between ethical AI and responsible AI. But what does ethical AI mean to me? For me, very simply, it means using ethically developed AI, i.e. considering human rights, privacy, non-discrimination, transparency, etc., in an ethical way, that it's deployed as a force for good and ultimately not to disadvantage the disadvantaged, for want of a better way of saying it. So it's around policies and processes. But I think, just going back for a second about delineating between ethical and responsible, very simply look at the former as an ethical, as being more value set orientated, and the latter is more around accountability for one's actions and obligations to society. And I think the one bit that's missing in there is, operating within the legal guidelines and regulatory guidelines doesn't necessarily mean either ethical or responsible. And I just throw that out there for the food for thought. And I just guess the final comment for me is I would tee up, and I'm interested to hear Thomas' response, that can AGI be truly ethical? That's the I think that's the sort of $6 million question.
Thomas, would you like to?
Yeah, thanks. And first, on the nervous comment, I'm always nervous around lawyers, so I guess the feeling is mutual. I guess by ethical or responsible AI, we mean applications of AI that comply with normal or dominant ethical and moral parameters, as well as, regulatory principles. Although, of course, a lot of things might be illegal and still ethical, and there are things that might be legal and not necessarily ethical. But basically, we're talking about applications of AI that are fundamentally benevolent as opposed to malicious. And, whether artificial general intelligence can be ethical or not is a good question. I suppose in principle, if it's general enough that it can do anything to the point of replicating all human actions, it has to include also the dark side of human behavior. So by definition, it would include, AIs or algorithms that behave like dictators or very cruel and malicious people. It's important, I think, to understand that algorithms and AI cannot be ethical or unethical. It's always the applications, right? I mean, even when we're talking about very relatively common and superficial issues such as bias and discrimination, even when AI replicates human biases, algorithms cannot be truly biased in a human ways. There's, as much as AI resembles humans, algorithms don't have, let's say, a fragile self-esteem that they need to protect by bringing other people or algorithms down. I mean, it would be a very nice thought, very poetic, sort of neurotic AI, but it doesn't exist. So, it copies human behavior. And to that degree, it can be good or bad.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I wonder very simply whether, just to try and make it a little bit simpler, responsible AI ultimately vests with the users, and ethical AI ultimately vests with the developers. But perhaps that's a very simple way of looking at it.
I was interested to hear about you focusing on applications. So I think I'm going to touch on that actually now for the next bit of it. So, Alex, how do you practically use AI in your day-to-day? So how do you use AI to inform your decision-making, your investment strategy, bearing in mind the kind of the things we've just heard about there's no good, no bad?
Yeah. So the business I run a private equity investment business, which is ultimately dealing with illiquid investments with, to some degree, imperfect information. Mm-hmm. But I work alongside Saracen as a multifaceted house. We run highly liquid books of investment, investing in equities and fixed income. So the short answer to your question is yes and no. As a business, we do use AI. AI is used to help us, frankly, clear clutter from our lives such that we as a business can find alpha or generate investment decisions using the Mark I human brain. So if I think about examples of where AI is used across the business, currently it's used to provide a narrative on very complex quantitative analysis, which broadly reaches the same conclusion as a human would look at it, spend an hour looking at it, and can generate that. We use it for very simple things like summarizing meeting notes and the chatter that we put out internally to deliver sentiment analysis and a much more nuanced view on what we're talking about. And we use it as a tool to look into our diaries and to summarize meetings. So that's where it's used on a day-to-day basis at the moment. But for me, currently human agency is paramount in the investment decision. It's a very deliberately manual process. as I said, just driven by that illiquid and imperfect nature of private markets. And I think to some extent, if I look at the way our public markets colleagues work as well, it's exactly the same. So I think around the investment industry, unless you're dealing with an algo-driven investment program, I think it's probably fair to summarize that AI is generally used as a tool in theory to mitigate clutter in a very busy life, such that you can focus on the investment decision. I think that, I'll sort of get to the point in a second, where we want to be, where I think we should be able to get to, which I think is perhaps the next leg of it, is that, I mean, I would like to use AI as a tool for post-event stakeholder impact. So if you work for a large investment manager, XYZ event happens, earthquake, hurricane, corporate governance issue, whatever it is, the first question we're asked by stakeholders, what's the impact on the portfolio? So if you work for a large asset management house, you have millions of underlying lines of holdings. So trying for an AI system to be able to interrogate your management information systems, to be able to come up with a view on what could potentially happen to your portfolio will be very important. And likewise, pre-event pattern recognition, I think, will be very helpful. And so slightly going off topic a little bit, but I think where this will ultimately lead is the ability for regulators to be able to run scenario analysis on your books of investments by just putting in sort of scenarios and getting a view that would otherwise take weeks to deliver.
And just a follow-on question on that, when you're looking at kind of companies to invest in, does their use of AI or how they use it come into any of your decision-making processes?
It does. I mean, it's a huge part of what we do, but it's one of a number of things that, again, in the private world, we conduct due diligence on. So in the same way as we want to go and drill down into their ESG policies or data protection policies or cyber policies, we are now actively starting to look at the policy documentation and use of AI within the business. And it's a longer conversation. We can kind of come back to what we look for there. But we don't necessarily form a view where it's a good thing or a bad thing that they're using it. We just want to know how they're using it and that they understand that they are using it. Not everybody understands they're using AI. And the C-suite, particularly the CTO and the COO, really understand what it is they're using.
And just to jump in quickly on that, there's a very interesting and very simple use of one form of AI, which is natural language processing within investment, that has actually gotten quite a bit of traction and coverage in recent years, given there's been a number of papers published that show that if you basically use natural language processing to mine and quote transcripts from CEOs from earnings calls, basically their use of positive and negative words or language predicts future stock price fluctuations and company fluctuations, which then of course people are already gaming this, right? So CEOs are actually looking at these papers, trying to be more positive or negative, but much as in other areas of AI, if everybody starts to doing what used to be the formula for good, then it disappears, and machine learning or natural language processing can identify new signals. So, I mean, there's even very simple applications of AI that has existed for many decades that are still arguably under-leveraged or underutilized that can make, things like investment more data-driven.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I like that, the humans gaming the systems. I like that. We can't stop being human, can we?
Part of human ingenuity.
And then turning to kind of your sphere, how do your clients use AI to enhance recruitment, talent management process, and what the benefits, and then also the challenges of that?
Yeah, so I'd say, a good way to understand AI in general is as a prediction machine. And I think, if you think about the three fundamental elements or ingredients of predictions, you have data, you have insights, and then you have action. Most organizations basically use AI to translate data into insights. Now, especially with generative AI, we're seeing also the automation of insights into action. But you were asking about recruitment, which is also, the bit that concerns us the most at Manpower Group. We employ something like 10,000 recruiters globally. We have 55 million people that apply for jobs globally every year. Sometimes if a job order isn't filled in 10 minutes, it's gone, or filled by somebody else. So human intuition cannot cope with this, right? So most of the applications of AI to talent identification are basically in one form or of another trying to optimize search and match, and either doing so for speed, cost, or accuracy, in essence trying to help people land or get jobs that are a better fit to their interests, skills, and preferences. And so, at present, we see this happening good around speed and cost optimization. We're starting to see real improvements when it comes to accuracy. But the main problem, and this goes back to clients, the main problem, just as people were saying in the previous section on garbage in, garbage out, is that mostly within human capital, AI models are optimized to predict subjective preferences. So for example, it's very easy to train an AI, whatever the methodology and whatever the type of model, to predict who will get promoted in an organization. But if that person ends up only being good at sucking up to their boss and winning a popularity contest in the organization, and we train it on people who have succeeded in the past, it shouldn't surprise us that we don't improve the quality of leaders, right? So the number one obstacle or barrier for progress in this area is contamination or corruption in the outcome level of data, which is something that organizations need to tackle anyway. Even if you don't use AI, it helps to actually quantify in a relatively objective way what value people add to their teams and organization. If you do that, then we're going to see massive improvements in adoption of AI, and actually improvements both in terms of meritocracy and diversity and inclusion.
So I saw it on a LinkedIn post this morning, and I forget who it was, but she put up 2 images of a CV. One was pre-successful to getting a job, one was post-successful job. And the first CV was a beautiful CV, had her picture, good use of colour, sidebars, all the same information. The second CV was a very dull standard CV with no colour photo, and she said that second CV got her the job because that's the one that got read by the AI bots and delivered her a job. And it was focusing on, it was looking first for the skills and the correct achievements. It was trained to look for certain keywords, which once it got there first and saw it, it then delivered a positive outcome. So is that societally the right thing for us, where the unintended consequence of this is a squashing down on creativity and the ability for an individual to project perhaps the softer side of their image and the way they think? It struck me as being very relevant.
Super interesting. That kind of picks up on some of the things that we were talking about before, actually. So when I think about using AI in the context of kind of human selection, recruitment, there are lots of things I worry about. I worry about privacy. I worry about fairness. I worry about diversity, creativity. Like, are we basically forcing people to become, machine-readable versions of themselves? Like, do you see those challenges, and how do you think we can mitigate against them?
I mean, all of those are relatively easy to address, just like you forgot to mention, the issue of black box, right? So black box algorithm, when, a decision might be correct, but you don't know why it's happened. Yeah. I mean, AI can always be reverse engineered. An algorithm is a formula, and you can always translate a black box algorithm to a white box algorithm. Whereas the human mind is truly black box. You can decide to hire somebody or not, and you can give me a long explanation as to why you rejected that candidate or not, and maybe you're just lying to yourself. We never know why you make a decision. Whereas with AI, you do. You can always tweak it. Human intelligence is very good at learning, but really bad at unlearning things. AI is good at learning and also good at unlearning. You can teach a machine to ignore the fact that a candidate looks male, female, white, black, old, young, attractive, unattractive. For sure, they're not interested in attractiveness, human attractiveness. Whereas you cannot, even if you torture a human with hours and hours of unconscious bias training, all you would create is that when they're interviewing someone, they're trying not to think of the fact that the person in front of them looks female, must not think of that, and then they can't think about anything else. They can't pay attention to what the person is saying, and for sure, they'll make a bias or stupid decision. So yeah, data anonymity, yes. Informed consent, yes. Transparency, yes. Improvement for candidates over the status quo. Too often we expect perfection from AI while being perfectly okay with a status quo that is very bleak and far from perfect. So we need to, hope for relative improvements, not perfection. But I do think, Francesca, that the most difficult one to solve is that the outcome often presents a tension between individual success or success for the system and what is ethical. And I'll give you an extreme example. We could maybe, and this is just a thought experiment, try AI as a vehicle for appointing prime ministers or presidents of states. And actually, you could have a group of people say, we want them to be competent, we want them to be ethical, we want them to be inclusive, want them to be strategic. And AI would be very good at recommending 100 people who are eligible to run. That would probably be much better than incumbents everywhere. I'm from Argentina. You can read the news and see who we just appointed. Just saying. But actually, if that person was then postulated for a democratic election, they might get 0 votes. They might get 0 votes. And even if that person won the election, they might fail because the public doesn't agree with that and wants to be entertained, wants charisma, wants bravado, or wants something that looked like the past. So it's very, and just like you could have, even not AI, but humans making decisions that seem ethical and correct. Like we've seen from studies that when people appoint more women to boards of directors, the stock of that company often goes down. Why? Because people perceive it as anti-meritocratic and positive discrimination, etc. That would be the correct, or if you appoint salespeople who are less attractive, they'll sell less, even though from a fairness standpoint. So I don't think we can expect for-profit corporations to solve real, deep, philosophical, moral, ethical issues, and that is, AI won't do it either. So I think those are the issues that are hard to address. The ones you mentioned actually can be addressed. They're not that difficult.
But at some stage, AI, to your example about predicting, who could win an election or telling AI who's the right person to run a country, I think ultimately most human voters want to see an element of fragility and frailty within the people they elect, people who aren't perfect like themselves. So at some stage, AI will be able to recognize that and program that in, which becomes a sort of slightly false narrative because you're programming, AI to be frail and vulnerable.
You remind me of, I've seen, this was a very obscure kind of conference on AI in dating that actually included a presentation on customizing your ideal robot spouse or partner. And you could program in any personality. Yeah. And the majority of people, you could program in, I don't want to argue with this spouse ever. They're 100% like me and they agree on everything, whatever. Nobody chose that option. Just like nobody chose 0% agreement because it would be a nightmare. The average was about 60 to 70% agreement and 30% dissent. And so that especially you can blame the other person for when you're unhappy about something, right? Blame your robot spouse.
It's the same in investment management. And I think in most traditional investment managers, i.e. non-quantitatively driven, you look for competitive tension within the decision-making process. And that's really, really important. And it really forces you to think and get to a view. Sometimes competitive tension can just be too extreme, but you look for an element of that. I mean, good performing teams have the mix of all skills, but ultimately you need a mix of probably a bias towards linear thinkers, but you quite want lateral thinkers in there to mix it up a little bit. One day AI will get there, but could you create a panel of 5 different AI bots speaking to each other, discussing a stock? I think that could be very interesting.
So talking about people and picking up on the culture point, this is a question for both of you. How do you think we can foster a culture of ethical awareness in our teams, in the ways that they interact with AI systems? Are there practical tips? Are there guardrails? Is there things that you have seen that work in your industries that you could share?
Well, I mean, shall I just fire first very briefly? I think that in my world, ultimately, and I haven't seen it yet, but I'm sure the BlackRocks of this world do this. I have yet to see AI being rolled out as one of the perennial compulsory training that you have to do. I mean, I have to do, every regulated person in this industry has to do a plethora of CPD, ranging from ML, money laundering, not machine learning, to data protection, to unconscious bias, to the conduct of business rules, etc., etc. I would imagine within the next year or so we will be doing modules on AI, and that will be the starting point. The vast majority of people, over 95% of the people I work with, don't really understand AI, how it works. So what I'd want to, the way we do it, I think, is, and it's very similar, I think, when we when we try to sort of understand how companies use AI, you'd want to see evidence of policy documentation in place, operating procedures, protocols, and I think most importantly, a really, really detailed grasp at probably CEO, CTO, and COO level, and probably CIO, as in Chief Investment Officer, of really understanding, to a pretty granular degree of what these issues are. That's ultimately the way this happens, I think.
Yeah, I think, fundamentally it's about having capabilities and a team that is competent in its understanding of AI and the human-AI interface, which of course includes an understanding of AI ethics. I think Yuval Harari 6 or 7 years ago pointed out that in the future most organizations will have an AI ethicist. Now it seems quite feasible, and back then it seemed like extraordinary, but I think this will happen. Secondly, I think measuring outcomes and evaluating outcomes, because too frequently the intention is good, but there's a big disconnect between intentions and outcomes, and it's all about outcomes. So evaluating whether the outcomes are aligned with your values and moral parameters, as well as laws and regulations. And I would say third, yes, I mean, have teams with a healthy degree of cognitive diversity, who have, the right amount or necessary amount of self-criticism and humility to understand that you'll make mistakes, but if you're honest in your approach and you communicate and you explain what you're trying to achieve, and you find better ways of being wrong incrementally, you might be more moral, more ethical, and more competent in these issues than your competitors. And I think that's good enough.
I think accountability has to be a really, really important piece here. And I don't know, 20 years ago or so, maybe 15 years ago, I had a conversation with one of my analysts who had produced a piece of work, and it felt a little bit too perfect for me, and they'd literally just cribbed something from Wikipedia, which then generated an interesting conversation about trust and accountability and where you source your information from. And I think I kind of see this developing all over again when a piece of work is presented to me almost too perfect. Yeah. And the way I spot it, and just to be fair on colleagues, I haven't yet seen it being played back to me, but I do see it with my children, who are both in further education, one's 17 and one's 19, and they talk openly about their friends, with them I think, using ChatGPT to deliver work to a very high standard. Yeah. The way I see it, and the way I spotted it, it has been delivered too high a standard with perfect grammar and perfect punctuation and no, lack of formatting, or perfect formatting. So, I think, and where you use an AI-generated thesis, and where where you get that wrong, or where the thesis doesn't pan out that way, who owns that? And I think we would, as more and more people use AI in investment decision making in particular, I think there'll be a blame game between, we've got the wrong, program, or it wasn't me. But I think human accountability has to be, vest with the user.
We have, so within ANO, we have rules on use that people have to abide by when they're using generative AI tools. Yeah. And one of them is, it's not verbatim, it's inspiration. You cannot take something that's come out of a tool and just cut and paste it into a client facing. You have to validate, verify, and it has to then become an ANO work product because you've checked it, and it's therefore the standard that you would expect.
And do you monitor it at a level where?
Yeah, so luckily for us, lawyers are very we're law-abiding citizens. You tell lawyers some rules and they tend to stick to them. We are very fearful as a tribe of people, so we very rarely deviate. So we have found that people are cognizant of the risks. They want to be able to use these tools in a safe way. Yeah. but they're cognizant of the risk, and so they are very open about their use of it. There will come times where we have to think about this, but we haven't yet. There's 2.5 minutes left. I have more questions, but I would love to open it up. Has anyone got any questions they'd like to ask our panellists in the last minute or two? Otherwise, I will carry on with my questions. There are questions? Yes.
It was a great point you posed about the mandatory training. So I've been having similar thoughts. The question is have you seen anything that you would think is good training for financial services en masse? Not technical training, but that kind of that engagement and that understanding.
Short answer, no. I am involved with, I'm part of a broader project group that the Chartered Institute of Securities and Investment are running to deliver an AI training module for the financial services industry. It's too detailed and too in-depth for that. But no, I haven't, and I think whoever can crack that is going to make some money quite quickly. It's not going to be particularly difficult, but fundamental basic training, I think, is needed now in this industry. I speak to most colleagues of around 53, but most colleagues of a certain age. I think it's very minimal awareness of what it entails. It's quite worrying, actually, because it's already embedded in lots of things we use in our private lives as well. If I think about electronic assistance on our phones, I think it's widely I am worried that this lack of awareness around bias, training data quality, et cetera, is perhaps not as prevalent as it should be.
So we've actually rolled out, just for our juniors, a brand new training program, which is about kind of the risks around using generative AI, and it's trying to teach our juniors from a very junior level about the things it can hallucinate. It will make up things. It'll kind of give you an answer with beguiling confidence that you absolutely have to go away, validate, and verify. But also then explaining some of the kind of IP, copyright, and legal risks. We've very much focused on the legal kind of elements of it, but I absolutely agree, like teaching our people from the ground up about how these tools work from day one, as soon as they enter the building, is absolutely critical to managing our use of it as an institution. And the feedback from our teams is that type of hands-on training, teaching them where the risks are and how to critically assess the output. It's that critical assessment piece that we're trying to kind of really hammer home for them. I'm being flashed at here, unfortunately. Was there anything you wanted to add?
Just that one of the things that is really common in training programs that do work is to be very problem-centric. Like too often you tell people, okay, generative AI, and then there's a solution waiting for a problem to be solved. If you identify a problem that is truly a painful point for people, and then you let them apply it, and you help them also experiment with it, and you learn from them, and then that is a very simple way to maximize the impact or effectiveness of training.
Thank you very much. We have come to the end of our session, so thank you all very much. I'll hand back to Vivian now. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Francesca and to your fireside companions. Actually, that was really an interesting discussion to round off and to finish off our day. I'm just going to share with you some thoughts across the whole of today. It's been a very rich discussion. We've covered so much ground. So this is my summary. I'm sure you'll have your summary, but here goes. And then I'll do my housekeeping bits at the end. So first thing really is we heard from the CMA, which has a whole economy approach to what they do, but was really good to hear that they are very pro-innovation when it comes to AI, that obviously there are risks to competition and harm to consumers that need to be considered, and that's something we should all be keeping in mind, but that pro-innovation approach is incredibly helpful. They also talked about their acknowledgement of the need to have a coordinated approach to advice, both within the UK through the Digital Regulators Cooperation Forum and internationally as well. And as we've also heard, AI is borderless, it's digital, and so both that cross-sectoral approach together with the international approach is so very critically important. We heard about the speed of AI development, moving from what we've just got now, which is AI assistants, to what will become AI agents. So the level of autonomy of AI is changing very, very rapidly. What does that mean for ourselves personally and for our businesses? We explored some of the use cases for AI in financial services, 2 different ways which we talked about it. One is how we bake AI into existing tools and processes. So how do we enhance what we currently have, perhaps even recoding some of the old legacy stuff out there, which could be super cool. And then the other one, of course, is using AI for new innovative opportunities, which is, that's the future. That's a super exciting bit. But I think there's 2 speeds we can go here, new and fascinating and future-looking, but also how can we improve what we currently have? AI will absolutely change the way in which we work. It's going to remove a lot of the manual, a lot of the time-consuming, perhaps some of the expensive processes, and it'll certainly accelerate our journey so that we can move toward the key issues far more quickly. We talked a little bit about the buy versus the build approach. Obviously, this much is going to depend on the size and scale and budget of your organization, but there is a discussion to be had about, do you buy or do you build, or do you do a combination of both? In any event, digital transformation is now increasingly more urgent for all organizations because we actually have to make sure that we've got the right environment in which to embrace AI. So if digital transformation wasn't number 1 in your agenda, it certainly should be now. However, as enthusiastic as we are in the financial services sector and as keen as we have been to adopt AI over the years, we also have to recognize that in a highly regulated environment where we have lots and lots of controls and processes, we will also inevitably be much slower to adopt, not least for there's many organizations in financial services that are huge. So it does take a while. So although we're keen, it might take us a little bit longer than perhaps some other organizations. We then turned our mind to what does the legal landscape look like, and we had a really interesting insight to the slow progress of the EU AI Act, but nonetheless, we think we might be on the edge of a finality early in 2024. Also looking at what the US has done in terms of its executive order, really catching up in terms of the AI discussion from a regulatory perspective, and then of course the UK approach, which is quite flexible, perhaps more so than many other jurisdictions at this time. We looked at some of the practicalities to consider when we're thinking about using AI. An obvious one, read the terms and conditions. For all the lawyers in the room, I know that that's bread and butter, but for many people, you get too enthusiastic, read the terms and conditions. We learned about the importance of portability. The model you adopt today may not be the model that you need for tomorrow, or it may not even be there. So the ability to port and to be agile is super important. Also, we can address a number of the concerns around AI by using trusted third parties as APIs or intermediaries or suppliers. A really good tip there. And if we do want to go down a self-hosted infrastructure, we need to start investing in that today and not to wait until we finally have a plan. It's something that we need to set out sooner rather than later. We talked about leveraging existing governance, risk and control frameworks. We talked about the importance of explainability. And actually, you know what? AI is a full-time job. It isn't a one-off integration. It requires continual testing and monitoring for ongoing improvement, tweaking, and retraining. It is a lifestyle adoption, effectively. Once you're living with AI, there's a lot to live with. And then, of course, we touched on some of the liability aspects as well that we need to consider. Some of those are, frankly, uninsurable, but we need to be thinking about how do we address liability and risks within AI. After lunch, we had 3 fascinating keynotes, one of which was to look at, well, I suppose through an anthropological lens, humans and change, how we resist. In one side of our mouth, we say, yes, we want the change that AI brings, and on the other side, it's like, ooh, I really can't deal with that. I'm going to hide back in my hole. But what was really interesting is we had a discussion about how we can use AI to perhaps unlock some of the frictions and barriers within our own change programs to accelerate them and to perhaps free up budget for other things as well. So there's a real opportunity to use AI to help us navigate change. We also learned how we can use AI more effectively. AI isn't a solution in itself. We need a problem, and then we need to see whether AI is, in fact, the right solution. But the opportunities are significant. And what's really interesting is that it is so capable of speedy adoption if we know what we want and we can articulate that. So we actually need to be very deliberate in considering what our needs are so that we can curate the AI to meet our requirements. We had a great presentation on supply chain risk and a reminder that actually our current contracts and processes are not AI ready. We actually do need to go back and have a look at that and update it. We also need to think about exit plans. It's always a lawyer's thing. We always think about and if it doesn't work out, what will you do? And that is something that we absolutely always need to think about. It's great when it works, but if it doesn't, what do you do? And all of this needs to be agile, because guess what? The legal landscape is evolving and evolving very quickly. We then spent a little bit of time talking about data, the data being so important to feeding the algorithms and training them. And interestingly, if I heard it correctly, 60 to 80% of time on data is spent collecting and cleaning data. Oh my goodness, it's so important that we get the quality right, but we are spending a huge amount of time and effort on it. And then I thought it was a really interesting point. We don't have to be data scientists, but actually we do need to be data literate, and that came out very, very clearly in our final session as well. In our final session, really interesting, responsible AI sits with users and ethical AI sits with developers. A really useful way of thinking about those two concepts, and that AI can be used to remove the friction and clutter so we can actually get to the decision point or the issue as the case may be. Really interesting insight. Humans can learn but not unlearn, but AI can learn and unlearn. Just fascinating way of actually thinking about it and the opportunities for which we could then use AI. And also the need for a culture of ethical awareness in our organizations as we continue down this AI journey. Also, we need to better understand AI. We do a lot of talking, but not many of us actually understand it, particularly at the decision-making level, which is so important. Maybe at the techie level they get it, but at that senior decision-making level, perhaps not so much. I know there's so much more I could have summarized from each of those sessions, but those are my highlights, which I hope have helped to round off and summarize the day for you. So, as I'm standing between you and either the bus, the tube, or the boat, I'm just going to say a few thank yous. Firstly, to our sponsors, Allen & Overy, Clifford Chance, and Osborne Clark. Thank you so much for your sponsorship and your engagement today. I'd like to also thank the City and Financial team. They've been so helpful all day, as well as before the event, and you've done a super job as usual. A quick reminder for everyone, if you haven't done so, please could you fill in the questionnaire? You can just leave it on the table and it'll be picked up afterwards, not a problem. If you would like to access any of the presentations, you will get an email after the event, and then you can actually access the presentations. We had quite a few PowerPoints today with some really valuable information in there, so it'll be over to you very soon. And then finally, also to say thank you to our virtual audience for staying with us today, but a huge thank you to all of our moderators and our speakers, and to you, our audience, for being so fantastic. I hope you've enjoyed today as much as I have. So thank you very much and have a good evening. Bye-bye.